economic cooperation. The two sides are expected to sign an India-ASEAN FTA, free trade agreement, in services and investment soon. This will complement the FTA in goods, which was signed 5 years ago in 2009 and has led to a quantum jump in bilateral trade, which is now hovering around $80 billion. The two sides are now confident of scaling it up to $100 billion by 2016 and double that volume by 2022. Modi's vision centers on making India a manufacturing hub through the Make in India program and improving infrastructure and the overall quality of life through the construction of smart cities. India is boosting connectivity and economic integration with Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, and Vietnam. The immense potential to boost India's trade with the CLMV countries has increased from $1.1 billion in 2004 to $11.9 billion in 2014, according to government estimates. Culture. India has close historical and cultural ties with many ASEAN members, with thousands of non-resident Indians living in these countries. The shared heritage ranges from Borobudur, the Mahayana Buddhist temple, in Indonesia to Angkor Wat, the world's largest religious monument, in Cambodia. The spread of Buddhism to Myanmar, Thailand, Cambodia, and Vietnam through Emperor Ashoka's emissaries, the spread of Indian mythology and folklore, the Thai epic Ramakien based on the Ramayana, and the many Indian emigrants to Southeast Asia, all reflect these traditional ties. Connectivity. India has been in the forefront of pushing a host of transnational projects that seek to weave the region together in an intricate web of road, rail, and maritime links. The completion of the TAMU Kale Wakalimio sector of the India-Myanmar-Thailand Trilateral Highway is poised to create a new dynamic in India's multifaceted ties with the region. India announced that it will soon extend electronic visa facility to all ASEAN countries: Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. Setting new benchmarks for this blossoming relationship, India has set up an Indian mission to the ASEAN in Jakarta and has set up an ASEAN India Center which is housed in New Delhi. Capacity building, developmental cooperation, and the burgeoning knowledge partnership are key facets of what experts are calling India's Enhanced Look East policy. This is reflected in India sharing its expertise in capacity-building projects in Southeast Asian countries through the three funds: the $50 million ASEAN-India Cooperation Fund, the $5 million ASEAN-India Green Fund, and the ASEAN-India Science and Technology Fund. India plans to set up 4 IT centers in Cambodia, Lao People's Democratic Republic, Myanmar, and Vietnam. India is also set to launch a tracking and data reception center in Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam, which would make remote sensing data available from the ResourceSat and OceanSat for applications in disaster management and mineral exploration for ASEAN countries. Strategic issues. The NDA, National Democratic Alliance, government's ambition of pursuing a larger global role for India, and the greater long-term economic and strategic potential of engagement with East and Southeast Asia, will necessitate the prioritization of India's relations with this region over its traditional emphasis on West Asia. How will this affect India's key relationships in Asia? The important facet of India's links with ASEAN are strategic issues, which do not just concern the ASEAN countries but also United States, Japan, and China, all of whom are important players in ASEAN. Against the backdrop of the churn in the South China Sea, India has consistently pitched for freedom of navigation and has pressed for the resolution of all maritime territorial disputes in accordance with the UN Law of the Seas. At the ASEAN-India Summit on November 21st, Indian Premier Narendra Modi said that India hopes that all parties to the disputes in the South China Sea will abide by the guidelines on the implementation of the Declaration on the Conduct of Parties in the South China Sea and redouble efforts for early adoption of a code of conduct on the basis of consensus. Among the 9 major bottlenecks that control entry to the Indian region are the Malacca Strait and the 6-degree channel. The Andaman and Nicobar Islands lie in the strategically important zone, meaning that India with its growing naval capabilities could play a significant role in controlling access. Other countries, notably China, have expanded their presence in the region. Naval vessels camouflaged as fishing boats have been sighted, while other ships make port visits to Sri Lanka and Pakistan. India is certainly wary of China's growing presence in the Indian Ocean and its relationships with India's South Asian neighbors. In light of this, India's Look East policy can be conceived as part of an external balancing strategy against China. At the same time, Beijing is also displaying wariness towards India's growing relationships with key partners in East and Southeast Asia, particularly with Vietnam and Japan. While it is not in India's interest to engage in direct rivalry with China, it can be expected that an element of competition will continue to characterize the China-India bilateral relationship. Exploring synergies with Thailand and Brunei. Brunei is a tiny oil-rich sultanate attained independence 32 years ago in 1984 and became the ASEAN country coordinator for India in 2013. Bandar Seri Begawan, Brunei's capital, has witnessed a series of conferences in 2013, attended not only by ASEAN foreign ministers but also their partners and interlocutors ranging from Canada to Mongolia. An assessment of deliberations and decisions taken at these meetings by former Ambassador of India to Myanmar, Rajiv Bhatia, especially from India's perspective, has identified numerous meetings, July 1st to 2nd, that were of critical importance. The 11th India-ASEAN Ministerial Meeting, the 3rd East Asia Summit Ministerial Meeting, and the 28th ASEAN Regional Forum Meeting. According to a joint statement, India and Brunei signed a Defense Memorandum of Understanding (MoU) that includes 4 major areas: exchange of visits at different levels, exchange of experience, information and training, conduct of joint military exercises, seminars and discussions, and cooperation between defense industries. Maritime security is a key component of the bilateral defense relationship and has been a particular focus of the India and Thailand over the past few years. India's Chief of Naval Staff Admiral R. Cadenhowen's July 2015 trip to Bangkok saw a specific focus on strengthening maritime cooperation between the two navies, including hydrography, developing comprehensive maritime domain awareness through the exchange of white shipping information, and increasing the scope of coordinated patrols. Both sides did announce that India will participate in the upcoming iteration of Cobra Gold, the Asia-Pacific's largest annual multinational military exercise. The two countries would also soon hold naval exercises in the Andaman Sea. India and ASEAN will also mark the 25th anniversary of their dialogue partnership in 2017. India and Malaysia. The signing of the historic ASEAN Economic Community (AEC) Declaration, an EU-style regional economic bloc which aims to integrate Southeast Asia's diverse economies, is expected to have significant impact on India-ASEAN relationships. The AEC envisages a single market with a free flow of goods, capital, and skilled labor across borders in the highly competitive economic region, which has a combined gross domestic product of $2.4 trillion. The two nations of India and Malaysia decided to continue sharing of information and best practices to address the challenges posed by terrorism and other traditional and non-traditional threats. India signed 2 MoUs with Malaysia on cooperation on cybersecurity and cooperation in project delivery, and an agreement on cultural exchange program for 2015 to 2020. India and Singapore. Bilateral ties with Singapore also got a boost as India signed 10 pacts, including a joint declaration on elevating ties to a strategic partnership, besides agreements for enhanced defense cooperation and in areas like cybersecurity, shipping, and civil aviation. A number of Indian states are actively seeking to learn from the success of ASEAN countries, especially Singapore, in urban planning and infrastructure. Singapore is a partner in the development of Amaravati, the yet-to-be-built capital of Andhra Pradesh. Key options for India. India under Modi is likely to pursue a more ambitious role in East and Southeast Asia. India's partners in the region can expect greater Indian involvement in multilateral maritime security initiatives, particularly in the areas of humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, transnational crime, and joint bilateral naval exercises. In order to preclude further inertia, India will need to move quickly to outline a clear agenda for deepening economic, institutional, and defense links with the region that go beyond what has been pledged by previous governments. If the Modi government is able to achieve this, then India has the potential to assume a role as a consequential strategic player across the wider Indo-Pacific. The Indian diaspora, living in Southeast Asia, has played a very important role in transmitting Indian cultural values, cuisines, and films, thus retaining and strengthening the cultural relations between the two regions. Practice questions. 1. Give an account of South Asia as a subcontinent. 200 to 250 words. 2. Discuss SARC as an institution of regional cooperation. 700 to 800 words. 3. Explain briefly the problems and prospects of SARC. 700 to 800 words. 4. Give an account of free trade area with special reference to SAPTA and SAFTA. 700 to 800 words. 5. Discuss India's role in SARC. 700 to 800 words. 6. Do you think that the SARC is irrelevant? Give arguments. 200 to 250 words. 7. Describe any two impediments in the path of regional cooperation in South Asia. 700 to 800 words. Evaluate India's Look East policy. 700 to 800 words. 9. Assess India-ASEAN relations in the present century. 700 to 800 words. 10. Write a short note on cross-border illegal migration. 200 to 250 words. India's relations with neighboring states Pakistan, Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. India's neighbors include, among others, Pakistan, Nepal, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka, with whom her relations have been significant in more respects than one. With each of these countries, India has one problem or the other. As a consequence, the environment of the region is so affected that regionalization, which has been so successful elsewhere, could not work as effectively as expected. The reasons are partly historical and partly political. Historical, that these countries have some disputes as neighbors, and political in the sense that Cold War that prevailed during the post-World War II period did affect their relationship. However, the situation in the post-Cold War era is not altogether disappointing, with economics taking over global politics. India-Pakistan relations. Pakistan, with 796,095 sq km area and a population of 162,419,446 ref. The Manorama Yearbook 2006 is India's most important neighbor in the northwest. Though the country has close ethnic, cultural, and historical links with India, the latter suffered at the hands of Pakistan in 1948, 1965, 1971, and 1999, though each time it was Pakistan who had to bite the dust. Ever since its birth following the partition of the country in 1947 and during the whole period of the Cold War, 1949-90, Pakistan's relations with India were far from normal. The reasons then were: A. Both the countries had a different approach to nation-building. B. Their differences on Kashmir, and C. Both differed on their role and the perception about the then two global superpowers, the USA and the USSR. Of all the issues between India and Pakistan, the Kashmir problem still remains unresolved. Part of the Kashmir problem may be stated here. In August 1947, India and Pakistan became independent from the British rule, but the status of Kashmir, a Muslim-majority princely state, population 8 million, 1988, situated at the northernmost extremity of India, was to be decided at a future date. When in the same year an onslaught of Muslim tribesmen happened, the Hindu Maharaja of Kashmir opted to join the Indian Union. When fighting stopped, Pakistan was occupying a third of Kashmir and India two-thirds, with the two divided by a UN-designated line of control, LOC. India promised and Pakistan accepted that a UN-sponsored plebiscite would be held to determine the future of Kashmir, with two options: joining India or joining Kashmir, only after the withdrawal of the Pakistan-backed tribal forces. The plebiscite has never been implemented because the withdrawal of forces did not come into effect. In 1965, a Pakistani force entered Kashmir in the expectation of sparking off a revolt by Muslim residents against Indian rule, but the revolt did not take place and India retaliated by sending its armies into the Pakistani part of Punjab. This second war ended with India emerging the victor. In 1971, after the two countries fought yet another war, this time over Bangladesh, they signed a peace treaty, the Simla Agreement, committing themselves to bilateral negotiations over Kashmir. Intermittent talks held since then have not produced any lasting solution. The Third Kashmir conflict began in 1989 as a local revolt by Kashmiris against alleged Indian mismanagement and political manipulation. It has since been fueled by the proliferation of Pakistani arms, military training, and the infiltration of Islamic warriors from Afghanistan into India. India deployed several 100,000 soldiers, paramilitary, and police forces to subdue the insurgency. In a nutshell, for both India and Pakistan, their claim to Kashmir validates their definition of nationhood: Pakistan as a Muslim homeland and India as a secular state. The Pakistanis contend that India is suppressing a movement for national self-determination, while the Indians argue that Pakistan is aiding terrorism in Kashmir. They agree on only one thing: that Kashmir cannot be allowed to become an independent nation. UN's peacekeeping efforts, UNCIP 1948-51 and UNMIGIP 1951 to date. Currently, about 45 military observers, supported by international and local civilian staff, are on duty. There are contributions by 9 countries, i.e., Belgium, Chile, Denmark, Finland, Hungary, Italy, Republic of Korea, Sweden, and Uruguay. During the period from 1947 to 1971, the UN Security Council adopted a total of 13 resolutions on Kashmir, urging peaceful negotiations and respecting the wishes of the Kashmiris in the final determination of the political status of the region. Themselves, the two nations have built up their military strength strongly. India's nuclear weapons program was initiated largely in response to China's nuclear explosion in 1964. India tested its own nuclear explosive device a decade later. Pakistan's nuclear weapons development was motivated by its defeat by India in the 1971 war and India's nuclear program. Both countries developed or otherwise acquired missiles that could potentially deliver nuclear weapons. Resisted a number of non-proliferation initiatives by the US and UN, agreed, however, not to attack each other's nuclear facilities and have exchanged lists of nuclear facilities. Have agreed to discuss several other nuclear pledges, such as no first use, no testing, no transfer to third countries, and a freeze on production of fissile materials as part of a global agreement. Strongly supported global nuclear disarmament and are pondering the future of their civil and military nuclear policies. India, in particular, has long debated the wisdom of going nuclear full-scale and similar discussions. India has successfully test-fired a short-range missile capable of carrying a nuclear warhead amid a massive military buildup along the shared border of Kashmir. While India claims that the test was a part of its ongoing nuclear program and not related to the Kashmir confrontation, Pakistan termed the launch as destabilizing amid a massive military buildup along the Kashmir border. The test is also seen as an ominous indication that all is not well with the agreement between the two countries on transparency of their nuclear development. The two nations became nuclear powers in 1998. The relations, cordial or otherwise, between the two nations depend on the activities of terroristic outfits. As these activities surface, the composite dialogue as a positive means for the normalization of relations gets defeated. Tensions, for example, between the two nuclear-armed rivals rose sharply after terrorist attacks on the Kashmir Assembly in October 2001, the Indian Parliament in December 2001, and the Mumbai attack in 2008. India blamed terrorists based in Pakistan for these attacks. By January 2002, nearly 1 million troops from both countries had gathered along their 1,800-mile common border, and many feared that any minor cross-border skirmish could spark off a major conflict. At present, the two countries are guardedly optimistic on the prospect of resolving their differences. As reported in India's The Hindu, April 2006, sounding upbeat about the current pace of the Indo-Pak peace process, the then Indian High Commissioner to Pakistan Shiv Shankar Menon had said that the third round of the composite dialogue talks may result in tangible progress on some key issues. Menon also said that more than the pace of the talks, it was important that the dialogue process should be sustainable in the long run. More comments from Menon appeared in Qatar's The Peninsula, April 2006. The Pakistan-India talks are going in the right direction and have reached a point where they will gather momentum. The Indian High Commissioner in Islamabad Shiv Shankar Menon has said, "We feel that the time has come when India and Pakistan, while working on our differing political and security perspectives, should focus attention on economic cooperation, building upon our strengths, complementaries, and affinities," said the Indian diplomat. A positive development that came to be initiated was the initiation of confidence-building measures, CBMs, which include advanced notification of troop movement, grants of military aircraft landing rights, and prevention of airspace violations. Since 2003 to 2004, both India and Pakistan have been coming closer and, as per the meetings of the Indian and Pakistani leaders, both the nations are seeking mutually acceptable negotiated settlements. This is in continuation to the already present CBMs built up by both the countries, which CBMs also include the bus service, rail service, trade relations, and people-to-people diplomacy. Since 2004, leaders of both the countries have begun resolving their mutual problems amid occasional terroristic activities, stalling the composite dialogue between the two. Both India and Pakistan have launched several mutual CBMs to ease tensions between the two. These include more high-level talks, easing visa restrictions, restarting of cricket matches between the two, and so on. The new bus service between Srinagar and Muzaffarabad has also helped bring the two sides closer. Pakistan and India have also decided to cooperate on various economic fronts. The recent meetings between the Indian Prime Minister and the Pakistan leaders on the sidelines of the NAM summit augured well for resolving bilateral disputes, including the Kashmir dispute. The recent meetings between the Indian Prime Minister and the Pakistan leaders on the sidelines of the NAM summit augured well for resolving bilateral disputes, including the Kashmir dispute. It may well be said that Pakistan's reasons for coming to terms with India include I. The present Pakistan generation is sick of the age-old dispute relating to Kashmir. 2. The USA and People's Republic of China are no more Pakistan's ally in a dispute that has lost significance so far as they are concerned. 3. Islamic nations are not favorable to the idea of annoying India, whose friendship they have tested for years. And 4. Pakistan has relatively more serious problems, poverty, backwardness, to address. India's reasons for coming to terms with Pakistan include her keenness to act as a favorable big brother. 2. Her keenness to act as a favorable big brother. 3. Her longing to extend the Gujral doctrine to all neighbors, especially Pakistan. The two countries would do well to promote composite dialogue if they concentrate on Kashmir. 1. Relocate forces from Indian side of Kashmir, including Siachen. 2. Repeal draconian laws. 3. Reduce human rights violations. 4. Establish Srinagar-Muzaffarabad bus link. 5. Open the Jammu-Sialkot route. 6. Permit cross-border trade at selected points. 7. Allow interaction at selected points between people on both sides of the loch. 8. Permit pilgrimages to holy shrines on both sides. 9. Promote cultural interaction and cooperation. 10. Explore cooperation on issues such as management of environment, forestry resources, etc. BCBMs. 1. Establish new communication links between the two armies, navies, and air forces. 2. Upgrade, dedicate, and secure the communication links between the two foreign secretaries. 3. Establish communication links between Indian Coast Guards and Pakistan Maritime Security Agency. 4. Restore the strength of the respective high commissions to 110. 5. Re-establish consulates general in Karachi and Mumbai. 6. Release all apprehended fishermen. C. Commercial and economic cooperation. 1. Pakistan needs to grant Most Favored Nation (MFN) status to India. 2. Grant transit facilities to each other's goods on a reciprocal basis. 3. Open the Atariwaga land routes for trade. 4. Promote investment in joint ventures. 5. Participate in trade fairs/exhibitions. 6. Open branches of nationalized banks in each other's country. 7. Collaborate in post-harvest technologies. 8. Cooperate in the water resources sector. D. Promotion of friendly exchanges. 2. Liberal visa regime for performing artists, film personalities, and liberalized visa regime through grant of one-year multiple visas to bona fide businessmen. Grant of exempt from police reporting (EPR) visas to journalists, artists, students, scholars, businessmen, persons working with multinational companies, and senior citizens, 65 years and above. 3. Invitation to theater groups from Pakistan and India. 4. Exchange of exhibitions, paintings, sculpture, photographs, handicrafts, and musical instruments. 5. Interaction between national museums. 6. Exchange of youth delegations. 7. Exchange sportspersons, teams, and coaches. 8. Remove ban on Indian TV channels in Pakistan. India seeks to reiterate a peaceful, friendly, and cooperative bilateral relationship with Pakistan and to resolve all its outstanding issues within the framework of the Shimla Agreement of 1972. In this context, Prime Minister Modi has always underlined the importance of maintaining an environment free from terrorism so as to ensure peace along the line of control. From the swearing-in of Modi as the Prime Minister to his private visit to Pakistan in December 2015, India availed every opportunity to build good neighborly relations with Pakistan. Pakistan, owing to its domestic problem, civil and military tussle, and domination of terrorist groups, has not reciprocated in the true spirit of friendship. Ceasefire violations from the Pakistan side is a common affair. Like the earlier years, year 2015 was also witnessed such violations, though a major conflict between the two countries was always avoided. At times, the relations between the two governments also improved. As and when the two sides came closer, the terrorists in and from Pakistan damaged the chances of friendly growing relations between the two. Attacks on the Indian Parliament, 26/11 incident, and the attack on the Pathankot airbase, an attack on January 2, 2016, are such examples. It is certain that until Pakistan becomes serious in punishing the terrorists and in bringing them to justice, the relations between India and Pakistan would remain cloudy and shady. The ball, being in Pakistan's court, needs to act seriously on terrorists and act reciprocatively towards India. India-Nepal relations. Nepal has an area of approximately 147,181 sq km. With a population of 27,676,547, 2006. The length from the Mechi River at the eastern border to the Mahakali River at the western border is about 885 kilometers. From north to south, distances vary from 125 kilometers to 241 kilometers. Nepal is divided into 5 development regions consisting of 14 zones. Hill areas as well as parts of the Terai are included in each zone. These are further subdivided into 75 districts. Nepal is bordered in the north by the Tibet Autonomous Region and on the remaining 3 sides by India, in the east by Sikkim and West Bengal, in the west by Uttar Pradesh and in the south by both Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. Nepal has some very rugged and difficult mountain terrain. About 75% of the country is mountainous. From the south to the north, Nepal can be divided into 4 main physical belts, each of which extends east to west across the country. These are, first, the Terai, low-flat, fertile land adjacent to the border of India. Second, the forested Churai foothills and the inner Terai zone, rising from the Terai plain to the rugged Mahabharat range. Third, the mid-mountain region between the Mahabharat range and the Great Himalayas. And fourth, the Great Himalaya range, rising to more than 29,000 feet, some 8,850 meters. Nepal, once a Hindu state, is now a republic where Hinduism is a prominent religion. In the medieval ages, the country was divided into a number of small principalities. It was first unified by Prithvi Narayan Shah, the king of Gorkha, who conquered the various kingdoms within Kathmandu Valley and established the Shah dynasty in 1769. Nepal's internal politics during the 18th and 19th centuries were marked by violence, bloodshed, and struggles for power. From 1845 to 1951, actual power was exercised by the Rana family, which established a hereditary prime ministership and reduced the Shah kings to mere titular figureheads. Although there was some progress and modernization during the Rana regime, it remained a feudal and elitist state until 1990 when pro-democracy movement came to be launched. Following the constitutional reforms, the general elections were held in May 1991 under the new constitution. Thereafter began the era of instability with coalition governments one after the other. In between there was the Maoist insurgency, as also the royal family shootout in the closing years of the last century and the early years of the present century, with the communist Prakandas regime having come and gone in between. The relations between India and Nepal have been shaped by long-standing geographical, historical, cultural, social, and economic ties the people of the two countries have shared with each other in all walks of life. An open border of more than 1,800 kilometers cements the special relationship. Under the Indo-Nepal Treaty of Peace and Friendship of 1950, both governments have undertaken, in token of the neighborly relations between India and Nepal, to give to their respective nationals the opportunity with regard to participation in industrial and economic development and the grant of concessions and contracts relating to such development. The nationals of India and Nepal are also granted on a reciprocal basis in the territories of the other the same privileges in the matter of residence, ownership of property, participation in trade and commerce, movement, and other privileges of a similar nature. This treaty has enabled Nepal and Nepalese to be landlinked with India rather than landlocked and facilitated sharing of opportunities in pursuit of peace and progress. India's concern as regards Nepal was never motivated by any dominance, but at the same time India did not want Nepal's territory to be used against India. Speaking in the Lok Sabha in December 1950, Nehru had said, "Much as we respect the independence of Nepal, at the same time we are concerned about our security also." The two treaties between India and Nepal, which serve as the basis of political relationship between the two countries, both signed on the same day, i.e. July 31, 1950, are the Treaty of Peace and Friendship and the Treaty of Trade and Commerce. Some of the major provisions of the Treaty of Peace and Friendship are: A. Neither government would tolerate any threat to the security of the other by any foreign aggressor. B. The two countries would consult each other on measures of mutual concern. C. Nepal would buy arms from India generally, and D. Nepal would consult India before it buys war equipments from any other country. The major features of the Treaty of Trade and Commerce, the Trade and Transit Treaty, are: A. India would provide all possible commodities essential for Nepal. B. India would ensure Nepal's routes and other related means of transport. C. India would permit transit Nepal's goods to other countries, and D. Nepalese shall enjoy the same economic and educational opportunities as provided to the Indians. Both these treaties were revised from time to time, though Nepal had wanted to change the provisions of trade and transit. Tensions came to a head in the mid-1970s when Nepal pressed for substantial amendments in its favor in the Trade and Transit Treaty and openly criticized India's 1975 annexation of Sikkim, which was considered as part of Greater Nepal. In 1975, King Birendra Birbikram Shah Dev proposed that Nepal be recognized internationally as a zone of peace. He received support from China and Pakistan. In New Delhi's view, the 1950 treaty was merely an extension of non-alignment, and hence the stand of Nepal was unnecessary if it was a repudiation of the special relationship. It represented a possible threat to India's security and could not be endorsed. In 1984, Nepal repeated the proposal, but there was no reaction from India. Nepal continually promoted the proposal on international forums with Chinese support. By 1990, it had won the support of 112 countries. In 1978, India agreed to separate trade and transit treaties, satisfying a long-term Nepalese demand. In 1988, when the two treaties were due for renewal, Nepal's refusal to accommodate India's wishes on the transit treaty caused India to call for a single trade and transit treaty. Thereafter, Nepal took a hardline position that led to a serious crisis in India-Nepal relations. After two extensions, the two treaties expired on March 23, 1989, resulting in a virtual Indian economic blockade of Nepal that lasted until late April 1990. Although economic issues were a major factor in the two countries' confrontation, Indian dissatisfaction with Nepal's 1988 acquisition of Chinese weaponry played an important role in this. India perceived the arms purchase as an indication of Kathmandu's intent to build a military relationship with China in violation of the 1950 treaty. The special security relationship between India and Nepal was re-established during the June 1990 New Delhi meeting of Nepal's Prime Minister Krishna Prasad Bhattarai and Indian Prime Minister VP Singh. During the December 1991 visit to India by Nepalese Prime Minister Girija Prasad Kerala, the two countries signed new, separate trade and transit treaties and other economic agreements designed to accord Nepal additional economic benefits. Indo-Nepali relations appeared to be undergoing further reassessment when Nepal's Prime Minister Manmohan Adhikari visited New Delhi in April 1995 and insisted on a major review of the 1950 Peace and Friendship Treaty. In the face of benign statements by his Indian hosts relating to the treaty, Adhikari sought greater economic independence for his landlocked nation while simultaneously striving to improve ties with China. Under King Gyanendra, India-Nepal relations soured, but after the restoration of democracy and the introduction of the Republic in Nepal, 2008, there began what the Nepalese Prime Minister Prakanda described as a new dawn in the bilateral relations between the two countries. The need to review, adjust, and update the 1950 treaty was thought to be necessary, and so was agreed to between the two nations. The economic and trade relations between India and Nepal are well established. Bilateral trade was $2.28 billion during Nepalese fiscal year 2005 to 2006, beginning on July 16. Nepal's import from India amounted to $1,652.16 million and exports to India aggregated $627.82 million. During fiscal year 2006 to 2007, Nepal's total trade with India was about $2.46 billion. Nepal's exports to India were about $645.71 million, and imports from India were about $1.81 billion. While exports to India increased by about 2.8%, its exports to the rest of the world declined by 0.9%. Its imports from India grew by 9.9%, while imports from rest of the world grew by 10.3%. There has been strong growth in bilateral trade since the revised trade treaty was signed in 1996. Since the revision of the Indo-Nepal Trade Treaty in 1996, Nepal's exports to India have grown over 8 times and total bilateral trade has grown over 5 times. Over 96% of the increase in Nepal's total exports worldwide since 1996 has been on account of India. This period has also seen an increase in India's share in Nepal's foreign trade. During the early 1970s, India absorbed almost all of Nepal's exports and accounted for nearly 90% of Nepal's imports. However, India's share in Nepal's foreign trade dropped below 30% by mid-1990s. Since the 1996 treaty, India's share in Nepal's export has grown from 18.5% in 1995 to 96 to 68.9% by July 2007. India's share in Nepal's imports has also reached nearly 61.4% by July 2007, from 32.8% in 1995 to 96. Today, India accounts for nearly 2/3 of Nepal's foreign trade. Tables 43.1 and 43.2 and 43.3 indicate Indo-Nepal trade, its growth and investment figures. Table 43.1 Indo-Nepal trade. INR million, US dollars million. Table 43.2 Growth of Nepal's trade with India in percent. Trade balance with India. Table 43.3 Indian investments in Nepal. There are currently 2 major multi-purpose projects encompassing power, irrigation, and flood control on the agenda of the 2 countries. Pancheshwar Multipurpose Project. The 1996 Mahakali Treaty between India and Nepal provides for the implementation of the Pancheshwar Multipurpose Project. The project, conceived as a peaking power project, will have 5,600 megawatts of installed capacity and create irrigation potential for 130,000 hectares in Nepal and 240,000 hectares in India. The detailed project report (DPR) to be prepared jointly by the 2 countries has not been finalized since certain issues remain pending. The 2 countries are pursuing their dialogue through the Joint Group of Experts on Pancheshwar. 2. Sapta Kosi Sun Kosi Multipurpose Project. The project, located in Nepal, involves a high storage dam on Kosi River, 3,000 megawatts power plant, a barrage downstream to feed irrigation canals in Nepal and India, a diversion structure on Sun Kosi River to channelize water through a tunnel into Kamala River, a small dam on Kamala River with a 2. Sapta Kosi Sun Kosi Multipurpose Project. The project, located in Nepal, involves a high storage dam on Kosi River, 3,000 megawatts power plant, a barrage downstream to feed irrigation canals in Nepal and India, a diversion structure on Sun Kosi River to channelize water through a tunnel into Kamala River, a small dam on Kamala River with a powerhouse of 50 megawatts and barrage downstream for irrigation purposes. The project is designed to provide flood control, power, irrigation, and navigational benefits to both countries. To give a concrete shape to this vision of development cooperation, the government of India set up the Indian Aid Mission in Kathmandu in 1954, which was later renamed as the Indian Cooperation Mission, ICM, in 1966 and remained functional till the 1980s. The change in the nomenclature was to reflect the fact that India's association with the economic development of Nepal was more in nature of cooperation than merely financial assistance. The ICM, with its more than 80 staff, devoted exclusively to implementing Indian-assisted mega-development projects in Nepal. Later, the ICM was recast as the Economic Cooperation Wing of the Embassy of India, which continues to carry forward the development assistance to Nepal with the same zeal as under the ICM. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Nepal visit in August 2015 has helped improve the relations between the 2 countries. The talks with the Nepalese leaders were focused on reviewing the 1950s Treaty of Peace and Friendship. India had funded hydroelectric projects and other infrastructural projects in Nepal. PM Modi even addressed the Nepalese parliament. He did puja at the 5th century Pashupatinath temple. He pledged not to interfere in Nepal's internal affairs. He announced a credit assistance program of $1 billion to Nepal. The welfare of the retired Nepalese soldiers who have served in India's defense. They constitute about 80,000 ex-servicemen residing in Nepal. The government of India has made all efforts to ensure that these ex-servicemen, their families and dependents are well looked after. They are provided medical facilities, are given timely pensions, offered drinking water facilities, educational fellowships, and the like. India-Bangladesh relations. India and Bangladesh share a common border of 4,096 kilometers running through 5 Indian states: West Bengal, Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, and Mizoram. India's relations with Bangladesh are traditionally cultural, social, and economic. There is much that brings them together: a shared history and common heritage, linguistic and cultural ties, passion for music, literature, and the arts. India shares not only a common history of struggle for freedom and liberation but also enduring feeling of both fraternal as well as familial ties. This commonality is reflected in the multidimensional relations with Bangladesh at several levels of interaction. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's successful 2-day visit to Dhaka in June 2015 saw the signing of a slew of 22 agreements covering the entire gamut of political, economic, and cultural relations. Among these agreements, 5 issues that are part of the 60-point Memorandum of Understanding (MoU) stand out and promise an era of greater cooperative relationship, best reflected in the title of the Joint Declaration Noten Prajanmanei Disha, New Beginning, New Direction. These agreements are related to connectivity, a priority area for the NDA government, and include grid interconnection and generation of power, improving the balance of trade, better coordination among the border guarding forces, and people-to-people contact. While the first 2 issues are to be advanced within a sub-regional framework, other issues are exclusively bilateral in nature. For the first time since the 1965 war led to the severing of cross-border connectivity between India and the then East Pakistan, steps have been taken to restore it. After the liberation of Bangladesh, the 2 countries had signed agreements to restore connectivity, but a change of regime in Dhaka after the 1975 coup put an end to that effort. Though both countries periodically renewed the inland water transit and trade protocol, the issue of road and rail connectivity remained mired in the debate within Bangladesh whether providing transit rights to India would constitute a security threat and a breach of sovereignty. Taking Dhaka's sensitivities into consideration, the term transit was replaced with transshipment in 1997. Connectivity within a regional framework has since become the new buzzword. In this context, the Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, and Nepal BBIN sub-regional framework assumes importance and was rightly emphasized by Modi during his Dhaka visit. The announcement of a second line of credit worth $2 billion to be used particularly for developing public transport, roads, railways, inland waterways, and ports, apart from education and health, is significant. It needs to be mentioned here that the earlier line of credit of $863 million and $200 million in grant was mostly used by Dhaka to improve rail connectivity. Bangladesh has now offered India the use of the Chinese-built Chittagong port as well as the Mongla port for trade purposes. Such a facility has already been extended by Bangladesh to Nepal and Bhutan. The BBIN countries are exploring potential road, rail, and bus routes using multimodal transport to meet their commercial as well as tourism needs. While the BBIN countries met in July 2015, in Dhaka to sign a multimodal transport agreement, India and Bangladesh are commencing negotiation on a bilateral framework, and a joint task force has been proposed in this regard. India has agreed to provide transit to Bangladesh for conducting trade with Nepal and Bhutan. The second significant issue covered in the MoU is power generation and electricity trade. Both countries have already taken several steps to further bilateral cooperation in this field, since former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh's visit to Dhaka in September 2011, Agreements exist between the Power Grid Corporation of India Ltd and Power Grid Company of Bangladesh, as does a 400 kV line linking Baharampur in India to Baramura in Bangladesh with a load capacity of 500 megawatts. Bangladesh is already receiving 500 megawatts of electricity. Modi has promised to increase it to 1,000 megawatts using this transmission line. An additional 100 megawatts is due from the Palitana project in Tripura. It is also worth noting here that earlier, in 2010, the National Thermal Power Company, NTPC, and Bangladesh Power Development Board, BPDB, had signed in MOU to set up a 1,320 megawatts, 2 by 660 megawatts, coal-based power project in Rampal in the Sundarban area. This project is being implemented by Bangladesh India Friendship Power Company Private Ltd, a 50:50 joint venture owned by the NTPC and BPDB. What is significant this time around is that private companies have been brought on board to invest capital. Deals worth $5.5 billion were inked between BPDB and Indian companies Adani Power Limited and Reliance Group. Adani Power Limited is planning to invest $2.5 billion in a coal-based power plant with a capacity to generate 1,600 megawatts power. Reliance Group has signed a $3 billion deal to set up an imported liquefied natural gas-based power plant in Bangladesh with a capacity to generate 3,000 megawatts power. All these efforts would help fulfill the Sheikh Hasina government's 2021 goal of achieving an installed capacity of 24,000 megawatts power. There is a proposal to connect the grid on the western side of Bangladesh. There is also a consensus to evacuate power from the northeastern region connecting Rangia/Rauta to Muzaffarnagar in India by constructing bipole DC grind line with suitable tapping points in Barapakuria in Bangladesh. Within the BBIN framework, the two countries have decided to discuss grid security, transmission, interconnection, and applicable domestic laws in different countries. Already, Bhutan has shown willingness to export power to Bangladesh. For their part, India and Bangladesh have decided to initiate an annual energy dialogue and enhance the already existing cooperation on nuclear and renewable energy. The third major issue balance of trade has been a major bone of contention between the two countries in the past. Lately, many in Bangladesh recognize that imports from India are helping Bangladesh obtain cheap raw material and use that for competitively exporting high-end ready-made garments. It needs to be noted that India is providing duty-free access to all Bangladeshi goods, except for 25 products that are on a restricted list which constitute alcoholic items. Many attribute the lopsided trade to the lack of a level playing field to Bangladeshi manufacturers due to several non-tariff barriers, NTBs, imposed by India. However, India in the recent past has taken steps to facilitate increased bilateral trade. It is helping the Bangladesh Standards and Testing Institution (BSTI) to harmonize the quality control norms. It has also taken steps to test perishable items at the border for early clearance, especially of Hilsa fish and fresh fruits. The establishment of state-of-the-art land customs stations, LCS, at the border and reducing the pressure on Benapole and Arora by opening up a new LCS at Fulbury Banglabanda are going to facilitate easy clearance of goods. However, the roads connecting the LCS need to be improved and decongested in view of the heavy traffic. Both countries have 3 border hots that are functioning, and there are proposals to set up a few more in the coming year. The agreement to establish 2 new Indian special economic zones in Mongla and Baramura is likely to generate employment, cater to the markets of Bangladesh and India, and also contribute to correcting the balance of trade. The fourth key aspect of the MOU is the effective implementation of a coordinated border management plan that was agreed to earlier, The two sides have agreed to take steps to identify vulnerable areas that are used for criminal activities, irregular movements, and smuggling that sometimes have led to loss of life. They have finalized a standard operating procedure, for which a need was felt long ago, to plug the inadequacies that prevent effective management of the border. Coordinated patrols need to be undertaken to make this plan effective. India has agreed to allow the Border Guard Bangladesh, BGB, to use Indian border roads to maintain their border outposts, BOPs. Perhaps what is most significant is allowing BGB personnel to use Indian medical facilities in difficult areas of the border where no Bangladeshi medical facility is available. This will surely create a better understanding between the two border guarding forces. Bangladesh's pledge of zero tolerance against terrorism and extremism needs to be matched with zero killing in the border, in which the BGB has to play a significant role. Lastly, the Mao emphasized the significance of people-to-people contact in carrying the relationship forward. Not only 2 new bus services were flagged off and more bus and train services were agreed upon, India and Bangladesh also announced the opening of new consulates in Sylhet and Khulna for India and in Guwahati for Bangladesh. Bangladesh is planning to upgrade its consulate in Agartala to the Assistant High Commission level. Similarly, since the Dhaka-Kolkata-Moitri Express is currently not very popular due to the slow immigration process that unnecessarily delays travel time, India has agreed to construct a modern international passenger terminal to mitigate the grievances of travelers between the two cities. The high point of the visit was the exchange of the instrument of ratification of the Land Boundary Agreement, LBA, 41 years after it was signed in June 1972. The jubilation was evident in the enclaves, which were under the notional sovereignty of the two countries, where people celebrated their new identities as citizens with full rights for the first time since 1947. For Bangladeshi intellectuals, the lack of an agreement on Teesta River was a big disappointment, with some attributing it to an Indian conspiracy. But the fact remains that ahead of Modi's visit, Foreign Minister Sushma Swaraj had clarified that a Teesta deal is not on the cards. For his part, Modi gave the assurance that discussions are in progress among the relevant stakeholders, and soon the two countries would reach an understanding on the Teesta and Feni rivers. The presence of the Chief Minister of West Bengal at the ceremony that marked the exchange of instruments of ratification of the LBA underlined the important role of state governments in progressing ties with immediate neighbors. The government of Bangladesh also did not hesitate in according due importance to Mamata Banerjee's visit. On the whole, the Modi visit symbolized the bipartisan consensus among the major political parties in India on enhancing relations with Bangladesh. While heralding a new era in building regional connectivity, the National Democratic Alliance, NDA, government led by Modi, has taken what was a warm relationship with Bangladesh under the previous United Progressive Alliance, UPA, government to a new high by sealing the LBA. With settled and demarcated land and maritime boundaries, the two countries are now set for opening a new chapter Notan Prajanmane Disha in their bilateral ties. The Land Boundary Agreement with Bangladesh has been a landmark achievement in the realm of India's diplomatic relations with its SAARC neighbors. A successful completion of the implementation process is a sine qua non for the expected benefits to ensue and positively affect domestic politics in both countries. This will be possible if the impact on the lives of the 51,000-plus residents visibly improve within a reasonable timeframe and the political elements and civil society groups in the districts concerned, Cooch Behar in India and Panchgar, Nilphamari, Lalminarat and Kurigram in Bangladesh, are broadly satisfied and do not fall prey to the machinations of individualistic, inimical forces and group interests having some influence over the enclaves and adjoining areas. After ratification of the LBA by Parliament on June 6, 2015, the legal exchange process involving 162 enclaves, 111 Bangladeshi enclaves with a total area of 17,160 acres and 51 Indian enclaves covering a gross area of 7,110 acres, has been completed by August 1, 2015. The enclaves within enclaves, popularly known as counter-enclaves, and also a counter-counter-enclave have been automatically subsumed within the largest enclave entity and exchanged with the swapping of the outermost enclave entity. The nearly 14,000 residents of the Bangladeshi enclaves in India, since integrated territory-wise into India, have decided to stay on and become citizens as per the option given to them under the LBA. So far, however, 971 residents of the Indian enclaves in Bangladesh, since assimilated into that country, out of the nearly 37,000 staying there have chosen to repatriate to India, and slightly more than 920 such persons have already arrived in India. As per the agreement, the transfer of residence was to be completed by November 30th, 2015, but this timeline may have to be extended for a short period owing to local exigencies. The government of West Bengal, through its Cooch Behar district administration, and with some interim central financial assistance, has undertaken a reasonable set of relief measures to rehabilitate the Indian residents of its erstwhile enclaves in Bangladesh. For example, semi-permanent houses of 380 square feet carpet area with concrete foundation consisting of 2 rooms and a kitchen have been provided to all the residents who have come over from the Indian enclaves. They have been enrolled as citizens and provided Aadhaar cards for availing government benefits towards their basic minimum needs. The state government is also putting in place village road networks, electricity and water supply arrangements, and primary healthcare facilities for these persons, and many of the facilities are already in place. However, the total rehabilitation package in financial terms is still to be firmed up by the central government. This needs to be done without further delay. According to Cooch Behar district authorities, at least 1,000 rupees crore would be needed in the initial spell. As regards the land which the repatriating people owned in the former enclaves now in Bangladesh, the Cooch Behar district magistrate, with the help of the Indian diplomatic mission in Dhaka, has been able to prevail upon the Bangladesh district authorities concerned to prevent distress sale. In fact, most of the affected people have been able to sell their land at 3 to 4 times the normal market rate. These people have come over to Indian territory with the land sale proceeds in Bangladeshi taka, and are authorized to convert these to Indian rupees through banking facilities set up at short notice in their new settlement area. This only indicates the degree of responsiveness on the part of the West Bengal government authority. This only indicates the degree of responsiveness on the part of the West Bengal government authorities near the enclaves, as well as mutual trust and a high level of cooperation between the grassroots level officials of the two countries. It is incumbent on the highest authorities of India and Bangladesh to maintain and promote further the present level of understanding at different echelons. As far as NGOs are concerned, their role till now has been minimal in the enclave exchange process, and rightly so, except for the Bharat Bangladesh Enclave Exchange Coordination Committee, BEEC, which is a civil society-based NGO. Since its formation in 1994, the BEEC has played a significant role in projecting the problems of the enclaves and the pitiful condition of the enclave dwellers in the public domain and before the government authorities. The Indian part of BEEC, led by Diptaman Sengupta, son of a former Forward Bloc Party MLA, may be mentioned in this respect. The Bangladeshi part of BEEC has also acted as a similar pressure group within that country with coordination with its Indian counterpart. Till now, Sengupta has denied pursuing any political ambition and has gone to the extent of publicly indicating that BEEC will cease to exist when the situation normalizes. There are, however, reports from the environment that the BEEC is more interested in optics, is trying to pressure the local administration on the means and manner of relief and rehabilitation activities, and that Sengupta harbors political ambitions. Such tendencies of the BEEC need to be curbed through sensitive handling and greater proactiveness on the part of the district administration at those places where the repatriates are being settled in order to obviate any negative political fallout. Such action on the administrative front would paradoxically be in line with the public protestation of Sengupta to the effect that no private NGO should work in the region till settlement of the repatriates is over. The central government has assured the government of West Bengal that it would provide adequate financial support for settlement of the people repatriating from the former Indian enclaves in Bangladesh. A token quantum has already been transferred to the state government. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee had publicly claimed, before her government came on board vis-a-vis the LBA, that she had no issue in principle against the agreement, but that the burden of the rehabilitation of those interested in returning could not be borne by her debt-stressed government alone. The BEAC has, however, gone on record to claim that 30 rupees lakh on an average would be provided by the state government for development purposes for each acre of land foregone consequent to the LBA. But this is still to be officially substantiated. Such claims may only raise public expectations in the short term and have political ramifications that may not be desirable. The Bangladesh Liberation War. The Bangladesh Liberation War refers to an armed conflict between West Pakistan, now Pakistan, and East Pakistan, now Bangladesh, that lasted for roughly 9 months in 1971. The war resulted in Bangladesh's independence from Pakistan. Ever since the partition of India, Pakistan found itself in two parts, West Pakistan and East Pakistan, East Bengal till 1955, the two zones separated by several thousand miles of Indian territory. The two zones had differences of culture, language, art, and music. The West began dominating the East zone from the beginning. Table 43.5 Economic exploitation. Between 1948 and 1960, East Pakistan produced 70% of all Pakistan's exports, while its share of import earnings was 25%. In 1948, East Pakistan had 11 textile mills, West Pakistan only 9. In 1971, in West Pakistan, textile mills were about 150 in number, while in East Pakistan, there were 26. According to 1971 exchange rates, about US $2.6 billion of resources were transferred over time from East to West Pakistan. Although East Pakistan accounted for a majority of the country's population, political power remained firmly in the hands of West Pakistanis, specifically the Punjabis. Since a straightforward system of representation based on population would have concentrated political power in East Pakistan, the West Pakistani establishment came up with a one-unit scheme, where all of West Pakistan was considered one province. This was solely to counterbalance the East Wing's votes. Ironically, after the East broke away to form Bangladesh, the Punjab province insisted that politics in West Pakistan now be decided on the basis of a straightforward vote, since Punjabis were more numerous than the other groups, such as Sindhis, Pashtun, or Balochs. Close ties existed between East Pakistan and West Bengal, one of the Indian states bordering Bangladesh, as both were composed mostly of Bengalis. West Pakistan viewed East Pakistani links with India unfavorably, as relations between India and Pakistan had been very poor during the Cold War period. Bangla was used in East Pakistan while Urdu mainly in West Pakistan. The situation reached a climax when in 1970 the Awami League, the largest East Pakistani political party, led by Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, won a landslide victory in the national elections. The party won 160 of the 162 seats allotted to East Pakistan and thus a majority of the 300 seats in the National Assembly. This gave the Awami League the constitutional right to form a government. However, Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, the leader of the Pakistan People's Party, refused to allow Rahman to become the Prime Minister of Pakistan. Instead, he proposed the idea of having two prime ministers, one for each wing. The proposal elicited outrage in the East Wing, already chafing under the other constitutional innovation, the one-unit scheme. Bhutto also refused to accept Rahman's 6 points. On March 3, 1971, the two leaders of the two wings along with the President General Yahya Khan met in Dhaka to decide the fate of the country. Talks failed. Sheikh Mujibur Rahman called for a nationwide strike. He demanded the immediate lifting of martial law, immediate withdrawal of all military personnel to their barracks, an inquiry into the loss of life, an immediate transfer of power to the elected representative of the people before the assembly meeting on March 25. General Tika Khan was flown into Dhaka to become governor of East Bengal. East Pakistani judges, including Justice Sadiq, refused to swear him in. MV Swat, a ship of the Pakistani Navy carrying ammunition and soldiers, was harbored in Chittagong port, and the Bengali workers and sailors at the port refused to unload the ship. A unit of East Pakistan Rifles refused to obey commands to fire on Bengali demonstrators, beginning a mutiny of Bengali soldiers. Between the 10th and the 13th of March, Pakistan International Airlines cancelled all their international routes to urgently fly government passengers to Dhaka. These government passengers were almost all Pakistani soldiers in civilian dress. On the night of March 25th, Pakistan Army began a violent effort to suppress the Bengali opposition. In Bangladesh and elsewhere, the Pakistani actions are referred to as genocide. Before carrying out these acts, all foreign journalists were systematically deported from East Pakistan. Bengali members of military services were disarmed. The operation was called Operation Searchlight by Pakistani Army and was carefully devised by several top-ranked army generals to crush Bengalis. Although the violence focused on the provincial capital, Dhaka, the process of ethnic elimination was also carried out all around Bangladesh. Residential halls of University of Dhaka were particularly targeted. The only Hindu residential hall, the Jagannath Hall, was destroyed by the Pakistani armed forces, and an estimated 600 to 700 of its residents were murdered. Hindu areas all over the region suffered particularly heavy blows. By midnight, Dhaka was literally burning, especially the Hindu-dominated eastern part of the city. Time magazine reported on August 2, 1971, the Hindus, who account for 3/4 of the refugees and a majority of the dead, have borne the brunt of the Muslim military hatred. The violence unleashed by the Pakistani forces on March 25, 1971, proved the last straw to the efforts to negotiate a settlement. Following these outrages, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman signed an official declaration that read as follows: Today Bangladesh is a sovereign and independent country. On Thursday night, West Pakistani armed forces suddenly attacked the police barracks at Razarbag and the EPR headquarters at Palkhana in Dhaka. Many innocent and unarmed have been killed in Dhaka city and other places of Bangladesh. Violent clashes between EPR and police on the one hand and the armed forces of Pakistan on the other are going on. The Bengalis are fighting the enemy with great courage for an independent Bangladesh. May God aid us in our fight for freedom. Joy Bangla. Source: The History of the Liberation Movement in Bangladesh by J.S. Gupta. Sheikh Mujib also called upon the people to resist the occupation forces through a radio message. Mujib was arrested on the night of 25 to 26 March 1971 at about 1:30 a.m. as per Radio Pakistan's news on March 29, 1971. As political events gathered momentum, the stage was set for a clash between the Pakistan Army and the Mukti Bahini and the other. As political events gathered momentum, the stage was set for a clash between the Pakistan Army and the Mukti Bahini and the other forces. The war ended on December 16, 1971. Lieutenant Gen Niazi surrendered to the head of the combined forces, Lieutenant Gen Jagjit Singh Arora. After Pakistan's surrender late in 1971, people in Bangladesh rejoiced at their liberation. This was followed by the need for international acceptance for Bangladesh, as only a few countries recognized the new nation. Bangladesh sought admission into the UN, most members voting in its favor, but China vetoed recognition as Pakistan was its key ally. However, the United States grudgingly recognized it. To ensure a smooth transition, in 1972 the Shimla Agreement was signed between India and Pakistan. The treaty was a watershed in the history of the South Asian region, as it ensured that Bangladesh would be officially recognized by Pakistan and its principal allies in exchange for the return of the Pakistani POWs. As a gesture of goodwill, nearly 200 soldiers who were wanted for war crimes by Bengalis were also pardoned by India. The accord also gave back more than 13,000 km of land that Indian troops had won in West Pakistan during the war, holding on to a few strategic places, most notably Kargil. 4. India-Sri Lanka relations. Sri Lanka has been one of India's assertive neighbors. Though the bilateral relationship weathered many potentially destabilizing storms and even touched bottom in the mid-1980s, yet never did they reach a point of saturation or complete disruption or breakdown. That both the countries have developed adequate strength to withstand the stresses and strains is a notable feature of their bilateral relations. There have been shifts and changes in the pattern of relationship marked by mutual differences, irritants, cooperation, and friendship. There are 5 important factors that have determined the relationship. First, the geostrategic configuration of both the countries has been the most compulsive factor in their relations. India is Sri Lanka's closest neighbor, separated only by a narrow stretch of waters in the Pak Strait covering about 20 miles. The implication of such a close proximity is that developments in each country have affected the other. Their bilateral relations have been influenced accordingly. The geostrategic factor is significant. Sri Lanka is located in what Prime Minister D.S. Senanayake called the strategic highway. Its centrality in the Indian Ocean has had strategic advantages and disadvantages. While the island's location increased its vulnerability mostly during the Cold War period marked by the militarization of the Indian Ocean, it has also been an asset from the standpoint of Sri Lanka's foreign and security policy. Buttressed by a strategically important natural harbor in Trincomalee in the eastern province, Sri Lanka had used its location to neutralize India's position by cultivating extra-regional powers and even expressing its desire to give base facilities especially to the United States in the 1980s. India is always worried about the harbor's status. Its occupation by any external power is considered as a threat to its security. Second, asymmetry of power between India and Sri Lanka is also a factor in their relations. India is over 50 times more than Sri Lanka in terms of area and population. Unlike India, Sri Lanka has a very small economic and technological base. Tea and tourism industries form a mainstay of the Sri Lankan economy. The country's military strength is inadequate even to protect its national security. The asymmetrical power factor made the Sinhalese ruling elite deeply suspicious of India in the past. They looked upon India as, in the words of Ivor Jennings, a mountain that might, at any time, send down destructive avalanches. J.R. Jayewardene, former president, said in 1954 that history has shown that adventurers and men with imperialistic ideas may at any moment gain control of the reins of government in a state, and if that happens in India, the smaller nations that are her neighbors would have to seek protection not from external aggression but from Indian aggression. Third, Sri Lanka's historical antecedents formed a factor in its relations with India. The island's history is integrated with that of India, which played a significant role in shaping the course of events in the past. India's strong influence, or Indianness, is quite evident in the Sri Lankan society. As a result, Sri Lanka has always felt the need to assert its separate identity in the foreign policy arena. In this context, the memories of frequent Tamil invasions from Tamil Nadu and destruction of the Sinhalese Buddhist civilization and the cross-boundary ethnic linkages between the Tamils across the Pak Strait have created a fear complex in the minds of the majority Sinhalese. Fourth, given its strong ethnic linkages and geographical proximity with the island, Tamil Nadu has always showed an interest in India-Sri Lanka relations. Successive governments in Delhi could not ignore the views and sentiments of Tamil Nadu because of its being a politically sensitive and articulate state. The national political parties have had their electoral interest, and this makes them work under pressure for Tamil Nadu often. 3 incidents can be quoted here. India signed the 1964 agreement on repatriation of the stateless Indian Tamils totally against the wishes of Tamil Nadu. Similarly, the 1974 agreement on Kutch Chettivu was contrary to the dominant wishes of the state. In the mid-1980s, while responding to Tamil Nadu's demand for a direct Indian role in the conflict, the central government rejected the state's pressure to undertake a military intervention with the objective of creating a separate Tamil elam. It shows the limitations of Tamil Nadu in influencing India-Sri Lanka relations. Finally, understanding at the level of political leadership and regime has been an important factor in India-Sri Lanka relations. Evidently, the Congress regime in India and the Sri Lanka Freedom Party (SLFB) government in Sri Lanka have always enjoyed good relations. On the contrary, the United National Party (UNP) leaders did not enjoy a good rapport with the Congress leaders, but they enjoyed mutual understanding with the non-Congress leaders. Thus, the relations remained cordial when the Congress and the SLFB were in power in India and Sri Lanka respectively. Both the countries faced difficulties and irritants under the UNP and Congress regimes. At the same time, the relationship was cordial under the UNP government headed by President Jayawardene and Janata Party government led by Prime Minister Morarji Desai. The relations between India and Sri Lanka can be reviewed as follows. Decades of differences 1948 to 63. Three issues dominated the bilateral relations in the first phase. The ticklish issue was related to the statelessness of Indian Tamils who went to the island during the British colonial period to work on the plantations. The future political status of the Indian Tamils had loomed large as an issue in the politics of Sri Lanka even during the colonial period. However, it attained highly emotive dimensions only since 1948 when the Sinhalese ruling elite undertook measures to progressively whittle down the basic political rights of the Indian Tamils. Perceiving the Indian Tamil votes as a major threat to the electoral prospects of the UNP, the Sri Lankan government under the UNP Prime Minister D.S. Senanayake enacted Citizenship Acts of 1948 and 1949. They were made rigid and restrictive primarily to deny citizenship to all those who were not indisputably indigenous. The majority of the Indian Tamils found it difficult to comply with the provisions of the legislation and thus became stateless. In this atmosphere of disagreement, both India and Sri Lanka conducted bilateral negotiations in the 1950s to arrive at a working compromise on the status and rights of the Indian Tamils. Following the official talks in January 1954, Prime Minister Nehru and Premier John Kotelawala signed an agreement which inter alia stated that Sri Lanka agreed for the expeditious registration of stateless persons as its citizens under the Indian and Pakistani Residence Citizenship Act of 1949. Those Indian Tamils who were not registered as Sri Lankan citizens would be allowed, if they so desired, to register themselves as Indian citizens in accordance with the provisions of Article 8 of the Indian Constitution. The pact, however, was not implemented scrupulously. The dispute over Kachetivu, a tiny barren island in the Palk Strait, formed another source of bilateral discord. All historical evidence shows that the island formed a part of the zamindari of Raja of Ramnad in Tamil Nadu. At the same time, Sri Lanka did not have sufficient evidence to show that the island belonged to it. However, the Sri Lankan government made a claim on the ground that its ownership of the island was tacitly accepted by the British Indian government. While disagreeing with Sri Lanka, successive Indian leaders showed apathy and indifference towards the territorial dispute. Nehru and his successors underplayed the dispute in the interest of bilateral relations. However, the dispute remained unresolved until 1974. The third bilateral issue during the first phase of relations was related to security perceptions. The successive Sri Lankan leaders had perceived India to be a potential threat to the island's security. On this ground, they justified the 1947 Sri Lanka-UK Defence Agreement. Prime Minister Nehru tried to allay the unjustified fears of Sri Lanka by assuring the UNP leaders of India's goodwill and peaceful intentions. The fact that Sri Lanka was not convinced of India's assurance and remained baselessly suspicious of its intentions showed Colombo's extra-strategic considerations in pursuing a kind of defense policy that Senanayake and Kotelawala preferred. The policy demonstrated their desire to counterpoise India's preeminence through a strategy of military cooperation by using the country's locational advantage in the Indian Ocean. The 1947 defense agreement with Britain was an example of this. Resolving the disputes 1964 to 82. The second phase of India-Sri Lanka relations was noteworthy for the resolution of bilateral problems. Solutions to two contending problems, statelessness of the Indian Tamils and Kachetivu, were found in 1964 and 1974 when the Congress Party and the SLFP were in power in India and Sri Lanka respectively. The Sirimavashastri Pact of 1964 began the process of resolving the stateless question. The pact stated that out of 9.75 lakh stateless persons in the island, Sri Lanka would grant citizenship to 3 lakh along with their natural increase, while India agreed to accept repatriation to India of 5.25 lakh people, together with their natural increase after granting its citizenship to them. The future status of the remaining 1.5 lakh stateless persons, it was agreed, was to be the subject of a separate agreement between the two governments. The agreement also laid down that both the processes of granting Sri Lankan citizenship and the repatriation to India would have to be completed in 15 years. The duration was extended to 17 years in 1973, and would have to be as evenly phased as possible. As regards the residue stateless people numbering 1.5 lakh, India and Sri Lanka agreed to share them in equal numbers under the Agreement of 1974. The June 26, 1974 agreement accepted Sri Lankan claim over the Kochativi island, though the Indian fishermen and pilgrims were allowed to travel to the island without any visa. The 1976 maritime agreement between the two countries stated that the fishing vessels and fishermen of the country shall not engage in fishing. Thus, the agreement introduced a new irritant in Sri Lanka-India relations. Troubled years 1983–90. The July 1983 ethnic violence in Sri Lanka and the subsequent civil war between the Sri Lankan army and the LTTE have made a decisive impact on the bilateral relations. India's expression of concern over the killing of innocent civilians and its strong desire to protect the interest of Sri Lankan Tamils had created a strong sense of fear in the minds of the Sri Lankan government. To argue that the Indian intervention was creating a separate elam drove the Sri Lankan leadership to undertake a global search for security in 1983–84. What annoyed India more was Sri Lanka's strategic gestures to the West against India's security sensitivities. In desperation to win U.S. support, the Jayewardene administration allegedly extended refueling and recreation facilities to visiting U.S. naval ships. It sought to make itself closer to the Western strategic interests by granting a contract for leasing of oil storage tanks in the strategic harbor of Trincomalee to a Singapore-based U.S. company. Furthermore, Sri Lanka entered into an agreement with the U.S. in December 1983 to set up a powerful Voice of America (VOA) station in the island. It was expected to be the largest radio station with a powerful transmission facility established outside the U.S. India's apprehension was that the VOA could be used for intelligence purpose for the U.S. Navy in the Indian Ocean. Not only these, Jayewardene tried to seek Britain's direct involvement in the conflict by giving a fresh lease of life to the 1947 Defence Agreement. India's firm and categorical stand against external involvement in Sri Lanka frustrated, to a large extent, Sri Lanka's frantic move to build up a strategic design and nexus in the region aimed at countervailing India. Though many countries, including the UK, the US, China, and Pakistan, supplied arms or allowed military sales, but none of them was prepared to become Sri Lanka's strategic partner in a real sense. Amidst the bilateral strategic differences, India played a direct role in resolving the conflict since 1984. It adopted a two-pronged strategy of persuasion and coercion both against the Sri Lankan government and the Sri Lankan Tamil groups so to evolve a visible structure of political settlement through negotiations. The sustained and prolonged negotiations under Indian mediation resulted in a bilateral peace accord which Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi and President Jayewardene signed on July 29, 1987. Since it was primarily for this assistance that Jayewardene carved out an intervener for India, the request came immediately. India sent a contingent of peacekeeping force of about 8,000 men on July 30, 1987. Their number rose to around 1 lakh in course of a full-scale military operation which began against the LTTE in mid-October 1987. The cost of intervention was heavy for the intervener as well as the LTTE. More than 1,200 soldiers, including a good number of officers, were killed and about 2,500 injured. India spent more than $180 million on the operation. The LTTE also suffered a heavy loss. Above all, several hundreds of civilians were dead or injured in the IPKF-LTTE war. Nevertheless, for India, the IPKF operation turned out to be a thankless venture. Hated by the Sri Lankan Tamils and the Sinhalese alike, the IPKF was characterized as an army of occupation by the Premadasa regime. India protected Sri Lanka's national interest at its own heavy cost, but the Sinhalese refused to acknowledge and appreciate its sacrifice. Instead, the Premadasa government successfully used all unceremonious means to send the IPKF off the island, restoring friendship since 1991. India's current stand on the ethnic conflict is characterized by its non-involvement and, at the same time, continued interest in the conflict. While refusing to play any direct role in the conflict, India is supportive of the peace process. Departing from its traditional stand against external involvement in South Asia, India has extended its wholehearted support for the Norwegian facilitation of the peace process. The US, the European Union, and Japan also played a proactive role in the peace process. With the LTT, India does not want to maintain any relations. The LTT remains a banned terrorist organization in India, and its chief V. Prabhakaran has since been killed. Despite the fact that the LTT is ostracized, the Indian government seeks a political solution to the ethnic conflict through sustained negotiation. It favors a political solution within the framework of a united Sri Lanka that will satisfy the aspirations of all the communities. There has begun a period of cooperation in Indo-Sri Lanka relations. There is a growing defense cooperation between India and Sri Lanka. This was unthinkable some 2 decades ago. India supplies military hardware, shares intelligence information with the Sri Lankan Navy to contain the LTT's activities in the Palk Strait, and provides training to the Sri Lankan armed forces. Now, both the countries are engaged in discussions to conclude a defense agreement, presumably to cover all the existing cooperation and intensify their military interactions. India and Sri Lanka signed a free trade agreement in December 1998, which became operational from December 15, 2001. India has committed itself to immediately make 102 items duty-free, with 50% duty concession given to 400 items, which would become duty-free in 3 years' time. Bilateral trade has registered significant growth during the last 3 years. It has reached the US $1 billion mark, with Sri Lanka's trade deficit decreasing. In June 2002, India offered a credit line of US $100 million to Sri Lanka for buying capital goods, consumer services, and food items from India. India and Sri Lanka are member nations of several regional and multilateral organizations such as the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, South Asian Cooperative Environment Program, South Asian Economic Union, and BIMSTEC, working to enhance cultural and commercial ties. Since a bilateral free trade agreement was signed and came into effect in 2000, Indo-Sri Lankan trade rose 128% by 2004 and quadrupled by 2006, reaching US $2.6 billion. Between 2000 and 2004, India's exports to Sri Lanka increased by 113%, from US $618 million to US $1,319 million, while Sri Lankan exports to India increased by 342%, from US $44 million to US $194 million. Indian exports account for 14% of Sri Lanka's global imports. India is also the 5th largest export destination for Sri Lankan goods, accounting for 3.6% of its exports. Both nations are also signatories of the South Asia Free Trade Agreement, SAFTA. Negotiations are also underway to expand the Free Trade Agreement to forge stronger commercial relations and increase corporate investment and ventures in various industries. India's National Thermal Power Corp, NTPC, is also scheduled to build a 500 megawatts thermal power plant in Sampur, Sampur. The NTPC claims that this plan will take the Indo-Sri Lankan relationship to a new level. India is active in a number of areas of development activity in Sri Lanka. About 1/6 of the total development credit granted by GOI is made available to Sri Lanka. Lines of credit. In the recent past, 3 lines of credit were extended to Sri Lanka: $100 million for capital goods, consumer durables, consultancy services, and food items, $31 million for supply of 300 MT of wheat, and $150 million for purchase of petroleum products. All of these lines of credit have been fully utilized. Another line of credit of $100 million is now being made available for rehabilitation of the Colombo-Mattara Railway. A number of development projects are being implemented under the Aid to Sri Lanka funds. In 2006 to 2007, the budget for Aid to Sri Lanka was 28.2 rupees crores. Health projects. India has supplied medical equipments to hospitals at Hambantota and Point Pedro, supplied 4 state-of-the-art ambulances to the central province, implemented a cataract eye surgery program for 1,500 people in the central province, and implemented a project of renovation of OT at Dekoya Hospital and supplying equipment to it. The projects under consideration at present are construction of a 150-bed hospital at Dekoya, upgradation of the hospital at Trincomalee, and a US $7.5 million grant for setting up a cancer hospital in Colombo. Education projects. Upgradation of the educational infrastructure of the schools in the central province, including teachers' training, setting up of 10 computer labs, setting up of 20 e-libraries, Nanasalas, Mahatma Gandhi Scholarship Scheme for +2 students, and setting up of a vocational training center in Puttalam. India also contributes to the Ceylon Workers' Education Trust that gives scholarships to the children of estate workers. Training. A training program for 465 Sri Lankan police officers was commenced in December 2005. Another 400 Sri Lankan police personnel were trained for the course of maintenance of public order. Conclusion. Despite differences, the two countries have strong friendly ties. Both India and Sri Lanka are member nations of several regional and multilateral organizations such as South Asia Cooperative Environment Program, South Asian Economic Union, and BIMSTEC, working to enhance cultural and commercial ties. Trade has increased 4 times between 4 years, 2000-2004. India's exports in the last 4 years, 2006 to 2010, have by 113% from $618 million to $1,319 million. While Sri Lankan exports increased from $44 million to $194 million. Both the nations are signatories of South Asia Free Trade Agreement, SAFTR. PM Modi's Sri Lanka visit in March 2015 strengthened the ties and enhanced cooperation in developmental tasks. Aid to Sri Lanka Fund, for example. Tourism is another area between the two countries. V. India-Afghanistan relations. The Islamic Republic of Afghanistan is a landlocked within South Asia and Central Asia. It has an approximate population of 32 million, 42% most populated country in the world, with about 652, 0 km, 418t largest country in the world. It is bordered by Pakistan in the south and east, Iran in west, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan and Tajikistan in the north, and China in far northeast. Though an ancient country, Afghanistan's contemporary history begins with 21st century when, following the Taliban government, Hamid Karzai formed the government in December 2001. From here onward, the India-Afghanistan relations began strong and went on growing stronger thereafter. India helped Afghanistan in her reconstruction efforts, giving Afghanistan $650 to $790 million in humanitarian and economic aid, 2008. India's support and collaboration extended to rebuilding of air links, power plants, and investments in health and education sectors. The Indian Army's border organization constructed a major road in 2009 in the remote areas of the country. Earlier, India advocated and sought Afghanistan's membership of SAARC, 2005. Afghanistan became the STH member of SAARC in 2007. The cooperation between India and Afghanistan in the fields of rural development, education, and standardization brought them together, notwithstanding 2 attacks on the Indian embassy in 2008 and 2009. Terrorism in Afghanistan did not deter the cordial relations between the two. In 2011, Afghanistan signed its first strategic pact with India, about which the then President Karzai said, "This strategic partnership is not directed against any country, it is to support Afghanistan." He had also said, "Pakistan is our twin brother. India is a great friend. This agreement was signed with our friend. It will not affect our brother." Another attack on the Indian consulate in May 2014 did not dilute India's development assistance and in the rehabilitation and reconstruction of Afghanistan. In December 2015, India donated M1-25 attack helicopters to Afghanistan as part of bilateral strategic partnership to counter the Taliban. The next day, i.e. on December 25th, PM Modi visited Kabul to open the newly constructed parliament. Modi had said at that time, "It will stand as an enduring symbol of the ties of emotions and values of affection and aspirations that bind us in a special relationship." President Ghani, who has replaced Hamid Karzai, had made a comment. "Though India and Afghanistan need no introduction, we are bound by 1,000 ties. We have stood by each other in the best and worst times." On Ghani's visit to India, Modi had said that India would walk shoulder to shoulder with the people of Afghanistan in a mission of global importance, saying that Afghanistan's direct surface link to India and the rest of the South Asia and increased connectivity to sea would turn it into a hub that connected Asia's diverse regions and beyond. Share numerous commonalities. They fight terrorism together, they build nations together, they help each other together. Afghanistan is determined to fight terrorism. Terror cannot be classified into good or bad. India's friendship with Afghanistan is beyond any doubt. It gives out the essence of the song Yari Hai Iman Mera, Your Meri Zindagi. India has helped Afghanistan's economy extensively. It has invested $10.8 billion in Afghanistan as of 2012. Numerous projects are coming up in Afghanistan with India's help: steel plants, irrigation projects, electricity. India has about $100 million in the expansion of Chabahar port in southeastern Iran, which will serve as a hub for transportation of transit goods. India is constructing a new parliament complex of Afghanistan at a cost of $115 million. The building was inaugurated on December 25, 2015. Practice questions. 1. Explain clearly India-Pakistan relations. 700 to 800 words. 2. What is major dispute between India and Pakistan? Explain. 200 to 250 words. 3. Discuss Indo-Nepal relations as they operate at present. 700 to 800 words. 4. Write a brief note on 1950 treaties between India and Nepal. 200 to 250 words. 5. The relations between India and Bangladesh are at times normal and at times sour. Do you agree? Give reasons. 700 to 800 words. 6. Write a detailed note on the Bangladesh Liberation War. 700 to 800 words. 7. Discuss the Indo-Sri Lanka relations in Discuss the Indo-Sri Lanka relations in the post-Cold War period. 700. 800 words. 8. Discuss the India-Afghanistan relations. India and the global South Africa and Latin America. Are Africa and Latin America. As the second largest and the second most populous continent after Asia, Africa is almost 30.2 million square kilometers in area. It covers 6% of the Earth's total surface and 20.4% of the total land area. With 1 billion people as of 2009 in 61 territories, it has about 14.8% of the world's human population. The continent is surrounded by the Mediterranean Sea in the north, the Suez Canal and the Red Sea in the northeast, the Indian Ocean in the southeast, and the Atlantic Ocean in the west. There are 54 countries if we do not count the disputed territory of the Western Sahara. Taihi prominent continents in the southern hemisphere. Latin America is a region of the Americas. It has an area of approximately 7,880,000 sq miles, or about 3.9% of the Earth's surface. As of 2008, its population was estimated to be about 569 million. IL. Africa, pericolonial, colonial, and post-colonial. Pre-colonial Africa had innumerable polities, around 10,000, characterized by different sorts of political organizations. These included small family groups of hunter-gatherers such as the San people of southern Africa, larger, more structured groups such as the family clan groupings of the Bantu-speaking people of central and southern Africa, heavily structured clan groups in the Horn of Africa, the large Sahelian kingdoms, and autonomous city-states and kingdoms such as those of the Yoruba and Igbo people, also misspelled as Igbo, in West Africa, and the Swahili coastal trading towns of East Africa. Of the earliest Hausa states, some were Ghana, Gao, and Kanem-Bornu empires. Ghana declined in the 11th century but was succeeded by the Mali Empire, which consolidated much of western Sudan in the 13th century. Kanem accepted Islam in the 11th century. By this century, some Hausa states Kano, Jigawa, Katsina, and Gobir had developed into walled towns engaging in trade, servicing caravans, and the manufacture of goods. Until the 15th century, these small states were on the periphery of the major Sudanic empires of the era, paying tribute to Songhai to the west and Kanem-Borno to the east. Slavery has been practiced in Africa as well as other places throughout recorded history. Between the 7th and 20th centuries, Arab slave trade took 18 million slaves from Africa via trans-Saharan and Indian Ocean routes. Between the 15th and the 19th centuries, the Atlantic slave trade took 7 to 12 million slaves to the New World. In West Africa, the decline of the Atlantic slave trade in the 1820s caused dramatic economic shifts in local polities. The gradual decline of slave trading, prompted by a lack of demand for slaves in the New World, increasing anti-slavery legislation in Europe and America, and the British Royal Navy's increasing presence off the West African coast obliged African states to adopt new economies. Between 1808 and 1860, the British West Africa Squadron seized approximately 1,600 slave ships and freed 150,000 Africans who were aboard. Action was also taken against African leaders who refused to agree to British treaties to outlaw the trade, for example against the usurping King of Lagos, deposed in 1851. Anti-slavery treaties were signed with over 50 African rulers. The largest powers of West Africa, the Asante Confederacy, the Kingdom of Dahomey, and the Oyo Empire, adopted different ways of adapting to the shift. Asante and Dahomey concentrated on the development of legitimate commerce in the form of palm oil, cocoa, timber, and gold, forming the bedrock of West Africa's modern export trade. Almost the whole of Africa during the colonial period came under the Western powers. By the end of the 19th century, the European imperial powers were engaged in a major territorial scramble. These colonial powers occupied most of the African continent, continuing to create many colonial nation-states and leaving only 2 independent nations, Liberia, an independent state partly settled by African Americans, and Orthodox Christian Ethiopia, known to Europeans as Abyssinia. Colonial rule by Europeans would continue until after the conclusion of World War II, when all colonial states gradually obtained formal independence. Independence movements in Africa gained momentum following World War I, which left the major European powers weakened. In 1951, Libya, a former Italian colony, gained independence. In 1956, Tunisia and Morocco won their independence from France. Ghana followed suit the next year, becoming the first of the sub-Saharan colonies to be freed. Most of the rest of the continent became independent over the next decade, most often through relatively peaceful means, though in some countries, notably Algeria, it came only after a violent struggle. Though South Africa was one of the first African countries to gain independence, it remained under the rule of its white settler population until 1994 in a policy known as apartheid. Africa today, in the post-colonial period, has 54 independent, i.e. sovereign, nations, their boundaries drawn during the era of the European colonialism. Since the end of colonialism, the African states have frequently been hampered by instability, violence, corruption, and authoritarianism. The vast majority of the African nations are republics which operate under some form of government, mostly of presidential system. However, few of them have been able to sustain democratic governments, and many have cycled through a series of coups, producing military dictatorships. A number of Africa's post-colonial political leaders were military generals who were poorly educated and ignorant on matters of governance. Greater instability, however, was mainly the result of marginalization of other ethnic groups and graft under these leaders. For political gain, many leaders fanned ethnic conflicts. In many countries, the military was perceived as being the only group that could effectively maintain order, and it ruled many nations in Africa during the 1970s and early 1980s. During the period from the early 1960s to the late 1980s, Africa had more than 70 coups and 13 presidential assassinations. Border and territorial disputes were also common, with the European-imposed borders of many nations being widely contested through armed conflicts. Cold War conflicts between the United States and the Soviet Union, as well as the policies of the International Monetary Fund, also played a role in the African instability. When a country became independent for the first time, it was often expected to align with one of the two superpowers. Many countries in northern Africa received Soviet military aid, while many in Central and Southern Africa were supported by the United States, France, or both. The 1970s saw an escalation as newly independent Angola and Mozambique aligned themselves with the Soviet Union, and West and South Africa sought to contain Soviet influence by funding insurgency movements. There was a major famine in Ethiopia when hundreds of thousands of people starved. The most devastating military conflict in modern independent Africa has been the Second Congo War. By 2008, this conflict and its aftermath had killed 5.4 million people. Since 2003, there has been an ongoing conflict in Darfur, which has become a humanitarian disaster. The African Union (AU) is a federation as of 2008 consisting of all the African states except Morocco. The union was formed with Addis Ababa as its headquarters on June 26, 2001. There is a policy to decentralize the African Federation's institutions so as to enable all the states to share their obligations towards the federation. The African Union is formed by an active union which aims to transform the African Economic Community, a federated commonwealth, into a state under established international conventions. The African Union has a democratic government known as the African Union Government, consisting of legislative, judicial, and executive organs. It is led by the African Union President and Head of State, who is also the President of the Pan-African Parliament, PP. A person becomes AU President by being elected to the PAP and subsequently gaining majority support in the PAP. The powers and authority of the President of the African Parliament derive from the Union Act, the Protocol of the Pan-African Parliament, as well as the inheritance of presidential authority stipulated by African treaties and by international treaties, including those subordinating the Secretary-General of the OAU Secretariat, AU Commission, to the PAP. The government of the AU consists of all union, federal, regional, state, and municipal authorities, as well as hundreds of institutions that together manage the day-to-day affairs of the institution. While no African nation has joined the ranks of the developed nations in the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, yet, the entire continent is not utterly impoverished and there is considerable economic variation in regions. Arab North Africa has long been closely linked to the economies of Europe and the Middle East. South Africa was by far the continent's wealthiest state, both in GDP per capita and in total GDP. Its neighbors have shared in this wealth. However, it has now been surpassed in some ways by other African nations such as Equatorial Guinea and Mauritius in GDP per capita. The small but oil-rich states of Gabon and Equatorial Guinea round out the list of the 10 wealthiest states in Africa. The temperate northern and southern ends of the continent are wealthier than tropical sub-Saharan Africa. Within the tropics, East Africa, with its long pre-colonial history of trade and development, has tended to be wealthier and more stable than elsewhere. Islands such as the Seychelles, Réunion, Mauritius, and Cape Verde have remained wealthier than the continental nations, although the unstable Comoros remain poor. The poorest states are those engaged in or just emerging from civil wars. These include the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Sierra Leone, and Burundi. In recent times, the poorest region has been the Horn of Africa, although it had historically been one of the wealthiest regions of sub-Saharan Africa. Ethiopia in particular had a long and successful history. The current poverty of the region and the associated famines and wars have been a problem for decades. Happily, the economy of the continent is opening up. It has begun to maintain a high economic growth rate despite the current global economic recession. Latin America, colonial and post-colonial era. Columbus had discovered the Americas in 1492. It was later that the European expeditions began to build a network, especially trade, and in the process converted the natives to Christianity. Spain concentrated building its empire on the central and southern parts of the Americas, allotted to it by the Treaty of Tordesillas because of the presence of large, settled societies like the Aztec, the Inca, the Maya and the Chibcha, whose human and material resources it could exploit, along with the large concentrations of silver and gold. The Portuguese built their empire in Brazil, which fell in their sphere of influence as per the Treaty of Tordesillas, by developing the land for sugar production. Following the model of the US and French revolutions, most of Latin America achieved its independence by 1825. However, Europe and the United States continued to play major roles thereafter. The independence of Latin American countries rendered many of the older colonial power structures obsolete and helped to create a new, self-consciously Latin American ruling class and intelligentsia. During the first century after independence, the elite looked towards other European, Catholic models, in particular France, for a new Latin American culture, and even if they at times avoided Spanish and Portuguese models, they did not seek input from the indigenous people. In many cases, this restructuring of economic and political realities resulted in a sizable gap between the rich and the poor, with the landed elite controlling the vast majority of land and resources. In Brazil in 1910, for instance, 85% of the land belonged to 1% of the population. Gold mining and fruit growing, in particular, were monopolized by these wealthy landowners. These great owners completely controlled local activity and furthermore were the principal employers and the main sources of revenue. This led to a society of peasants with little connection to larger political realities, which remained confined to farming and mining magnates. In Spanish America, with the failed efforts to keep together Gran Colombia, the Federal Republic of Central America, and the United Provinces of South America, a number of interstate conflicts broke out in which the interior of the countries was often plagued by the fights between federalists and centrists who ended up asserting themselves through the military repression of the opponents. The regimes were either presidential, a little liberal and rather democratic, or parliamentary, that is to say more liberal, less democratic, and more oligarchic. In both cases, the opinion of the average man was devalued. For the next few decades, there was a long process to create a sense of nationality. Most of the new national borders were created around the often centuries-old jurisdictions which had created a sense of political space, or the Bourbon intendancies. In many areas, the borders were unstable since the new states fought wars with each other to gain access to resources, especially in the second half of the 19th century. The more important conflicts were the War of the Triple Alliance, 1864-70, and the War of the Pacific, 1879-84. The War of the Triple Alliance pitted Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay against Paraguay, which was utterly defeated. As a result, Paraguay suffered a demographic collapse. The population went from an estimated 525,000 persons in 1864 to 221,000 in 1871, and of this population, only around 28,000 were men. In the War of the Pacific, Chile defeated the combined forces of Bolivia and Peru. Chile gained control of rich areas previously controlled by Peru and Bolivia became a landlocked nation. By mid-century, the region also confronted a growing United States seeking to expand on the North American continent and extend its influence in the hemisphere. In Mexican-American War, 1846-48, Mexico lost over half of its territory to the United States. In the 1860s, France attempted to indirectly control Mexico. In South America, Brazil consolidated its control of large swathes of the Amazon basin at the expense of its neighbors. In the 1880s, the United States implemented an aggressive policy to defend and expand its political and economic interests in all of Latin America, which culminated in the creation of the Pan American Conference, the successful completion of the Panama Canal, and the United States' intervention in the final Cuban War of Independence. The political landscape was occupied by conservatives and liberals, neither of whom had a social policy. Popular insurrections were often influential and repressed. 100,000 people were killed during the suppression of a Colombian revolt in 1890. Only some states managed to have some semblance of democracy: Uruguay and partially Argentina, Chile, Costa Rica, and Colombia. The others were clearly oligarchist, sometimes with a major support. Latin America was economically dependent on Europe, primarily Britain and the United States, after the mid-19th century. Independence left a place for an increased dependence on the financial investment provided by nations which had already begun to industrialize. During the Cold War period, the nations of Latin America faced numerous critical problems such as poverty and poor health. The United States hoped that the moderate Latin American governments would gradually improve their conditions. Many Latin Americans, however, rejected gradual solutions. Instead, revolts brought anti-American groups to power. Many Americans worried about the threat to American security and American businesses in Latin America. As a result, the United States helped military dictators keep or gain power in several Latin American countries. This policy aroused hostile feelings in Latin America towards the United States. Inequality and poverty continue to be the region's main economic challenges. According to the ECLAC, Latin America is the most unequal region in the world. Moreover, according to the World Bank, nearly 25% of the population lives on less than $2 a day. The countries with the highest inequality in the region, as measured with the Gini Index in the UN Development Report in 2006, were Bolivia 60.1, Haiti 59.2, Colombia 58.6, Paraguay 58.4, Brazil 57.0, and Panama 56.1, while the countries with the lowest inequality in the region were Nicaragua 43.1, Uruguay 44.9, and Mexico 46.1. One aspect of inequality and poverty in Latin America is unequal access to basic infrastructure. For example, access to water and sanitation in Latin America and the quality of these services remain relatively low. Crime and violence prevention as well as public security have become key social issues of concern to public policy makers and citizens in the Latin American countries. As of 2004, violence is the principal cause of death in Brazil, Colombia, Venezuela, El Salvador, and Mexico, and among the 5 main causes of death in the region. Homicide rates in Latin America are among the highest of any region in the world. From the early 1980s through the mid-1990s, intentional homicide rates in Latin America increased by 50%. The growing social inequality is fueling crime in the region. Countries with the highest homicide are Guatemala, El Salvador, Venezuela, Honduras, Colombia, and Brazil. The major trade blocs, or agreements, in the region are the Union of South American Nations, composed of the integrated Mercosur and Andean Community of Nations. CAN. Minor blocs or trade agreements are the G3 Free Trade Agreement, the Dominican Republic Central America Free Trade Agreement (DR-CAFTA), and the Caribbean Community CARICOM. However, major reconfigurations are taking place along opposing approaches to integration and trade. Venezuela has officially withdrawn from both the CAN and G3, and it has been formally admitted into the Mercosur, pending ratification from the Brazilian and Paraguayan legislatures. Ecuador seems to follow the same path. This bloc nominally opposes any free trade agreement. FTA with the United States, although Uruguay has expressed its intention otherwise. On the other hand, Mexico is a member of the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA. Chile has already signed an FTA with Canada. LLL. India-Africa relations. India-Africa relations date back to ancient times when Indian merchants had extensive trade along the eastern coast of the African continent. As the European expansion of Africa expanded, the trade between the two regions came to an end, not affecting the establishment of the substantial communities of people of Indian origin in Africa. It was Mahatma Gandhi who fought for the Asians and in particular for the Indians' rights in South Africa, itself ruled by the white minority government. Almost whole of Africa was under the colonial rule of the Western powers. When India obtained freedom, there were 4 sovereign states in all of Africa: Egypt, Ethiopia, Liberia, and South Africa. As India marched on its path of modernization, it gave support to the enslaved people in their struggle for liberation, recognizing, for example, the African National Congress (ANC) in 1967 and the Southwest African People's Organization (SWAPO). India's support for Africa's liberation was instant and was a part of its condemnation of imperialism and colonialism. India makes a cause for Africa, Latin America, and the rest of the developing world in its emphasis on South-South cooperation, North-South dialogue, and a liberal view on the rules of the World Trade Organization, and above all, the new international economic order favoring the developing nations. The closeness between India and Africa has grown in the past and is now growing even faster. Both have come closer through a fraternity. India is committed to the African cause, and this commitment is total. India recognizes the vastness of the African continent as also the existence of its sub-regional integration. India knows that Africa has 5 key sub-regions that are progressively working towards greater economic integration. India has taken steps through the establishment of an India-Southern African Development Community, SADC forum that links India with 14 countries from Southern Africa. Since 2006, India has linked with nations of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, through visits of ministerial delegates. Further, dialogue with 11 members of the Economic Community of Central African States, ECOWAS, has already been initiated during the African Union (AU) summit in July 2006. Even the first ministerial summit with the 20 members of the Common Market for Eastern and Southern African countries, COMESA, took place in October 2006. Another important initiative was noticed when India activated in similar ways her relationship with Eastern African countries, EAC. India has signed a Preferential Trade Agreement (PTA) and Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement with Mauritius and with the Southern African Custom Union (SACU). In addition to the above activities, there is India's support to the vision of the New Partnership for Africa's Development (NEPAD) since its inception in July 2001. One of the strategies of NEPAD is for Africa to build bridges with her development partners in order to collectively contribute to the renewal of the African continent. India has been a worthy partner in this regard. One of the largest infrastructure projects under this framework, the Lagos-Algiers Trans-Sahara Pipeline, has already attracted the attention of many major Indian companies. There is the Techno-Economic Approach for Africa-India Movement, Team 9, which signifies a specific and targeted approach to economic, technological, and scientific cooperation between India and 8 other countries in Africa. It is unique because it aims at facilitating and strengthening relations between the private sectors of India and the 8 African countries. India, through its Commerce and Industry Ministry, announced the Focus Africa program relating to countries of the sub-Saharan region, viz. South Africa, Nigeria, Mauritius, Tanzania, Kenya, Ghana, and Ethiopia on March 31, 2002, along with the announcement of the Export-Import (EXIM) policy for the years 2002 to 2007. With a view to further enhance India's trade with Africa, the scope of this program was further extended with effect from April 1, 2003 to all the other countries of the sub-Saharan African region where India has diplomatic missions, i.e. Angola, Botswana, Ivory Coast, Madagascar, Mozambique, Senegal, Seychelles, Uganda, Zambia, Namibia, and Zimbabwe, along with the 6 countries of North Africa, viz. Egypt, Libya, Tunisia, Sudan, Morocco, and Algeria. Many missions in sub-Saharan Africa are concurrently accredited to other countries in the region. The program, in effect, covers the entire African continent. Measures are being taken to boost trade with Africa. A bilateral preferential trade agreement with Egypt and SACA nations is nearing completion. Joint trade committees exist between India and the African states such as Senegal, Kenya, Zimbabwe, Ghana, Uganda, Namibia, Ethiopia, and Tanzania, along with joint economic commissions with Algeria, Egypt, Libya, Morocco, Sudan, and Tunisia. In spite of constraints such as distance, language, and lack of information, India's trade with the region has grown rapidly. The trade between India and SSA region has grown from $7,572.65 million in 2004 to 2005 to $197,053.37 million in 2007 to 2008, registering a growth of 32.34%. India's exports to the region have increased by 30.85% from $4,218.23 million in 2004 to 2005 to $83,535.94 million in 2007 to 2008, and the imports from the region have increased by 42.7% from $3,354.42 million in 2004 to 2005 to $111,517.43 million in 2007 to 2008. The areas of cooperation include information technology, telecom, agriculture, mining, and power. Bharti Airtel has announced a deal with Africa on mobile phones worth $23 million. In addition, there is the bilateral trade with individual African states. India has also provided direct assistance to a number of countries in response to humanitarian emergencies or in the context of longer-term development projects. The Ministry's Aid to Africa program provides the resources for these projects. India has responded to the requests for emergency assistance by sending food grains to Chad and Guinea, medical supplies to Côte d'Ivoire, Guinea, Niger, and the Gambia, and pumps, tents, and other relief material to Senegal. During 2006 itself, she provided an agricultural assistance package comprising 60 tractors and associated equipment to Cameroon, Benin, and DR Congo and Togo. The IT Park in Mauritius, the Entrepreneurship Training and Development Center in Senegal, the Kofi Annan Center for Excellence in IT in Ghana, and the Machine Tools Facility in Nigeria. These are some of the outstanding examples of India's technical and financial collaboration with these countries. India's aid to Africa is associated with numerous lines of credit. A line of credit of $500 million provided by India for this program is producing outstanding results. Projects worth over $200 million are already at varying stages of implementation. These lines of credit are in use to finance a diverse range of projects in the region. India is providing support to New Partnership for Africa's Development, NEPAD, through a line of credit of $200 million to assist the NEPAD's objectives. Several projects in Senegal, Mali, the Gambia, DR Congo, and Mozambique worth over $100 million are already being implemented within the ambit of this program. They include coaches and locomotives for the Dakar-Bamako railway line and tractors and other agricultural equipment for the Gambia. In DR Congo, it has supported construction of a cement plant in Kisangani and has provided 250 buses for urban transport in Kinshasa. An agreement for rural electrification project in Mozambique and another in Ethiopia is to be signed soon. A further line of credit of $250 million has been extended by Exim Bank to ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development. This will support projects throughout the 15-member ECOWAS region, promoting regional integration and creating opportunities for Indian companies to participate in the energy, telecom, railways, and other sectors in this region. Similar credits, albeit on a smaller scale, have been extended in the past to other regional institutions such as PDA Kamisa Bank. More than 131 projects worth over $10 billion were discussed during the three-day India-Africa conclave that took place on March 19, 2009. Over 900 delegates attended the India-Africa Project Partnership 2008, organized by the Confederation of India Industry (CLL), the Exim Bank, and the Ministries of Commerce and Industry and External Affairs. The main focus was given to four main areas: technology, agriculture, human resource, and energy. Indian investors were allowed to interact with key people from more than 35 African countries on one platform. India-Africa Forum summits help harmonize comprehensive framework to reinforce cooperation in a wide range of fields. 4. India-Latin America relations. India's relations with Latin American countries, LAC, have been friendly. The interaction with the LAC is at both bilateral and multilateral levels. The high-level visits complemented by officials and exchange visits have further cemented India's relations with the country. The high-level visits complemented by officials and exchange visits have further cemented India's relations with the countries of the region. In the economic field, a concerted effort has been made to enhance bilateral cooperation. As a result, India has trade and economic agreements with 7 LAC nations. We have set up joint business councils with some other countries as well. Furthermore, under Focused Loss Program, the Indian exhibitions and joint seminars are organized to discuss and explore the potential of mutual interactions. India enjoys a considered goodwill in the LAC region. At the institutional level, there are cultural, educational, and scientific exchange programs, which strengthen cooperation between the two. The science and technology collaboration between India and Latin American countries at both the bilateral and multilateral levels is being done so as to develop the capabilities of the participating countries and share each other's expertise. Some such examples of collaboration in science and technology are Indo-Brazil Agreement in July 1985. Agreement for cooperation between India and Mexico in 1975. Indo-Cuban Joint Commission, and the like. The visits of officials from the LAC to India, for example, President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva of Brazil in 2007, President Felipe Calderón Hinojos of Mexico, the foreign ministers of Cuba, Guatemala, El Salvador, and the reciprocal official visits including trade missions, prove the growing cooperation between India and the LAC, and of India to the countries of this region, have helped create an atmosphere of cooperation and understanding. Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Peru, Mexico, Panama, Colombia, Venezuela and Uruguay are India's major export markets in the region. Exports to the region include textiles and ready-made garments, drugs and pharmaceuticals, engineering goods such as bicycles and components thereof, mopeds, two-wheelers, automotive components, diesel engines, hand tools, leather and leather manufacturers, dyes, intermediates, etc. Our imports from the region include crude minerals, iron and steel and their products, non-ferrous metals, metal ferrous ores, vegetable oils, pulp and paper waste, raw wool, etc. India's imports from Latin America region have increased from $593.71 million in 1996 to 97 to $2,409.43 million in 2004 to 2005, registering a growth of 305%. India's exports to the Latin American countries have grown at a rapid pace during the last decade. The percentage share of India's exports to this region has also shown an increasing trend. India's exports to the region have increased by nearly 6 times in 10 years, 1996 to 97 to 2005 to 2006. The percentage share of India's exports to Latin America in its global exports has increased from 1.43% in 1996 to 97 to 2.88% in 2005 to 2006. The growth of our exports and the share of exports to the region in India's global exports during the last 10 years are as follows. Table 44.1 India's global exports. Values in US dollars million. Your exports percent total share to LAC growth exports percent 1996 to 478.7, 430.07, 33,469.76, 1.4397. Despite the high export growth rates and increasing share of the region in India's total exports, India's exports constitute a minuscule part of the total imports of the region. While the global imports of the Latin American region were $526 billion in 2005, India's exports had a share of just about 0.5% in the imports of the region. With the individual LAC nations, India's relations are enhancing to the benefits of the bilateral partners. India's commonalities with developing nations in Latin America, especially Brazil and Mexico, have continued to grow. India and Brazil continue to work together on the reform of Security Council through the G4 nations, while they have also increased strategic and economic cooperation through the India-Brazil-South Africa (IBC) Dialogue Forum. The process of finalizing Preferential Trade Agreement (PTA) with Mercosur, Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, and Paraguay is on course, and negotiations are being held with Chile. The Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva was the guest of honor at the 2004 Republic Day celebrations in New Delhi. The two-way trade in 2007 nearly tripled to $3.12 billion from $1.2 billion in 2004. India and Brazil want the participation of developing countries in the UNSC permanent membership, since the underlying philosophy for both of them are UNSC should be more democratic, legitimate and representative. The G4 is a novel grouping for its realization. India and Brazil are deeply committed to South-South cooperation initiatives and attach utmost importance to this trilateral cooperation between the three large, multi-ethnic, multiracial and multi-religious developing countries which are bound by the common principle of pluralism and democracy. India and Colombia established diplomatic ties on January 19, 1959. Since then, the relationship between the two countries has been gradually increasing, with more frequent diplomatic visits to promote political, commercial, cultural, and academic exchanges. Colombia is currently the commercial point of entry into Latin America for Indian companies. India's relations are both cordial and friendly with Paraguay and Mexico. India, WTO and NIO. The developing countries, ranging from Brazil, India and the Philippines to South Africa, have objections to numerous rules and regulations of WTO which prompted them to leave the WTO meeting in 2005. Speaking on behalf of the G20 bloc, the Brazilian foreign minister described the boycott of the WTO as a political victory. Sir Ronald Sanders, the trade minister of Antigua and Barbuda, had said that if the proposals of the rich at WTO were accepted, the poor countries would be condemned by their people. The Doha Development Agenda is against the interests of the developing nations. The developing nations, as India argues, condemn the developed nations of the Northern Hemisphere on the ground that they had exploited and are exploiting the countries of the developing nations. This was also the theme of the dependency theory of the neo-Marxists during the 1960s, which spoke of the core countries exploiting the periphery nations, thus leading the developing nations to poverty and backwardness. This made the developing nations advocate a new equitable economic order, which they did through NAM and the United Nations in early 1970s. India was one of the frontline nations to argue for the new International Economic Order, NIO. It was from here that the demand for the North-South dialogue began and voices of the South-South cooperation began echoing. The three major areas of objection to WTO's negotiations as raised by the developing nations, especially India, are discriminatory tariffs on goods and services between developed world and the developing world as against tariffs they use between themselves. This prevented a level playing field for all the developing nations of the world. Farm subsidies, which the developed world gives to its farmers, distort the cost structure. Agricultural production in EU and USA is heavily subsidized. Major beneficiaries of these subsidies are US corporate farmers and French farm and processing sector in the EU. With these subsidies in place, the developing world loses its advantage. Additionally, farm imports from developing world are under heavy tariff, which effectively keeps these products out. A major irritant in the trade policies have been the textile exports. Quota system effectively killed any cotton textile business from prospering in the developing world. Luckily, the EU and US relented on these policies. As of last year, this policy has been disbanded. These irritants have resulted in a deadlock in negotiations. Brazil, the most efficient agricultural products producer, has concentrated its energies during Doha ministerial discussions on reduction in farm subsidies in EU and US. India and Pakistan are concentrating on textiles and farm produce. Additional trade concessions on service sector have also been sought by India. The service sector is the key to India's future as an economic power. The developing nations expect these irritants to be removed. They want the amount of subsidies and tariffs to be cut by the developed nations, especially the 54% tariff on agricultural products, and also for US to slash 75% of its agricultural subsidies. These are unacceptable to the EU and US. In return, they have offered 39% reduction in tariffs and 53% reduction in subsidies. The above gap in what the developing countries want and what the developed countries have offered has not changed in the last 6 months of negotiations, hence the angry walkout by India's Commerce Minister from the The above gap in what the developing countries want and what the developed countries have offered has not changed in the last 6 months of negotiations, hence the angry walkout by India's Commerce Minister from the Geneva discussion, although the Western media labeled it as an astringent Indian attitude. The WTO needs to give up the rich countries' interests and must show, as an international institution, credibility, legitimacy, and transparency in its conduct. The inequitable functioning of WTO has added to the North-South differences and accordingly set a tone for a fresh look into the North-South impasse. The world economy is not that of either the US or the EU. The vast group of expanding economies, especially the emerging ones from the developing nations, are challenging the traditional international economic order. The interests of the emerging economies are not confined mainly to the attaining of profit, but relate to development and modernization. Obviously, leadership of such economies is with a group of countries which include India, Brazil, South Africa, Thailand, and Malaysia. India's position vis-a-vis the new international economic order revolves around A favorable economic system that helps the developing nations evolve an economy of development and modernization. B, an economy which does not serve as an instrument of the developed nations. C, equitable relationship between the developed and the developing nations. D, one that corresponds to the needs of development strategy. E, one that can integrate with the economies of rest of the world. India, being opposed to the asymmetric distribution of wealth, though not of resources, as created through free trade, wants to eliminate this inequality. India believes that this economic inequality creates a gap between the developed and the developing nations, a gap that leads to inequalities in other fields such as in polity, power, and position too. It is because of this inequality that India advocates the new international economic order as well as South-South cooperation so as to enable the developing nations become self-reliant. It also advocates North-South dialogue so that a feasible economic collaboration is made possible between the South and the North. Beyond the whole philosophy of the new international economic order lies the idea that the WTO should conduct itself in the manner that it benefits the developing nations in order to bring their economies at par with those of the developed nations. Until the equitable economic order is established, objections would also keep emerging against WTO negotiations, and until then, the task of countries such as India would not be over. Practice questions. 1. Give an account of Africa during the pre-colonial, colonial, and post-colonial era in its history. 700 to 800 words. 2. Analyze the history of Latin America. 200 to 250 words. 3% describe Indo-African relations, especially with regard to trade. 700 to 800 words. 4. Explain India-Latin America relations as they exist at present. 700 to 800 words. 5. Write a short note on India's perception of WTO and the NIEO. 700 to 800 words. India and the global centers of powers USA, EU, Japan, China, Russia, France, IC. Influence over events beyond their boundaries. In themselves, they influence other countries through events which occur in their own nations. A nuclear test in the United States is an event which influences, say, Russia, France, or China. These centers of power, amongst others, are the United States of America, the European Union, Japan, China, and Russia. India's relations with these countries have significance in their own right. 7. Global centers of power are countries which have I. Relations between India and the United States. President Nixon of the U.S. transformed relations with China following his Beijing visit in 1970s, which brought about China's significant role in Asia and in the world. President Reagan transformed U.S. relations with the USSR in the 1980s, contributing, though very meagerly, to the disintegration of the USSR. Can we say that President Bush transformed India-US relations when he visited India in the early years of the 21st century and brought about a transformation of India's role in the world? The answer is most likely. Bush had envisaged a much bigger role for India than his predecessors had ever thought. The Indo-US relations during the Cold War era following World War II were not very cordial and at times were grossly indifferent. The successive U.S. administrations followed the policy of viewing non-alignment of India rather critically. Dulles described India's policy of non-alignment as an immoral and short-sighted conception. This view about India's non-alignment was primarily because of our different perceptions about the world being mutually at different poles, our dispute with Pakistan, and our proximity to the Soviet Union. But with the end of the Cold War and the subsequent disintegration of the USSR, the world situation changed, and so changed the Indo-US views about each other. We began to evolve a new relationship with the world's most powerful nation, the USA. Often in the past, the love-hate relationship between the two largest democracies witnessed hesitations and prevented them from coming closer. Often adversarial feelings embedded in mutual distrust ruled the relationship. Often a step forward had led to 2 steps backwards. With suspicion having gone, the two nations are marching ahead on the road to close cooperation and friendship. The situation of the world following the failure of the socialist model of economy in late 1980s and early 1990s changed so drastically that its changing contours had an impact on India as well. India followed liberalization and privatization in its economy and consequently emerged a big economic power. India's new economy brought her close to USA, which saw India as a power emerging in its own right. The ever-growing economy of the country changed the very face of our foreign policy. We moved from the socialist model to the capitalist model, from politics to economics, from idealism to realism, from anti-Westernism to neoliberalism, and from non-alignment to independent policy. For a long time, India faced enemies at its doors. Pakistan went to war with us in 1948, 1965, 1971, and a scuffle in 1999. China humiliated us in 1962 and captured vast areas of our country. Our security was always threatened. This insecurity led us to nuclear testing. Since 1998, we have been a nuclear power. Though the existent nuclear powers, including the US, criticized and pressurized us to sign the Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT, and the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, CTBT, we managed to withstand the pressure and convinced the USA of our position as a responsible nuclear power. Within 7 years, i.e. in 2005, we found the United States not only our ally, but also our strategic partner. From the beginning of the present century, our relations with the USA are growing from strength to strength. Strategic Agreement of July 2005. On July 18, 2005, India and the US signed a landmark strategic agreement that had far-reaching consequences. There were two important facets to this agreement. First, the belated acceptance of India as a responsible state with advanced nuclear technology, which amounted to a tacit US recognition of India's status as a de facto nuclear weapons power outside the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Second, the US offered to cooperate with India on civilian nuclear energy issues. As per the agreement, the US would work to achieve full civilian nuclear energy cooperation with India as it realized India's goals of promoting nuclear power and achieving energy security. It would seek agreement from the Congress to adjust US laws and policies. The US would also work with friends and allies to adjust international regimes to enable full civilian nuclear energy cooperation and trade with India, including, but not limited to, expeditious consideration of fuel supplies for safeguarded nuclear reactors at Tarapur, Russia having expressed its inability to continue fuel supply. Defense Agreement of July 2005. The India-US Defense Agreement of July 2005 is likely to set the parameters within which the two countries could potentially cooperate with each other. The USA also approved the lease of two P-3C reconnaissance aircrafts for India and notified the US Congress of a $133 million military sale to provide logistical support for the deal that included training devices, test equipment, and spare parts. Announcing the deal, the U.S. Defense Security Cooperation Agency (DSCA) said the proposed sale would help improve the security of an important ally and strengthen the U.S.-India strategic partnership. The P-3C aircrafts, built by Lockheed Martin, would replace the Navy's Soviet Il-38 ME aircrafts, which are quickly reaching the end of their operational service life. This modernization would enhance the capabilities of the Navy, support its regional influence, and meet its legitimate needs of self-defense, said the DSCA. It said that India needed the advanced aircraft for land-based maritime patrol and reconnaissance to protect its economic exclusion zone and to guard against submarines and surface warfare ships. India and the United States also agreed to further strengthen bilateral defense cooperation and emphasized India and the United States also agreed to further strengthen bilateral defense cooperation and emphasized the importance of service-to-service ties at the meeting of the Defense Policy Group (DPG) in Washington in September 2005. The three-day meeting of the DPG, held in an extremely frank, friendly, and cooperative atmosphere, was co-chaired by the Indian Defense Secretary Shekhar Dutt and the Under-Secretary of Defense for Policy Eric Edelman. The two sides exchanged views on the international strategic and security situation as well as on the further development of bilateral defense cooperation as envisaged under the Indo-US Defense Framework Agreement inked in June 2005. Both countries view their bilateral defense cooperation as an important facet of the India-US global partnership reflected in the India-US Joint Statement of July 18, 2005. In a step-up of service-to-service engagement, India and the U.S. conducted the biggest-ever Army-level exercises near Ranikhet in Uttarakhand in January, as American officials indicated that Washington was working to open doors to high-technology transfers. A company force of the U.S. Army also conducted joint exercises with a thrust towards anti-insurgency operations in the mountainous terrain near Chubhasia. American officials said that in the coming year armed forces of the two countries would participate in more complex, patterned war games. Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty. India and the U.S. also signed an agreement to help each other investigate offenses related to terrorism, narcotics, trafficking, and other organized crimes in October 2005. The Protocol of Exchange for the Instrument of Ratification concerning the Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty was signed by Union Home Secretary V.K. Duggal and the then U.S. Ambassador to India, David C. Mulford. Speaking after the signing of the treaty, Mulford termed it as a very, very important step forward in bilateral relations between the two countries. He said that relations between India and the U.S. touched virtually every area of human activity and the U.S. would like to develop relations further. The Union Home Secretary described the signing of the protocol as yet another step in our continuing strong friendship. Agreement on cooperation in the field of science and technology. After 15 years of negotiation, India and the United States finally signed an umbrella agreement on cooperation in the field of science and technology in October 2005. The pact was signed by the then Union Science and Technology Minister, Kapil Sibal, and the then U.S. Secretary of State, Condoleezza Rice. In a press release from Washington where the agreement was signed, the Ministry of Science and Technology said that cooperation would be based on shared responsibilities and equitable contributions. India also gave assurance to the United States that it would make all-out efforts to curb money laundering and stamp out financing of terrorist activities while it laid down a roadmap for major reforms in the financial sector. At the conclusion of a joint press conference with the then U.S. Treasury Secretary John Snow pertaining to the Indo-U.S. Financial and Economic Forum meeting, the then Finance Minister P. Chidambaram said, "I have told Secretary John Snow that we are fully committed to checking money laundering as well as stamping out financing of terrorist activities." International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor (ITER) Energy Project. India's inclusion as a full partner in the ambitious multinational International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor (ITER) Energy Project was an acknowledgement of it being a responsible nuclear state with advanced nuclear technology. The decision was taken by 6 partner countries: US, European Union, Russia, China, Japan, and South Korea. The decision recognizes that India can significantly contribute to such endeavors and also is recognition that India is a country with advanced nuclear technology, including in the field of fusion research. Bush visit to India and the nuclear agreement of March 2006. Bush Manmohan Singh talks with each other when the U.S. president landed in India on March 1, 2006 produced conducive results: the commitment to democracy, to the institutions of freedom, free press, freedom of religion, independent judiciary, and the like, and the important message that the United States and India had to stand together as advocates for these institutions and subsequently provide the world with a living example of the strength of such institutions. The discussion also included issues like the war on terror, trade issues, especially the impending entry of Indian mangoes into American markets, the Doha Round conclusions, and the Agriculture Knowledge Initiative. The discussion largely concentrated around India's need for energy, its plans to dramatically enhance its ability to provide secure energy to its people, and its desire to do so in a way that avoided proliferation risks and did not create environmental problems. The American president talked about his advanced energy initiative and his hope that technologies arising from initiative could be shared with India and other countries. Under the historic nuclear agreement signed on March 2, 2006, India has agreed to classify 14 of its 22 nuclear facilities as civilian and put these under the permanent supervision of the IAEA. This should then end a 30-year-long moratorium on the sale of nuclear fuel and reactor components by the U.S. to India. The export of nuclear material, reactors, and their major components from the U.S. would require a Section 123 amendment of the Atomic Energy Act. Technically, India is a non-nuclear weapon state and does not have the full scope of safeguards. Under the terms of the Atomic Energy Act, the Congress has to approve an agreement for cooperation and needs to pass a joint resolution of approval. The nuclear deal accords acceptance to the military and the security component of the Indian nuclear program by the sole superpower and torchbearer of the nuclear non-proliferation regime, the U.S. The Indo-US deal also makes India's nuclear weapons program acceptable, legitimate, and non-threatening to the existing nuclear order, unlike those of Iraq, North Korea, and Iran. The nuclear deal envisages an alliance, albeit informal, between the US and India deriving from a real convergence of mutual security interests. The nuclear deal also seeks to enhance India's nuclear security via nuclear arms control. By agreeing to separate its large civilian and small military nuclear programs, India has acknowledged its commitment to minimum nuclear deterrence, which provides for its nuclear security interests. One of the major objectives of the United States in entering into the Indo-US Nuclear Cooperation Agreement is to bring about an early freezing of the Indian weapon-usable nuclear materials stock at the minimum possible level. India, in turn, obviously wants to retain all the accumulated inventory of such materials as well as the facilities to produce the additional material we consider essential for a minimum credible deterrence in compliance with IAEA safeguards. Obviously, each country wants to maneuver the separation plan to suit its specific objective. USA continues to be India's largest trading partner and a leading foreign investor. During 2006, the total bilateral trade in merchandise and commodities stood at $31.91 billion as compared to $26.76 billion in 2005, an increase of 17%. The total bilateral trade in merchandise and commodities during the first 9 months of 2007 stood at $29.64 billion. The US continues to be one of the largest foreign direct investors in India. The cumulative FDI flows from USA from August 1991 to July 2007 stood at $6,215 million. FDI inflows from the US constitute about 12% of total actual FDI inflows into India. The US is the leading portfolio investor in India. During 2006 to 2007, portfolio investments by USA were $2,240 million. The US is also the most important destination of Indian investment abroad. Between 1996 and March 2007, Indian companies invested $2,727 million in the USA, largely in manufacturing and non-financial services. The USA contributed 12% of India's total exports of $168.70 billion in 2008 to 2009. In the year 2008, India's total exports to the US stood at $25.86 billion, while imports from the USA were at $17.33 billion. The US has emerged as the largest supplier of arms to India, surpassing Russia and Israel, thanks largely to its Foreign Military Sales (FMS) program, under which the MOD buys military equipment following the procedure laid down by the US. There is apparently great comfort for MOD officials in procuring equipment through the FMS route, as a procedural propriety is underwritten by the US agencies. The history of the past 3 years of the Defense Trade and Technology Initiative (DTTI) of the US government, started in 2012, brought further growth of defense cooperation between India and the US. The India-US Bilateral Cooperation Agreement on Civil Nuclear Cooperation is a significant landmark in India-US cooperation, which paved the way for civil nuclear cooperation and trade between India and the West and other members of the Nuclear Suppliers Group. India-USA interactions today encompass strategic and security. India-USA interactions today encompass strategic and security issues, defenses, counterterrorism, science and technology, health, trade, space, and energy. The bilateral dialogues on a wide range of issues have contributed to the qualitative transformation in bilateral cooperation. PM Modi's 2 visits, 2014 and 2015, to the USA brought India and the USA closer. President Obama, backing Modi's Make in India program, called him a man of action. The two leaders met at various places and bilateral relations in numerous fields. Obama was the Republic Day guest in India in 2015. Now an ally of the USA, India is America's greatest friend and a strategic partner in trade, education, space, technology, and in other areas. LL. India and European Union (EU) relations. The India-EU relations can be traced to early 1960s. India was one of the first few countries to have established diplomatic relations with the EU, then the European Economic Community (EEC). The two signed the 1994 Cooperation Agreement and took the bilateral relationship beyond trade and economic cooperation. The first India-EU summit in Lisbon in June 2000 marked a watershed in the evolution of this relationship. A decision was taken to hold annual summits. Since then, there have been 4 summit-level interactions. The EU sees India as a regional and global leader, emerging increasingly on equal terms with other world powers. The frequency and intensity of India's contacts with the EU have grown since 2000. In order to provide greater coherence and focus to all the various activities being undertaken as well as undertake new initiatives, the European Commission prepared a comprehensive communication outlining in detail its views on the various areas in which a strategic partnership could be forged with India. This document examines sector by sector how current activities can be streamlined and the new actions launched. When implemented, they would be the basis of a stronger and more intensive relationship over the entire gamut of exchanges from political and multilateral, economic, science and technology, academic to cultural and civil society. During their summit of September 7, 2005, the EU and India adopted the India-EU Strategic Partnership Joint Action Plan and agreed to take positive steps to further increase bilateral trade and economic cooperation and to tackle barriers to trade and investment. Specifically, they agreed to set up a high-level trade group to study and explore ways and means to deepen and widen their bilateral trade and investment relationship and agreed to cooperate on a number of other trade-related issues. The high-level trade group reported to the 7th EU-India Summit in Helsinki on October 13, 2006 in recommending that an expanded trade partnership be developed through the negotiation of a broad-based trade and investment agreement. The EU-India Summit endorsed the recommendations of the high-level trade group in agreeing that both sides move towards negotiations for such an agreement. Following that agreement, a negotiating Directive for a Free Trade Agreement, FTA, with India on April 23, 2007 was adopted. Negotiations for this EU-India FTA were launched on June 28 and 29, 2007 in Brussels. As a region, the European Union, EUV, is India's largest trading partner with total bilateral trade worth more than $70 billion in 2008 to 2009. The participation of European companies in building India's power generation capacity will help achieve the $100 billion, $140 billion trade target by 2013 set at the 9th Indo-European Union Summit in Marseille, France last year. India is currently negotiating a free trade agreement, FTA, with the EU as well as with the European Free Trade Association, EFTA, which includes Switzerland, Norway, Iceland and Liechtenstein. The talks with the EU are in progress. The Congress-led UPA government is expected to explore better prospects of Indo-EU trade relations. The 27-member EU is also the largest investment partner of India. The EU investments in India more than doubled to $5.4 billion, $7.73 billion in 2007 compared with $2.5 billion, $3.58 billion in 2006. This figure, however, dropped sharply to $852 million, $1.22 billion last year due to recession in the European economies. Among the EU countries, Germany has brought the maximum foreign direct investment FDI into India during 2004 to 2007, accounting for about 20% of the total EU investments in the country according to Eurostat, the European Statistical Office. On the other hand, Indian investments in the EU countries have also picked up in recent years, reaching $2.4 billion in 2008, $3.43 billion from $879 million, $1.25 billion in 2007 and almost nil in 2004. Still, there is ample scope to enhance the investment inflows into India from the EU as the other 3 BRIC countries, the group of 4 emerging economies including Brazil, Russia, India and China, receive much higher FDI inflow from the EU compared with India. Brazil, Russia and China had registered FDI inflow of $88 billion, $126 billion, $52.2 billion, $74.7 billion and $32.7 billion. $46.8 billion respectively from the EU during 2006, while India had attracted only $12.3 billion, $17.6 billion in the same period. Bilateral agreements. There are a number of bilateral agreements between India and the EU. Some of these are bilateral investment protection. India has signed bilateral investment protection agreements (BIPA) with 16 of the 27 EU member states. Double taxation avoidance. India has double taxation avoidance agreements (DTA) with 18 out of 27 EU member states. Negotiations for signing DTAs with Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, Slovakia, and Slovenia are in advanced stages. S&T Agreement. India and the EU have signed an agreement for cooperation in the field of science and technology in the year 2001. The agreement also assures a predictable and secure IPR regime for the EU companies and research institutions interested in cooperation with India. A steering committee formed under the agreement to facilitate mutual discussions and exchange of views held its first meeting in Brussels on March 4 to 5, 2004. It drew up a program of cooperation (POC). Information technology. India and EU have signed a joint vision statement for promoting cooperation in the field of information and communications technology. The vision statement was issued at the India-EU summit held in Delhi in November 2001. This provides a framework for exchange of views on regulatory practices, mutual cooperation in regulatory and industry initiatives, and specific issues/projects of bilateral interest. LLL. India-Japan trade relations. India's relations with Japan, especially in trade, are expanding. Going by the number of the Japanese delegations visiting India, we may say that India figures as a significant spot on the Japanese investment radar. Japan is the third largest FDI contributor to India. Its cumulative FDI inflow to India has been tremendous. According to the data released by the Ministry of Finance of Japan, Japan's FDI in 2006 was 59.8 billion yen, $515.5 million, which has doubled from 29.8 billion yen, $254.7 million in 2005. FDI inflows in 2006 are the largest annual FDI inflows from Japan to India. The last peak was $488.4 million in 1997. So far as trade is concerned, it may be stated that the bilateral trade between India and Japan has doubled in 4 years. According to the data from the Ministry of Finance in Japan, bilateral trade between Japan and India has been on a steady rise since the year 2003. And the amount was more than doubled from $4.0 billion in 2002 to $8.6 billion in 2006, which increased by 27% from $6.8 billion in 2005. The rapid expansion of bilateral trade has occurred in both ways. In 2006, from the previous year, Japan's import and export from to India respectively marked more than 26% increase. Especially the import of petrochemical products from India to Japan rapidly increased from $544.4 million in 2005 to $1,130.4 million in 2006 and became the top import item from India to Japan, overtaking the traditional top item of gems and jewels. Japan's export to India also increased more than 26.8% in US dollar terms, mainly because the volume of each of the major items of exports, such as machines, electronics, and transport equipments, has increased substantially. Recently, Japanese joint venture companies in India are investing further and expanding production capacities for the purpose of exporting goods manufactured. Recently, Japanese joint venture companies in India are investing further and expanding production capacities for the purpose of exporting goods manufactured in India to third countries. The major trends among automobile makers are as follows. Maruti Suzuki has exported 35,000 cars, or around 6.6% of domestic sales of 527,000 units, to developing countries in FY 2005. In addition, Maruti Suzuki invests 300 billion Japanese yen, $2,564 million during FY 2005-09 to build a new production plant in Mainsar and to update the existing plant in Gurgaon. They are planning to export 200,000 cars annually from these plants. Honda Group, Hero Honda and HMSI, has exported 131,000 two-wheelers against 3.47 million domestic sales in FY 2005. Nissan Motor, which decided to build a new plant in Tamil Nadu, is also planning to export their cars manufactured in India to European countries. These trends indicate that there has been a qualitative change of the strategies of Japanese companies and that some leading Japanese companies have started considering India as a future export hub of their products. These trends are expected to further facilitate export from India in the future. The India-Japan summit-level meeting held on January 25, 2014, and Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's presence as the chief guest of India's Republic Day parade the following day marked the deepening bond between the two countries. There has been a high level of bilateral exchanges between the two countries from Manmohan Singh's visit to Tokyo in May 2013 to Abe's latest visit. Emperor Akihito and Empress Michiko visited India in November 2013, followed by the visit of the Defense Minister Itsunori Onodera in January. Clearly, a push towards strengthening the strategic partnership between India and Japan is ongoing. On January 25, 2014, the leadership signed 8 agreements. The currency swap arrangement expanded from $15 to $50 billion effective from January 2014. A. Military cooperation. To further consolidate the relation and strengthen maritime cooperation, India had invited Japan to participate in the Malabar naval exercise in 2014 despite Chinese reservations witnessed in 2007. The Japanese Coast Guards and their Indian counterparts performed a joint exercise off the coast of Kochi, and Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force (JMSDF) and the Indian Navy conducted second bilateral exercise off the coast of Chennai in January 2014 and December 2013, respectively. A dialogue mechanism between the Secretary-General of National Security Secretariat of Japan, Shotaro Yachi, and then India's National Security Advisor, Shivshankar Menon, had been instituted. Joint Working Group JWG negotiation on the Shinmewa Industries Utility Seaplane Mark II, US-2 amphibian aircraft is scheduled for March 2014. Both the countries are weighing the possibility of assembling the US-2 aircraft in India, which will provide India the opportunity to access Japanese military technology. B. Issues in nuclear policy. Despite evident proximity, one of the challenges in the bilateral relation is negotiating the agreement for cooperation in the peaceful uses of nuclear energy. Fundamental differences on CBT continue to make the negotiations difficult. While Japan underscores the importance of CBT, India reiterates its commitment towards voluntary moratorium on nuclear testing. Following the 2008 NSG waiver, India has entered into civil nuclear agreements with several countries despite being a non-signatory to the CBT. Moreover, the Indo-US Civil Nuclear Agreement of 2008 is the framework on which India wants to model subsequent agreements. Additionally, Abe is navigating through the difficult choice of Japan's position on nuclear non-proliferation and the commercial interests of Japanese nuclear businesses struggling to cope with the post-Fukushima financial loss. The agreement is also important for the French and US nuclear businesses. Their projects in India are affected since critical components for the nuclear reactors are expected to be provided by the Japanese corporations. Toshiba, Hitachi, and Mitsubishi have stakes in Westinghouse, General Electric, and Areva respectively. Nuclear lobby is exerting pressure on the political leadership of Japan to facilitate nuclear technology export to compensate for the loss post-Fukushima accident. Delay in negotiation runs the risk of escalating cost. C. Economic cooperation. While the bilateral trade figure is expanding following the 2011 Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, CEPA, it reflects trade imbalance in favor of Japan, which is likely to continue in the near future. Bilateral trade in 2012-13 totaled $18.51 billion. This figure leaves much to be desired when compared to the bilateral trade figures between Japan and China, which amounts to $334 billion despite the developments following the nationalization of the Senkaku Islands. D. Japan and the South China Sea. Japan is concerned about what is perceived as an assertive China, particularly following the developments in the East China Sea. Japan has for long relied on the US-Japan Security Alliance, but there is a school of thought which argues that US is worried about getting dragged into Japan's conflict. Following Abe's Yasukuni Shrine visit, the U.S. conveyed its disappointment, stating that Japan's leadership has taken an action that would exacerbate tensions with Japan's neighbors. Abe realizes that solely relying on the U.S.-Japan security alliance might not serve national interest in the fast-evolving regional security architecture. So the leadership is diversifying its options and strengthening cooperation with countries like India and Australia. Moreover, Abe is working hard to garner support for reviving the debate on Article 9 of the Constitution and restructuring Japan's pacifist orientation, which, if matures, is expected to redefine Japan's role in international politics. China has keenly observed the progress of the India-Japan relations that it perceives as a part of a broader attempt by Abe to encircle China. Chinese media has been restrained this time compared to the previous year following Manmohan Singh's visit, when People's Daily in May 2013 referred to Japanese politicians as petty burglars forecourting India. The Global Times on May 30, 2013 reported that Japan's wishful thinking of encircling China is just an illusion. Besides sneaking a few bargains from its competition with China, Japan does not have the strength to prevail over China's influence in Asia. Chinese media perceived the recent visit as aims at pinning down China, but hardly looks like succeeding. Then Foreign Ministry spokesperson Qin Gang on January 2014 conveyed a measured response by stating that we hope that development of defense cooperation between both countries will be conducive to peace, stability and security of the whole region. Asian Security Diamond and India. Abe, who is known for his hawkish foreign policy, is friendly towards India. It was under his leadership that Japan signed the Strategic and Global Partnership with India in 2006. His historic speech on the confluence of the two seas and his concept of democratic security diamond underscore that India is perceived as an important partner. The National Security Strategy and the National Defense Program guidelines released in December 2013 articulated that Japan will strengthen its relationship with India in a broad range of fields, including maritime security. Japan has enormous opportunity to invest since India is planning $1 trillion investment in infrastructure over 5 years. The footprints of Japanese ODA in Indian infrastructure/developmental projects are expanding. There remains no historical baggage between India and Japan. The leadership needs to address the concerns and realize the full potential of the strategic partnership. Both India and Japan continue to deepen their strategic partnership while responding to the evolving regional security landscape in the coming days. 4. India-China relations. China is India's neighbor in the north beyond the Himalayas. With its territory of 9,561,000 sq.km. and its population of over 1,170 million, 1991, it is the only country where borders touch each of the major divisions of the continent's Central, East, Southeast, South, and West Asia. The relationship between India and China is age-old, commercial as well as cultural. The two countries had experienced socio-political change, India in 1947 and China under the People's Regime in 1949, at almost the same time. The Indian National Congress had expressed its solidarity with China, and China, through Chiang Kai-shek and Mao, supported India's cause of independence. For quite a long time and until 1957, the two nations had very close ties, for example, the Panchsheel Agreement, 1954. Thereafter, China, following its ideological militancy and rigidity, strained relations with India. In late 1950s, China laid a formal claim to 1,28,000 sq.km of Indian territory, and in October 1962 she attacked and captured another 6,400 sq.km of India's territory. After its unilateral ceasefire, China had in her possession about 90,000 sq.km of Indian territory. The border dispute still continues, though the two countries are coming closer in other spheres. The roadmap for a comprehensive relationship between India and China in recent years was laid down during Atal Bihari Vajpayee's visit to China in June 2003 and a return visit by the Chinese Premier Wen Jiabao in April 2005. Since then, Sino-Indian relations have seen many developments. The two countries are engaged in constructive dialogue on a number of issues, including political, economic, cultural, people-to-people, and military cooperation. There is a much stronger thrust to learn from each other than before. Economic relations. India and China were busy netting comprehensive economic relations in the last 1 year. Sino-Indian trade has reached an all-time high and was pegged at $18.7 billion at the end of 2005. The average annual growth rate is over 30%, not to forget the near-phenomenal growth of 79% in 2004. If this trend continues, China is likely to overtake US as India's largest trading partner by 2007. At this rate, the bilateral trade will cross $50 billion much earlier than 2010. While global trade was facing a sluggish growth, the boom in Sino-Indian trade came due to a quantum push in India's exports to China last year. China's hunger for raw materials, intermediates, and components saw a big leap in Indian supply of raw materials. Exports of iron ore to China more than doubled, pushing Japan to the second place. Iron ore now constitutes around 40% of India's exports to China. The other major exports are plastic materials, steel, chemicals, and soybean oil. While India has been supplying mostly primary goods to China, value-added items, especially machinery and electrical machinery, constitute about 36% and dominate Chinese exports to India. The top 15 Chinese exports to India recorded growth between 29% organic chemicals and 219% iron and steel. Border trade, though small in volume, also played a significant role in enhancing bilateral trade and economic cooperation. Moreover, it contributes to generate opportunities for the export of commodities across the bordering provinces of the two countries. While the burgeoning trade holds good for both countries, there is plenty of scope for further enlargement of the trade basket. Towards this objective, both sides are committed to remove trade hurdles. The CLL has identified the following areas for trade enhancement. 1. Biotechnology. 2. Information technology. 3. Health. 4. Education. 5. Tourism. 6. Financial sector. To foster an all-round expansion of Sino-Indian trade, the Joint Study Group (JSG) that was commissioned during former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee's visit to China in June 2003 gave its recommendations during Wen Jiabao's visit to Delhi. The JSG in its report has identified a series of measures related to trade in goods and services and other areas of economic cooperation, and recommended their expeditious implementation to remove impediments and facilitate enhanced economic engagement between India and China. With booming trade, bilateral investments have also picked up. However, the comparative assessment is quite asymmetrical. While China is the most popular FDI destination in the world, attracting over $60 billion, India was a laggard with a paltry $4.5 billion. On bilateral front, China accounts for more than 5% of India's total FDI receipt, whereas India accounts for less than 1% of China's total FDI receipts. Indian companies have invested in sectors such as iron and steel, textiles, chemicals, automobile components, and pharmaceuticals. They are also active in service sectors like restaurants, entertainment, culture, and banking. The State Bank of India has become the first Indian bank to start commercial operations in China by opening its branch in Shanghai. Among the Indian companies that have set up joint ventures or subsidiaries are pharmaceutical companies like Ranbaxy, Aurobindo Pharmaceuticals, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, and IT software companies like Aptech, NIT, Tata Consultancy Services, and Infosys. Manufacturing houses are also making their entries. On the other hand, Chinese companies are making forays into the Indian market through investments in telecom, metallurgical, transportation, electrical equipment, and financial sectors. In fact, there is huge optimism about benefiting from Chinese expertise in the power sector, in particular, thermal power. On the whole, trade and economic relations between India and China are marked by strong political commitments of the leaderships of both countries. The structural framework of economic cooperation is being continuously strengthened and expanded. For the first time, the two countries have decided to hold regular financial dialogue between the two sides as envisaged in a Memorandum of Understanding signed during Wen Jiabao's visit. Information technology and energy cooperation. Sino-India Software Research, Education and Training Base, the first of its kind, has been established in Chengdu to replicate the success of Bangalore. The Indian IT giant Infosys is rapidly spreading its presence in China. After making a modest beginning in Shanghai, the company now plans to recruit around 6,000 programmers to run its 2 software development centers to be developed near Shanghai. Back home, Infosys has been training around 100 Chinese software engineering students at its Global Education Center, Mysore, and at Infosys Development Center, Bangalore. India's largest software training company, NIT, has already trained over 25,000 students in China through its 125 education centers. NIT is still spreading rapidly in China, its #1 overseas market. In March 2006, India's Olga University has signed an MOU with China's Zhejiang University located in Jiangxi province for offering courses to Chinese students in computer science and English. The Chinese university would send about 2,000 students to the Olga University. A desire to institutionalize cooperation on energy security and avoid unbridled rivalry to the advantage of sellers led to some high-level oil diplomacy between India and China in recent times. Notable among them was the visit of the then Indian Petroleum Minister Mani Shankar Iyer to China in January 2006. During this visit, the Indian delegation had parleys with major Chinese players such as China Petrochemical Corporation (Sinopec) and China National Offshore Oil Corporation (CNOOC), apart from the CNPC. The two countries finally signed 5 memoranda to strengthen their energy cooperation. The full-spectrum cooperation will firstly involve in upstream exploration and production, building joint ventures on seismic warning and oil and gas exploration. Secondly, there will be cooperation on prospecting and petrochemical production and marketing. The third area is the transmission of gas and urban gas supply. The two sides will also join hands on domestic and cross-border oil pipelines, unconventional oil and gas resources, the innovation and development of energy technologies, and software and information technology in energy sector. India, during Iyer's visit, also supported a Chinese suggestion for creating an Asian counterpart to the International Energy Agency to coordinate the long-term energy import policies of major oil importers in the region. Cooperation in other spheres. Being developing economies, agricultural development is very important in both countries and both sides are willing to learn from each other's experience. In March 2005, the Indian Agriculture Minister, Sharad Pawar, had visited China. Hectic parleys led to some protocols being signed during Wen Jiabao's visit. A comprehensive MOU on agriculture has been signed during the return visit of the Chinese Agriculture Minister Du Qinglin to Delhi in March 2006. The MOU identifies many areas for cooperation including exchange of information and experience of best practices in respect of crop production, horticulture, fisheries, and animal husbandry. The two parties shall establish a Sino-India Committee of Agricultural Cooperation to ensure the implementation of this MOU. The two sides are also cooperating on common environmental issues. For example, during Wen's visit, the two sides have signed a MOU that envisages provision of hydrological information in respect of the Sutlej/Langeekonomic Nzangbo River in flood season for flood control and disaster mitigation in downstream areas. The arrangement entails building of a hydrological station by the Chinese side on the Sutlej/Langeekonomic Nzangbo River before the flood season of year 2006 and provision of hydrological information to the Indian side beginning the flood season of 2006. The Chinese side will also provide information. The Chinese side will also provide information on any abnormal rise/fall in the water level/discharge. Both sides will continue to discuss the possibility of same arrangement in respect of 2 more rivers Parlung Zangbo and Lohit/Zaya-Chu. While economic relations have picked up, cultural relations between India and China are in a stalemate. The two countries have been traditionally close to each other, with very little exchanges taking place. This societal gap is probably one of the reasons for many misperceptions about each other. The leaderships of the two countries have shown eagerness in opening up their social faces. Coinciding with when Xiaobao's visit, representatives of 23 Chinese universities visited India to advertise their institutions, which are now home to 1.1 million foreign students but have only about 800 Indians among them. The aim, the representatives said, was to create awareness about Chinese universities, their curriculum, scholarship facilities, and the many opportunities available to the student fraternity. During Wen Jiabao's visit, the two sides signed a protocol that envisages the constitution of the India-China Film Cooperation Commission to strengthen cooperation and promote bilateral exchanges between India and China in the entertainment sector, with special focus on films, both features and documentary and animation. Under another memorandum, India will build an Indian-style Buddhist temple in the International Garden on the west side of the White Horse Temple in Luoyang, which is the oldest icon of India-China exchanges in the field of Buddhism. It is expected that the temple, once completed, will become an enduring symbol of the centuries-old Indian influence in China and epitomize how Buddhism from India became an integral part of Chinese culture and life. In 2005, the two countries also celebrated the 55th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between India and China. To mark the occasion, the two countries organized a series of commemorative activities. These included the Cultural Festival of China in India and Cultural Festival of India in China. In order to further promote mutual awareness and deepen the friendship between the two peoples, the two sides celebrated 2006 as the Year of India-China Friendship. While the two governments have taken the initiative, people from the two sides are also getting to know more about each other through various mechanisms. Needless to say, the business opportunities and the great power potential of the two countries have generated curiosity about each other. Journalistic coverage about each other has increased in domestic newspapers. More and more Indian journalists are living in and reporting from China. Military relations. Although the two countries abide by a series of confidence-building measures, CBMs, agreed under the 1996 treaty and the subsequent protocols, additions were again made during Wen Jiabao's visit. The 2005 protocol includes, among others, border meeting points at Kibathodamai in the eastern sector and Lipulek Pass in the middle sector, exchanges between the relevant military regions of China and army commands of India, and exchanges between institutions of training, sports, and culture of the two armed forces. In 2006, such activities have gained momentum. Both sides held joint naval exercise in December 2005 off the Kochi coast in the Arabian Sea. According to naval sources, the emphasis was on communication exercises, maneuver procedures, and exercises relating to casualty evacuation. Earlier, in 2003, Indian naval vessels had taken part in joint exercises off the Shanghai coast in China. The Chinese were also invited as observers along with other international observers during the Indian Army's war game exercises in Western Sector in 2005. A high-level Indian Army delegation led by the GOCNC Eastern Command, Lieutenant Gen. Irvin Sharma visited China in February 2006 and interacted with their Chinese counterparts. The two armies are planning more CBMs, including more sporting events along the line of actual control (LAC), so as to keep the border areas incident-free. The Indian Defense Minister Pranab Mukherjee is slated to visit China in May 2006. Hopefully, India and China will work out more interactive activities with each other. Upward trade and economic relations supplemented by a policy decision by the political leadership of both sides to focus on improvement of bilateral relations and keep the border issue aside has helped in forging better political relations between the two countries. To a great extent, high-level political exchanges at regular intervals between the two sides have also helped to bring down their differences on major bilateral issues and global issues. Witness, for example, China's new world map, which shows Sikkim as part of India, or its toned-down rhetoric on Pakistan. Similarly, India's position on Tibet is more accommodative to Chinese demands. Have also resorted to strategic dialogue to discuss in detail all issues pertaining to bilateral, regional, and global importance. 2 rounds have been concluded so far, January 2005 and January 2006. Issues such as globalization, democratization of international relations, UN reforms, non-proliferation, and regional cooperation were discussed in both these rounds. The issue of terrorism is being discussed separately. On all these issues, the two countries share a common vision and approach. Differences, however, do exist on the specifics, particularly where India and China are the parties. For example, on the Security Council reforms, while when Xiaobao did sympathize with India, China opposed tooth and nail the claim of G4 that included India and Japan. In fact, China's vociferous opposition to its Asian rivals may well now be the major obstacle to the realization of their aspirations. Similarly, while India and China have got observer status in Shanghai Cooperation Organization (SCO) and South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation (SAARC), respectively, China was not comfortable when India was invited at the East Asian Summit (EAS). Its discomfort was visible once again when the Indo-US nuclear deal was signed. Without being openly critical, China has sounded a cautious note appealing to India to give up its nuclear weapons program and join the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty (NPT) as a non-nuclear state. Border issue. Improved political relations between India and China in recent times have led to better understanding on the border issue. During Wen Jiabao's visit, the two sides exchanged views on the issue and reiterated their readiness to seek a fair, reasonable, and mutually acceptable solution through equal and friendly consultations and proceeding from overall interests of bilateral relations. The two countries also signed a landmark agreement on the political parameters and guiding principle for the settlement of the India-China boundary question. Such an agreement was necessitated as the two sides were convinced that an early settlement of the boundary question will advance the basic interests of the two countries and should therefore be pursued as a strategic objective. The agreement is not merely a political statement but carries some significant provisions. Article I, the boundary settlement must be final, covering all sectors of the India-China boundary. Article 5, the two sides will give due consideration to each other's strategic and reasonable interests and the principle of mutual and equal security. Article 5, the two sides will take into account inter alia, historical evidence, national sentiments, practical difficulties and reasonable concerns and sensitivities of both sides and the actual state of border areas. Article 6, the boundary should be along well-defined and easily identifiable natural geographical features. Article vil, in reaching a boundary settlement, the two sides shall safeguard due interests of their settled populations in the border areas. India's Prime Minister Manmohan Singh spoke to Chinese President Hu Jintao on the sidelines of the East Asia Summit in Kuala Lumpur in December 2005 about a fast-track border resolution mechanism and also emphasized on moving simultaneously on all three disputed sectors. The Chinese, on the other hand, favor a sectoral, so-called step-by-step approach, but the PM told Hu this was slackening the pace and delaying a solution. Officials said that though the Chinese president agreed to speed up the process, he still felt a final solution would take long. It appears now that the two countries are serious to resolve the border issue once and for all. Meanwhile, the institutional mechanisms to sort out the border issue are on their job. The India-China Joint Working Group and the India-China Diplomatic and Military Expert Group continue their work under the agreements of September 7, 1993 and November 29, 1996, including the clarification of the line of actual control (LAC) and the implementation of CBMs. In March 2006, India and China also concluded the 7th round of talks on the border dispute. Special Representative M.K. Narayanan and Dai Bingwa led their sides for 4 rounds of talks in a southern Kamarakam resort in Kerala. It was learned that the two sides were negotiating a package proposal on all sectors of the border. Conclusion. It might take some time before the border issue is sorted out. The good thing is that both countries are also eager to sort it out. It is probably a question of when and not how. The strategy of not letting the border issue be an obstacle in the overall improvement of comprehensive relations between the two countries has paid dividends. Relations between the two countries have improved, the political and the societal gap are being narrowed and Relations between the two countries have improved. The political and the societal gap are being narrowed and overall relations are less emotional than they were around a decade back. Hopefully, there will be many positive efforts which will serve as building blocks for further consolidation of better Sino-Indian relations. It may take a number of high-level mutual visits for Sino-Indian War is one of the largest military conflicts at such a high altitude and an example of mountain with combat taking place at over 4,267 meters, or feet. Another high-altitude conflict was the Kargil War. Of the war, India and Tibet had never clearly marked their mutual. The British survey of India mapped the boundaries of Chin, and the British government put up boundary. But administrative borders lay further south. British claimed that the McMahon Line, which was up during the Simla Conference of 1914 and agreed to Tibetans, was valid. However, because of with the British, the Qing dynasty authorities, the Republic of China refused to accept the terms by Britain. China refused to recognize the boundary grounds that Tibet, allegedly a dependency of China, the rule of the Qing dynasty, could not make treaties. Result: China did not recognize the validity of the line. Even the independence of India in 1947 and establishment of the PRC on October 1, 1949, did not resolve the border issues. And the PRC maintained good relations throughout. 1950s, focusing on the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence proposed by the prime ministers of the 2 countries in 1953. However, after the PRC occupied Tibet in 1950, the Indian government under Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru adopted a policy of aggressive military deployment in the border area. China disputed India's claim that the line of actual control was a demarcation line. Until 1962, India and China both maintained forces in the disputed area. Periodically, each side accused the other of moving troops over the border as each side tried to extend its line of actual control. A few skirmishes occurred during this time. Both Chinese and Indian sources continued the dispute until the cause escalated into war. India disputed troop movements and border claims by China. Negotiations between the 2 countries deteriorated over the following months. This transformed a boundary problem into a dispute, which then progressed into a border war. China maintained that parts of the boundaries remained undetermined and needed to be negotiated. The Indians held that previous events had already determined the boundaries and, therefore, decided to establish checkposts along them. Fighting began shortly thereafter, with both sides claiming that the other had started the aggression. Events of the war. Various border conflicts and military incidents between India and China flared up throughout the summer and fall of 1962. According to Chinese sources, in June 1962, a small skirmish broke out between the 2 sides and dozens of PLA were killed and wounded. Units of the Indian and Chinese militaries maintained close contact throughout September 1962. However, hostile fire occurred only infrequently. On September 8, 1962, a 600-strong Chinese People's Liberation Army, PLA, unit launched a surprise attack on one of the Indian forward posts at Dola on the Phagla Ridge, 3 kilometers into the Chinese side of the McMahon Line. Nehru had gone to London to attend a Commonwealth Prime Minister's conference, and when told of the act, said to the media that the Indian Army had instructions to free the territory from PLA occupation. However, Nehru's directives to Defense Minister V.K. Krishnamenon were unclear, and the response, code-named Operation Leghorn, got underway only slowly. By the time an Indian battalion reached the Phagla Ridge in the Cheidong region on September 16, Chinese units controlled both banks of the Namka Chu River. The day after, India's Chief of the Army Staff, Call, ordered his men to retake the Phagla Ridge. On September 20th, at one of the bridges on the river, a firefighting developed, killing 9 Chinese and Indian soldiers. On October 10th, an Indian military patrol moved toward the bridges of Yumsola to be met by an in-place Chinese position of some 1,000 soldiers. The patrol was forced to retreat after facing heavy fire, officially suffering 50% casualties. However, the total number of killed and wounded on the Indian side was actually higher. This date of the conflict is often given as the official start of the Sino-Indian border war. On October 12th, Nehru proclaimed India's intention to drive the Chinese out of areas claimed by India. On October 14th, Indian Defense Minister Menon called for his men to fight China to the last man and the last gun. On October 20, 1962, the Chinese People's Liberation Army launched 2 attacks, 1,000 kilometers apart, in the Chip-Chap Valley in Ladakh and the Namkachu River. After securing a substantial portion of the disputed territory, the Chinese made an offer to negotiate on October 24. The Indian government promptly rejected this offer and tried to regroup during a lull in the fighting. On October 24, 120 officers and Jawans of the Ahir Charlie Company of the 13 Kemao Regiment, almost all of them hailing from the Ahirwal region, southern Haryana, were airlifted from Hyderabad to the Chushal sector. They were deployed on the Rezongla Ridge to defend the highest airstrip in the world, located at 16,000 feet just across the Chinese claim line, setting precedents of exemplary courage in world military history. Indian forces had displayed determined, but insufficient resistance. The Indian deployment covered a large area and Indian units required an airlift for more supplies. The Indian Jawans also lacked both sufficient supplies and training for mountain combat. Some skirmishes also took place in Sikkim, at that time an Indian protectorate, at the Nathula Pass. Neither side declared war, used their air force, or fully broke off diplomatic relations. However, the conflict is commonly referred to as a war. By November 18, the PLA had penetrated close to the outskirts of Tezpur, Assam, a major frontier town nearly 50 kilometers from the Assam Northeast Frontier Agency border. Due to either logistical problems, according to Indian accounts, or political reasons, according to Chinese accounts, the PLA did not advance further, and on November 21 declared a unilateral ceasefire. The United States Air Force flew in mass supplies to India in November 1962, but neither side wished to continue hostilities. The PLA withdrew to positions it occupied before the war and on which China had staked its diplomatic claim. After the war, after India's defeat, Indian Defense Minister Menon resigned. Prime Minister Nehru also faced harsh accusations from government officials. Neither the People's Republic of China nor India officially admitted to starting the war, as accusations continued between the two governments. The Indian government commissioned an investigation, resulting in the Henderson-Brooks report on the causes of the war and the reasons for defeat. However, the Indian government has refused to declassify the relevant documents. No known commission of inquiry has reported for the Chinese side on the events that led to the war. India's defeat in 1962 led to an overhaul of the Indian Army in terms of doctrine, training, organization, and equipment. In the early 1980s, as a shift of emphasis in the Indian military, the Indian Army began to actively patrol the line of actual control, low AC. Friction began to ensue over the Chinese occupation of the Sumdorong Chu pasturage, lying north of Tawang. The Indian media gave the matter national prominence, and an angry exchange of official protests between the Chinese and Indian governments followed. The Indian Parliament passed a bill setting up the state of Arunachal Pradesh, a territory in which China claims 11 of 15 districts. In 1993 and 1996, the two sides signed the Sino-Indian Bilateral Peace and Tranquility Accords, an agreement to maintain peace and tranquility along the line of actual control, low AC. 10 meetings of a Sino-Indian Joint Working Group, SIJWG, and 5 of an expert group have taken place to determine where the low AC lies, but little progress. 10 meetings of a Sino-Indian Joint Working Group SIJWG and 5 of an expert group have taken place to determine where the low AC lies, but little progress has occurred. Recently, during the visit of Chinese Prime Minister to India, China recognized the territory of Sikkim as belonging to India. Neither the Indian nor the PRC governments appear very interested in disturbing the status quo, and the disputed boundary, called by Indians the Line of Actual Control or the McMahon Line, does not currently appear to be a possible major flashpoint. Military commissions from China and India meet regularly in the capitals of both countries to discuss the status of the border. However, they have made little progress in resolving this contentious border issue. 6. Indo-Russia relations. India and Russia are the world's preeminent examples of pluralistic, multi-denominational societies with a deeply rooted tradition of tolerance and constructive coexistence between different faiths and beliefs of great internal diversity, combined with a strong sense of national and cultural unity operating in a federal political framework. This makes for common elements in national ethos and perceptions and some common vulnerabilities as well. This dimension has also enriched the cultural heritage of both countries and helped cultural empathy. Another common element of fundamental importance is that both countries are democracies with a commitment to freedom of speech, assembly, free press, and a strong parliament and judiciary. Also of great relevance is the fact that both India and Russia have large and rapidly growing economies with very substantial human and natural resources augmented by new strengths generated through reform and liberalization, emergence of active entrepreneurship and strong science and technology traditions and capabilities. This creates large and significant possibilities for mutually beneficial economic and S&T cooperation. The post-Gorbachev period witnessed a qualitative change in Indo-Russian relationship. The traditionally friendly and cooperative relations between India and Russia are marked by stability and continuity. The importance of India's relations with Russia enjoys a consensus cutting across party lines both in India and Russia. Mutually beneficial Indo-Russian cooperation is multifaceted, encompassing areas such as trade and economy, culture, science and technology, defense and military technical cooperation, peaceful uses of atomic energy, and outer space. Indo-Russian Strategic Partnership. A declaration on strategic partnership between India and the Russian Federation was signed during the state visit of President Putin to India in October 2000. This is a document of cardinal significance and marks a new step forward in the elaboration of the principles of our bilateral relations. It lays down the broad contours of bilateral relations between India and the Russian Federation in the 21st century. It envisages a closer and deeper level of cooperation in all areas of mutual interest. The tradition of high-level exchanges between the two countries continues. Regular annual exchange of summits is an important dimension of Indo-Russian strategic partnership. Annual summit-level exchanges not only demonstrate the continued desire of the two sides to further build upon the strategic partnership relations, but also offer an opportunity to conduct a comprehensive bilateral dialogue at the highest political levels. Defense and military technical cooperation. Defense cooperation goes back 40 years and substantial acquisitions have been made over this period. A major part of the inventories of the armed forces of India is of Russian origin. The tempo of acquisition has progressively increased as indicated in the large items such as T-90 tanks, frigates, Sukhoi aircraft, and the purchase of the aircraft carrier Admiral Gorshkov. Average annual acquisitions over the last 10 years are estimated at $1 billion. Prospective purchases will enhance this figure. A vitally important dimension of defense cooperation is that it is no longer a mere buyer-slash-seller relationship but involves, to an increasing extent, technology transfer as well as joint design, development, production, and marketing. Space cooperation. Peaceful exploitation and use of outer space is a traditionally important area of cooperation. India's first-generation satellites in the 70s and 80s were launched from a Soviet cosmodrome. Among the high points of cooperation was the joint space flight in 1984. Since then, India has built very substantial launch capabilities of its own as demonstrated in the Polar and Geostationary Satellite Launch Vehicles, PSLV and GSLV. Russian cryogenic engines were an important element in the third stage of the latest and largest launch vehicle, GSLV. India is ready to develop new areas of cooperation. An interagency memorandum of understanding on space cooperation was signed during the visit of the Russian Prime Minister to India in November 2003. During the visit of President Putin to India in December 2004, the following two bilateral documents were signed. Agreement on cooperation in the study and use of space for peaceful purposes, and 2. Agreement on long-term cooperation in joint development and use of the Russian Global Navigation Satellite System, GLONASS, for peaceful purposes. International terrorism. India and Russia share a common resolve to fight terrorism. The two sides have reaffirmed that global terrorism in all its forms and manifestations constitutes one of the most serious threats to international peace and security, and condemned in the strongest terms all acts of terrorism irrespective of their motivation whenever and by whomsoever committed. They underscore that there can be no justification for terrorism on any grounds, including ideological, religious, racial, ethnic, or any other. They believe that the fight against terrorism has to be long-term, sustained, and comprehensive. In this regard, they emphasize the need for giving substance and credibility to the global fight against terrorism and avoid selective approaches and political expediency. With the recent targeting of open societies around the world, Russia and India, as two large and influential democracies, have reasons to be concerned about the vulnerability of democracies to terrorist attacks, because terrorism exploits the strengths of democracies such as the protection of human rights, freedom of expression and movement. Both countries welcome the unanimous adoption of the UN Security Council Resolution 1566, piloted by the Russian Federation. Energy. Cooperation in this field is yet another area of great potential and mutual interest. Russia is among the world's leading producers and suppliers of energy. India is one of the largest and fastest-growing markets for energy. Successful cooperation in the Sakhalin and Kudankulam project underlines the synergy in this sector. Indo-Russian cooperation could cover upstream and downstream projects and other aspects. India is ready to invest in the Russian energy sector on this basis, taking into account India's experience in overseas investment. Considering the expanding energy requirements of India, both sides have stressed the need for employing resources that are environment-friendly and available in sufficient quantities. Nuclear power plants offer a pollution-free and substantial source of energy to provide for sustainable development. Both sides are determined to continue their cooperation in the field of nuclear energy, incorporating innovative technologies to ensure energy security with due regard to their commitments to non-proliferation norms. Tourism. India and Russia mutually offer very attractive and cost-effective tourist destinations. A good beginning has been made in exploiting these possibilities. The current focus is on Goa, as against 18,000 tourists in 2003. The present projected traffic is about 40,000, organized through frequent charter flights from Moscow and other points in Russia. Other destinations of interest in India, including wildlife sanctuaries, adventure tourism sites, the Himalayan areas, the deserts of Rajasthan, etc., are now being considered by Russian tourists. It is expected that the trade between the two countries would touch the figure of about $10 billion by 2010 from $5.3 billion in 2008. The 10th session of the Indo-Russian Intergovernmental Commission on Trade, Economic, Scientific, Technological, and Cultural Cooperation (IREC) was held in New Delhi on November 18 to 19, 2004. Both the countries agreed to diversify bilateral relationship by covering areas such as space, information and telecommunications, pharmaceuticals, biotechnology, machinery and equipment, tourism, oil and gas, thermal, hydro and nuclear energy for power production, etc. The two sides also underlined the need to synergize the capabilities in the area of high technology. The two sides are also committed to creating a favorable environment for the business sectors of the two countries to engage with each other on a sustained basis. Following Modi's assuming power, the visit of President Putin to India in December 2014 brought India-Russia closer. Trade and energy cooperation dominated the talks as they had a target of $30 million by 2025 and equal investment in each other's economy. In the annual summit between India and Russia in 2014, the two sides honored a total of 16 agreements and memorandum of understanding on various fields. Ville. India-France relations. President François Hollande's visit is the fifth such by a French leader to have been honored as the chief guest at President François Hollande's visit is the fifth such by a French leader to have been honored as the chief guest at the Republic Day, more so than any other country. Equally significant, this was his second state visit. The first was in 2013, a trend that was started by his predecessor, Nicolas Sarkozy, who was chief guest at the 2008 Republic Day and returned for another state visit in 2010. With corresponding visits by Indian prime ministers, this annual summitry highlights the expanding areas of cooperation and convergence between the two countries. A snapshot of India-French ties. In recent years, India has entered into more than 36 strategic partnerships, but France remains the original one. President Jacques Chirac had a long-standing interest in India and undertook 3 visits to India in 1976, 1998, and 2006, the only leader to have been chief guest at the Republic Day twice. First as Prime Minister in 1976 and then as President in 1998. The second visit saw the establishment of the strategic partnership, which was tested months later in May when India conducted a series of nuclear weapon tests. France was the first major power to open a dialogue with India. Within weeks, Brajesh Mishra was in Paris as special envoy of Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Mr. Chirac not only gave the Indian team a patient hearing, but also responded with a keen appreciation of India's security predicament arising from the unbridled nuclear proliferation that had taken place in our neighborhood. He designated Ambassador Gerard Arora as the interlocutor, and the dialogue grew in scope as the French focused on developing an understanding about our perceptions while they shared their thinking about the Balkan conflict, the risks of U.S. triumphalism, and the worries about a resurgent nationalism in Russia. B. Key elements in Indo-French strategic partnership. The strategic dialogue has become institutionalized at the level of the national security advisors. The agenda has also expanded to include counterterrorism, intelligence sharing, and cybersecurity issues, in addition to the original nuclear, space, and defense-related matters. The 57-paragraph-long joint statement covers these and also a wide range of other areas of cooperation: climate change and sustainable development, economic cooperation, urban development, human resource development, heritage preservation, and cultural cooperation. The terrorist attacks in 2015 on the Charlie Hebdo office in January and at multiple locations in Paris in November 2015 have changed the way France looks at global terrorism. There is a realization of vulnerability on account of the alienation in the French Muslim community. Radicalization and the growing appeal of the ideology of global jihad is now perceived as a real threat. This resulted in a standalone joint statement on counterterrorism which seeks to do away with the caste system in terror strikes. If New York, London, and Paris were horrific, so must Mumbai, Beirut, and Nairobi be, and the statement makes that point effectively. See nuclear cooperation and energy relationship. A push has been given to the Jaidapur nuclear plant negotiations by seeking to conclude these by the end of 2016. Coupled with the affirmation that there will be 6 European pressurized reactors, which should help in bringing the cost to below $5 billion for each reactor. To mark 50 years of India-France space cooperation, new projects for cooperation between the Indian Space Research Organization and the French government space agency Centre National d'Études Spatiales (NIS) have been announced, dealing with environment and weather monitoring, mapping of water resources, and a joint thermal infrared Earth observation mission. The implementation of the announcement made during Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Paris in April 2015 about the decision to purchase 36 Rafale combat aircraft in a flyaway condition has been taken forward by signing a Memorandum of Understanding (MOU), which freezes the technical parameters, weapon payloads, and lifetime servicing and spares needed. It is expected that the negotiations of the financial terms will be concluded in coming months. More significant are the joint ventures, JV, proposed to be set up between private sector entities in both countries that can provide a much-needed boost to Make in India in defense. This should give greater content to the Agreement on Defense Cooperation originally signed in 2006 and now extended till 2026, providing a framework for cooperation in defense production, research and development, and procurement of defense materials. D. Emerging areas of cooperation. Among the emerging areas of cooperation are homeland security, cybersecurity, special forces like the National Security Guard and its French counterpart GGN, and intelligence sharing to tackle the common threats of terrorism and global criminal networks. Closely linked are concerns about internet governance, surveillance by external powers, and the dominance of U.S. companies in this field. Maritime security in the Indian Ocean region is another sector ripe for greater cooperation given French presence by virtue of its territories, the Reunion Islands, for maintaining safety of sea lanes, tackling piracy, and enhancing maritime domain awareness. E. Areas lagging in the India-France relationship. Cooperation in strategic areas is growing, and the government-to-government relationship is the principal driver for this. 2 areas that have been lagging are economic and trade relations as well as the people-to-people exchanges. The 2016 Hollande visit has sought to fix these by announcing a range of new measures. Bilateral trade between the two countries has been languishing at $8 billion, well below potential. French foreign direct investment has picked up and there are more than 800 French enterprises operating in India. These include industry leaders like Alstom, Airbus, Schneider, Alcatel, Total, BNP Paribas, L'Oréal, Renault, Sanofi Aventis, Veolia, Engie GDF Suez, Thales, Vinci, etc. Capgemini, an IT major, has a large workforce in India. With a large number of MoUs signed in sectors like urban development, solar energy, sewage and sanitation, urban transport including railways, water supply and entertainment, there appears to be a determined effort to make the business-to-business link more robust. Dovetailing the Smart Cities initiative is a good move in this regard. Nagpur, Chandigarh, and Puducherry have been identified as 3 cities where French technical assistance and funding has also been promised. However, the challenge will be to develop viable public-private partnerships that can generate long-term funding and also make the projects self-sustaining in the long run. An attempt has also been made to energize the people-to-people relationship by focusing on educational exchanges and skill development, which creates a resource pool as Indo-French JVs generate greater employment opportunities. The number of Indian students going to France annually is 2,500, while the number of Chinese students is 10 times larger. Allowing larger number of French youth to intern in enterprises in India and easing visa norms for Indian students to work for 2 years after completing their education in France are steps in the right direction. Linkages between educational institutions need to be built up as more and more French institutions begin to offer bilingual courses. Traditionally, the people-to-people relationship has been driven at the elite level of artists, musicians, dancers, writers, and filmmakers, as eminent Indians in these fields have engaged with their French counterparts, but at a popular level, it lacks a buzz. Out of 7 million foreign tourists visiting India annually, the number of French tourists is less than 3,000,000. Direct air links between India and France are a fourth of those between India and Germany. An Indo-French Center for the Promotion of Advanced Research has been in existence for nearly 3 decades, but limited budgetary resources hamper its activities. It needs to be restructured to permit it to raise resources from Indian and French industry. For this, the scope of projects needs to be broadened. Cultural festivals have been a regular feature, but events need to be planned outside the metropolises, taking local calendars into account. The strategic relationship between the two countries has developed over the years, generating a sense of comfort between the relevant government agencies. What are needed are initiatives that can strengthen business-to-business linkages and people-to-people contacts, which can, in turn, provide a broader underpinning to the overall bilateral relationship. The Hollande visit has rightly sought to focus on these sectors. If these can be effectively implemented, it will help establish a more balanced relationship between the two countries with overlapping stakeholders from all sections in both societies. Relations between India and other countries. United Kingdom gives, as David Cameron said after Modi assumed power, and on the sidelines of G20 leaders, India a top priority. The British leaders hailed Modi's Make in India policy. United Kingdom is all set to invest in Rajasthan. PM Modi visited Germany in April 2015, where bilateral talks were held with German Chancellor Angela Merkel. He inaugurated Hanover Fair 2015, world's largest industrial fair. There were declarations of strengthened cooperation in sectors like energy, skill development, science, and technology. PM Modi and the Brazilian president met at the sidelines of BRICS in July 2014. The two leaders agreed to expand and diversify trade and investment flows and deepen cooperation in agriculture and dairy, energy, space research, defense. Practice questions. 1. Describe the India-US relations as they prevail at present. 700 to 800 words. 2. Explain the India-EU relations. 700 to 800 words. 3. Write a brief note on Indo-Japanese trade relations. 200 to 250 words. 4. India and China are the two big powers of Asia. In the light of the statements, explain India-China relation. 700 to 800 words. 5. Write a detailed essay on Sino-India conflict of 1962. 700 to 800 words. 6. Discuss India-Russia relations as they exist at present. 700 to 800 words. India and the United Nations system. To maintain world peace and security and those conditions which help enhance and develop cooperation among the nations so as to attain the objectives as enshrined in the UN Charter, especially maintenance of peace and security, promotion of friendly relations, cooperation in solving international problems, protection of human rights, and the like. Indeed, the United Nations is not a state, for sovereignty lies with the states which are its members. It is not compulsive in its nature, for its decisions are not binding on those who compose the UN. The United Nations, UN, and its specialized agencies have been established. The United Nations, though not a state, is not an anarchical system. Its resolutions, passed by the General Assembly, are more observed than flouted. Its decisions, approved through the Security Council, are implemented once they obtain the concurrence of its permanent members. The Economic and Social Council has helped implement the Social and Economic Charter through the specialized agencies which work under its supervision. The Trusteeship Council has, over the years, decolonized the colonial world, while the International Court of Justice is creating a system of law and order in the world. The United Nations and its agencies have built an international society, a social order with its own system and a culture of its own. Though the international system within the framework of the United Nations system is not all bright, but it is not, at the same time, gloomy either. There are problems in the world, problems such as terrorism, weapons of mass destruction, and disputes among nations, but the clouds of war do not hang on our heads. We are not breathing under uncertainties. The area of cooperation, thanks to the United Nations system, is larger today than the area of conflict. Economics presides over our affairs more than politics. The people of the world have never been as close as they are today. The greatest contribution of the United Nations system is the establishment of international civil society, which is asserting itself on the international scenario and in the process brightening the prospects of international order. Obviously, the United Nations system would not like to preside over its own liquidation, for every member state is contributing to the strength of the world system in its own way. India's role is the United Nations system. India, after her independence in 1947, had already decided to follow the policy of non-alignment. Non-alignment for India was much more than a foreign policy. It was an article of faith essential for peace and security. It was India's necessity, so to speak, for development and modernization. The world after World War II was moving towards what was known as the Cold War, a situation more of war than of peace. Established in October 1945, the United Nations, UN, was to confront the consequences created by the war on the one hand and the emerging problems raising their head thereafter. India knew her role in the United Nations and the system the UN was building. During the first 2 decades of 1950s and 1960s, India, at the UN and other international forums, sought to diffuse the Cold War situation, thereby enhancing the possibilities of peace. B. Strengthen the non-aligned tendencies by opposing the fast-emerging military blocs. C. Advocate decolonization by supporting the struggling colonial people for their liberation. D. Seek disarmament, which India thought a threat to world peace and security. India's non-alignment never meant, at any point of time during the Cold War era, either isolationism or non-involvement. She participated in the activities of all the organs of the UN and its specialized agencies whenever called upon to do so. Her participation in the UN and its agencies during the greater part of the Cold War period was notable for her efforts to resist the imposition of superpower disputes or make the UN a forum for their diplomacy. Rather, India's focus always had been to advocate the cause of the newly independent nations, making the UN a world platform, i.e., espousing the cause of world peace. During this period, she sought to advocate China's entry into the Security Council as its permanent member. India played a mediatory role in resolving, among others, the problem of Korea in the 1950s. India chaired the 5-member Neutral Nations Repatriation Commission, while the Indian Custodian Force supervised the process of interviews and repatriation that followed. The United Nations entrusted and India readily accepted to send forces in subsequent peace missions in the Middle East, Cyprus, and the Congo. India also served as the chairperson of the 3 international commissions for supervision and control in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos as established by the 1954 Geneva Accords on Indochina. During 1950s and 1960s, India made a strong plea for disarmament and an end to all efforts at nuclear explosive tests so as to promote an atmosphere of peace. All through this period, India fought for the enslaved nations, particularly in Africa. It was largely due to India's endeavors that most of the nations in Africa got independence. 1960 is rightly described as the Africa Year. India not only helped the enslaved African and Asian nations attain independence, she also brought the nations of Asia, Africa, and Latin America on the platform of non-alignment. The formation of the non-alignment movement, NAM, in 1961 was a step in this direction. With these nations as sovereign countries, the UN and its system truly became the representative body of the world, rather than of the dominant nations. During 1970s and 1980s, India's efforts at the UN and at the meetings of its other specialized agencies were directed to concentrate on resolving the unresolved problems of the earlier decades as also on bringing about cooperation and collaborations on a wide range of fields, such as social, economic, educational, scientific, cultural, and the like. Her major concern during the 1970s and 1980s was to seek an equitable economic order in the world, especially favoring the developing countries. India began asking for the economic development of the poor nations at the UN meetings. She sought for the new International Economic Order, NIO, so as to have justice for the disadvantaged nations. Her efforts led to what is now known as the North-South Dialogue on the one hand and the South-South Cooperation on the other. She was particularly concerned about the adverse effects of the fast emerging globalization tendencies which were being described as the newer forms of colonialism. She made full use of the UN system to voice the grievances of the developing nations. Additionally, she supported the world bodies in matters relating to economic development, human rights, childcare, old age help, women's concerns, and other humanitarian activities. There emerged a different world in 1990s and after. The Cold War had ended, the socialist model had failed, the Berlin Wall had already fallen, the communist regimes fell one after the other, the USSR had disintegrated as a single nation, American hegemony had seemed imminent. The liberal democratic model came to be introduced, liberalization came to be welcomed, and globalization came to be, willy-nilly, accepted. India too witnessed substantive changes, especially in economy, which in subsequent years led to enormous economic growth. Her trade grew substantially and she came to view herself as a power in her own right, especially after the 1998 nuclear test and the Indo-US nuclear civil deal in the early years of the 21st century. Her role in the UN system too witnessed notable features. Although not a permanent member of the UN Security Council, India had already served on the Security Council as a non-permanent member many a time and was now making a claim for a permanent UN Security Council seat, being now a fast-emerging fourth-largest power after China, the United States, and Japan. Probably by 2020. India also had already served as a member of numerous UN bodies including the Economic and Social Council and the Disarmament Commission. She played a prominent role in articulating the economic concerns of the developing nations in such conferences as the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development (UNCTD) and the 1992 Conference on Environment and Development. India has continued to participate in the UN peacekeeping operations, for example, during as recent as 1996 to 97, around 1,100 Indian troops in Angola, UN International Task Force UNTF, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Indian peacekeepers in the UN Special Mission in Haiti, UNSMI. India reiterated her call in support of an international convention to combat terrorism together with a related declaration in 1994. Her leading role at various multinational disarmament fora has been really significant. From the beginning, India has sought total disarmament, though her objection to signing the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty (CTBT) of 1996 was that the treaty was not a measure towards universal nuclear disarmament, that it was discriminatory, and that it was not in India's national security interest. She readily deposited the instruments of ratification of the Chemical Weapons Convention (CWC) in September 1996 for being of non-discriminatory character. India supports the strengthening of the Biological Weapons Convention (BWC). India's role in fields relating to economic, social, and humanitarian issues has always been appreciated. Her participation in World Food Summit, Rome, 1996, in Habitat IL, Istanbul, 1996, in Commission on Status of Women, General Assembly Debates, 1996, was described as significant. She participated in all the sessions of the Human Rights Council and always sought the policy of transparency in the protection and promotion of human rights. LL. The UN-peacekeeping operations. There is no mention of the peacekeeping forces in the UN Charter, though Secretary-General Dag Hammarskjöld in the 1960s joked that they were allowed under Chapter 6.5 somewhere between the peaceful resolution of the disputes called for in Chapter 6 of the Charter and the authorization of forces provided for in Chapter 7. The Charter requires member states to place military forces at the disposal of the UN purely in response to emerging crises. In the past, peacekeeping was largely limited to standing in the middle between warring groups. Today, its meaning has changed, its role has widened, and its responsibility has broadened. The peacekeeping forces are subordinate to the leadership of the United Nations. They are normally deployed as a consequence of a Security Council decision. The General Assembly can also initiate such steps as it really did in operations such as the first UN Emergency Force 1956-67 and the UN Security Force in West New Guinea 1962-63. The peacekeepers are contributed by the member countries at the request of the Secretary-General, who serves as their commander-in-chief, though they work under the flag and command of the UN and are commonly called Blue Helmets. These forces serve at the invitation of the host government and leave when that government asks them to do so, as Egypt did in 1967. Usually, these forces stay for a period of 3 to 6 months. In some cases, they stay even for decades. As per the Security Council's Resolution 1325, women peacekeepers can also be mandated. Funds for the UN peacekeeping are voted by the General Assembly. At times, the expenses on the UN peacekeeping forces exceed the UN budget by more than 2 to 1. Peacekeeping, peacemaking, peacebuilding. Peacekeeping is designed to deploy UN peace forces in the field in between the warring countries. Peacemaking is designed to bring hostile parties to agreement, essentially through peaceful means. If such measures fail, they may use force to achieve humanitarian ends and without the consent of the parties concerned. They are also called multidimensional peacekeeping or peace enforcement. Peacebuilding is designed to develop the social, political, and economic infrastructure to prevent further violence and to consolidate peace. Between 1948 and 2005, there have been over 65 UN peacekeeping operations. 41 of these have been created by the UN Security Council during 1991 to 2002. Thus far, 123 nations have contributed personnel at various times. 89 are currently providing peacekeepers. As of May 31, 2002, the top contribution of military and civilian personnel to current missions were Bangladesh 5,479, Pakistan 4,831, Nigeria 3,489, India 3,019, Ghana 2,489, all these from the developing nations. In addition to holding military operations, the UN's role in peacekeeping involves a variety of activities. These forces supervise elections, disarm opposing factions, monitor human rights, and perform a wide range of administrative functions. Most importantly, they are increasingly involved in providing food to the needy, repatriating and resettling refugees, building schools, and providing medical help. Table 46.1. Completed UN peacekeeping operations as of May 2002. Region/country. Africa. Middle East, 1st Union Emergency Force. Duration July 1960 to June 1964, December 1988 to May 1991, April 1989 to March 1990, May 1991 to February 1995, April 1992 to March 1990. 3. December 1992 to December 1994, March 1993 to March 1995, June 1993 to September 1994, September 1993 to September 1997, October 19 1993 to March 1996, May 1994 to June 1994, February 1995 to June 1997, June 1997 to February 1998, July 1998 to October 1999, April 1998 to February 2000, November 1956 to June 1967. Lebanon, Yemen, Middle East 2-inch sent UN Emergency Force. Iran/Iraq. Americas. Dominican Republic. Central America Observer Group. El Salvador. Haiti. Haiti. Guatemala. Haiti. Haiti. Asia. West New Guinea. India/Pakistan. Afghanistan/Pakistan. Cambodia. Cambodia. Tajikistan. June 1958 to December 1958. July 1963 to September 1964. October 1973 to July 1979. August 1988 to February 1991. May 1965 to October 1996. July 1991 to April 1995. July 1991 to April 1995. September 1993 to June 1996. July 1996 to July 1997. January 1997 to May 1997. August 1997 to November 1997. December 1997 to March 2000. October 1962 to April 1963. September 1965 to March 1966. May 1998 to March 1990. October 1991 to March 1992. March 1992 to September 1993. December 1994 to May 2000. Table 46.2 UN Peacekeeping Missions as of October 2003. The United Nations peacekeeping forces act as an impartial third party in order to prepare the ground for a settlement of the issues that had provoked armed conflict. If it proves impossible to achieve a peaceful settlement, the presence of the UN forces may contribute to reducing the level of conflict. Basically, the task of the UN forces is to maintain or re-establish peace in an area of armed conflict. It is important to make a distinction between the two kinds of peacekeeping forces, unarmed observer groups and lightly armed military forces. The latter employ their weapons for self-defense. The observer groups are concerned with gathering information for the UN about actual conditions prevailing in an area, e.g., as to whether both parties adhere to an armistice agreement. The military forces are entrusted with more extended tasks such as keeping the parties to a conflict apart and maintaining order in an area. Peacekeeping forces have generally been able to keep peace. It should be remembered that going into a shooting war requires military forces far beyond those of the peacekeeping missions. The peacekeepers are sent only after the ceasefire has already been arranged or has taken effect. To overcome this problem, i.e., to keep peace, peacemaking has been proposed by the Secretary General in 1992, which would help enforce peace. Accordingly, the peace enforcement forces would help enforce peace. They would be more heavily armed than peacekeeping forces. The Secretary General has called for 1,000 soldiers for each crisis to the UN forces. Chapter 7 of the UN Charter allows the UN to draw on resources of member states in such a manner. The member states have not only refused the request for soldiers but disliked the idea of peacekeeping forces as well as of the peace enforcement forces for Bosnia, where the need was more pressing in 1995. However, NATO forces were sent in Bosnia. Since then, the UN has authorized member states to provide real military forces, not just peacekeepers. With passing years, the size of the UN peacekeeping forces keeps increasing. By the summer of 2005, more junior and pubins, the new United Nations, say, more than 66,000 peacekeepers from 105 countries were serving in multinational missions around the world. 60 operations have been undertaken since 1948, costing more than 2,000 fatalities among the peacekeeper contingents. Of the total operations, 47 had been established after 1988. At its peak in 2008, the United Nations deployed around 91,700 personnel. The nature of these missions evolved dramatically from their initial character, peacekeeping, to include, by the end of the century, humanitarian assistance, civil administration, combatant separation, truce observation, peacemaking, refugee repatriation, election administration, disarmament, and nation-building, peacebuilding. Table 46.3 Size of UN Peacekeeping Forces 1947 to 2009. LLL. India and unpeacekeeping. India has, from time to time, risked the lives of its soldiers in peacekeeping efforts of the United Nations not for any strategic gain, but for the service of peace and order in the world. India's participation in the UN peacekeeping operations comes into effect only after a. All other means of peaceful settlement of disputes are exhausted. b. It is assured that peacekeeping operation will adhere to the principles of the UN Charter. c. The affected state makes a request for such operation, and that too under the command of the UN. d. It is assured that peacekeeping operations would not violate the humanitarian activities going on in the concerned state, and e. The anticipated duration of the peacekeeping mission is tied down to the clear objectives of the mission. Indian troops have participated in some of the most difficult operations and have suffered causalities in the service of the UN. Because of their professional excellence, the Indian soldiers have won universal admiration. Indian troops have participated in peacekeeping operations in 4 continents: Asia, Africa, Latin America, and Europe. Currently, India is ranked as one of the largest troop contributors to the UN. She has even offered 1 brigade of troops to the UN standby arrangements. It is said that over 55,000 Indian military and police personnel have served under the UN flag at one time or the other. India provided a paramedical unit to facilitate withdrawal of the sick and the wounded in Korea in 1950. After the ceasefire, India became the chairman of the Neutral Nations Repatriation Commission. 1 brigade participated in the operation in Korea as authorized by the UN General Assembly through Uniting for Peace resolution. Indian soldiers provided guards for the prisoners of war. The chairman of the Neutral Nations Repatriation Commission was Lieutenant Gen K.S. Thamaya, and the commander of the custodian force to take custody of the prisoners of war, numbering over 22,000, was Maj Gen SPP Thorut. India also contributed to peace in the Middle East. The United Nations Emergency Force, UNEF, was created in 1956 following cessation of hostilities between Egypt and Israel. India provided an infantry battalion which accounted for the bulk of the UN force. Over 11 years, from 1956 to 1967, more than 12,000 Indian troops took part in UNEF. Pursuant to the Geneva Accord, an International Control Commission, ICC, for Indochina was set up in 1954. India was the chairman of the commission which implemented the ceasefire agreement between Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, and France. India provided 1 infantry battalion and supporting staff until the ICC was wound up in 1970. The UN faced one of its worst crises when war between the government and the secessionist forces broke out in Congo. The UN operation in the Congo, ONUC, was unique in many ways. The operation involved heavy casualties. It was also the first time that the UN undertook an operation in an intrastate rather than an interstate conflict. The operation upheld the national unity and territorial integrity of the Congo. The Indian contingent lost 39 men in action in Congo. The performance of the Indian troops was distinguished by their discipline, self-restraint, and humanitarian concern. Indian Army provided a force commander and observers for the observer mission in Yemen in 1963-64, UNYOM. India participated in the UN operation in Cyprus, UNFICYP, providing 3 force commanders to UNFICYP Gen. K.S. Thamaya, Lieutenant Gen P.S. Gyani and Lieutenant Gen Dewan Prem Chand. When the situation worsened on Iran-Iraq border, India provided military observers during the period 1988 to 90. The Indian observers were at work, following the end of the Gulf War, when the UN appointed the observer mission, UNICOM. UN operation in Namibia is considered one of the success stories of the United Nations. Lieutenant Gen Prem Chand of India was the force commander. Indian military observers in Namibia were responsible for the smooth withdrawal of foreign troops, elections, and subsequent handing over of the authority to the government. UN established the ANUMAS to restore peace and conduct elections in Mozambique. India provided a large contingent of staff officers, military observers, independent headquarters company, and engineering and logistics company. The operation has ended successfully. In recent times, one of the biggest peacekeeping operation which was completed successfully was the UN operation in Cambodia. India provided an infantry battalion, military observers, and a field ambulance unit. India has also regularly sent military observers to various UN operations. This includes ANYCA, Central America, in 1990 to 92, ONUSIL, El Salvador, in 1991, and UNAMIL, Liberia, in 1994. The UN operation in Somalia is considered one of the most difficult and challenging operations the UN has ever attempted. Indian naval ships and personnel were involved in patrolling duties off the Somali coast, in humanitarian assistance on shore, and also in the transportation of men and material for the United Nations. The ANUSM II operation involved peace enforcement under Chapter 7. The objective was humanitarian relief. The Indian contingent successfully combined the often conflicting roles of coercive disarmament and humanitarian relief to the civilian population. With standalone capacity, the Indian Brigade had operational responsibilities for 1/3 of Somalia viz. 173,000 SQ. km area of responsibility, the largest ever held by any contingent. In spite of such a large areas of operation, there were minimum civilian casualties in the area of responsibility of the Indian contingent. The Indian contingent dug a large number of wells, constructed schools and mosques, and ran mobile dispensaries and relief camps, which provided veterinary care and medical and humanitarian relief to a large number of Somalis and their livestock. In spite of suffering casualties, the Indian contingent exercised utmost restraint in firing in self-defense. It also organized and carried out rehabilitation and resettlement of thousands of refugees and helped to repatriate them to their homes. The Indian contingent played a vital role in reviving the political process by organizing reconciliation meetings. The last remaining units of the Indian contingent were repatriated from Somalia on board Indian naval ships from Kismayo port. India demonstrated its capacity to provide an integrated force, comprising land and naval forces as well as air support. India provided a contingent comprising 1 infantry battalion and support elements to the UN assistance mission in Rwanda to help ensure security for the refugees and to create conditions for free and fair elections. After successful completion of the assignment, the Indian contingent was repatriated in April 1996. The Indian Army has participated in the successive phases of the UN mission in Angola since 1989. The Indian Army has participated in the successive phases of the UN mission in Angola since 1989. The Indian contingent comprised 1 infantry battalion group, 1 engineers company, staff officers, and military observers. The contingent has made a sizable contribution towards construction of quartering camps. The Indian contingent was also involved in rebuilding bridges over the Kanga, Rio Kusaju, Rio Mujij, and Rio Naya rivers. One high-risk task was the demoning of the main arterial road connecting Lobito and Wambo and repairing a 60-mile stretch of the road. The Indian contingent has also built a 3,300 feet long airstrip at Londuimbalai. The deputy force commander was an Indian Army officer. India also participated in the UN observer mission in Angola, Manua, which succeeded UNAVIM 3. The chief military observer of the UN observer mission in Sierra Leone, UNAMSL, was also an Indian Army officer. India provided a medical unit and civilian police personnel to UNAMSL. After the upgradation of the UN mission in Sierra Leone in November-December 1999, India provided 2 infantry battalion groups, a quick reaction company, a field engineering company, a level 3 medical facility, a special force company, an artillery battery, transport and attack helicopters, and the backbone of the force headquarters in Freetown. Maj Gen VK Jetley was the first UN force commander in Sierra Leone. India has also provided an infantry battalion to the UN interim force in Lebanon, UNIFIL. The force commander of UNIFIL is Maj Gen LM Tawari. India is also currently participating in the UN mission in Ethiopia and Eritrea, UNMEE, with an infantry battalion, a force reserve company, and a field engineer construction company. Recent peacekeeping operations have tended to be multidimensional and include police monitors and election observers. India has contributed police personnel and election observers to the UN peacekeeping operations in Cambodia, Mozambique, and Angola. India provided 123 police personnel to UN mission in Haiti, Phase IL. India has also provided police monitors for the UN International Police Task Force in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Sierra Leone, UNAMSL, Western Sahara, MINURSO, and Kosovo, UNMIK. In addition, 2 companies of CRPF have been deployed in UNMIK as special police units. The police commissioner of MINURSO is an Indian police officer, Mr. O.P. Rathore. India sent Lieutenant Gen Sudhish Nambiar as the force commander of UNPROFOR in former Yugoslavia in 1992-93. India has also provided senior staff to assist the UN Secretary General at the UN headquarters. Major Gen. J. Ricky served as military advisor to the UN Secretary General from 1960 to 1969. India also hosted a UN regional training workshop for peacekeeping operations in New Delhi during January 20th to 26th, 1996, in which 17 countries of the Asia-Pacific region participated. Mr. Kofi Annan, the then Under-Secretary General for Peacekeeping, visited India in this connection. India also held an international seminar on UN peacekeeping in March 1999 in which over 70 countries participated. The United Services Institution, USI, of India hosted another seminar in New Delhi in September 2000 in collaboration with the Swedish National Defence College. A Center for UN Peacekeeping, CUNPK, was set up under the aegis of USI in New Delhi in 2000. UN Secretary General Kofi Annan visited the center in March 2001 during his visit to India. India has considerable experience in demining activities and has made significant contributions to the demining work in various missions in Rwanda, Mozambique, Somalia, Angola, and Cambodia. Experienced Indian Army engineers have been employed for training of selected personnel from the host countries to execute mine clearance programs, as also to generate awareness of the problem among local people. Indian Army has also undertaken mine clearance projects in support of repatriation and rehabilitation programs of the UNHCR. India has currently, January 2008, over 9,300 personnel in 11 out of 17 ongoing UN peacekeeping operations in various trouble spots around the world. 4. India's demand for UN Security Council's permanent seat. India's faith in UN and its system has no parallel. She regards the United Nations system as essential for the peace and security of the world. That is one reason that she has supported it in all its activities. SNI was one of the original signatories of the UN Charter when it was established in 1945, though she was, then, not a sovereign nation. India has always thought of the UN Charter as one that can ensure world its safety from all wars. She is convinced that if the UN principles are faithfully adhered to, and the objectives for which the UN stands are seriously attempted, the world would become a place worth living in and worth enjoying. India believes in the UN Charter and in its principles. SNI has served on almost all the organs of the UN system and has contributed her bit in every field that belongs to the UN system. India's support to the UN system is a clear indication that the system need not be discarded and that it be given a fair chance. The UN accomplishments have not, indeed, gone waste. The world has not been dragged into any major war like those of either 1914 to 18 or of 1939 to 45. Minor conflicts in any continent have met with immediate and prompt UN assistance in the form of peacekeeping forces. One such UN operation every year on an average since 1948. The economic and social activities, together with the humanitarian and human rights efforts, have won the applause of almost everyone. The World Court has done its job admirably. The numerous specialized agencies working under the UN have created a stable web of social, economic, and cultural relationships. The United Nations system has done well in the tasks for which it has been created. The handicaps of the UN system are well known. The General Assembly represents the world, but its proceedings are usually stage-managed. It is supposed to control the Security Council, but its teeth are often ineffective. The Security Council is, of all the principal organs of the UN, the most powerful, but it is itself controlled by its permanent members, which make the Council dance to their tunes. Each permanent member with veto power can hold the Council to ransom and stall its decisions. The whole United Nations is dictated by even one permanent member. Though the Secretary-General does not belong to any of the permanent member states, he cannot afford to annoy any of the permanent members of the Security Council. The fact of the matter is that the United Nations is a firm which is owned by the 5 permanent members of the Security Council who are effectively its owners, and who dictate the rules of the firm and carry on its business the way they like. Among themselves, the owners keep fighting and take sides whenever it suits them. They very seldom agree, and if they do, the agreement is at best a compromise or a bargain. The organization of the United Nations was hardly founded on any democratic principle. The veto positions in the Security Council, which is the UN's executive vital organ, were distributed among the winners of the World War II: the United States, the Soviet Union, later Russia, United Kingdom, France, and Republic of China, later People's Republic of China. Germany, Japan, and Italy, the Axis powers, fought the war and lost, and were denied any position in the Council, much less any permanent seats. The permanent membership of the Security Council was granted as an award for fighting the enemies as allies. There was, thus, hardly any other considerations for bestowing the honor as permanent member of the Council. Once honored, the firm stands owned by the 5 owners, the permanent members of the Security Council, with each having veto power. Even the General Assembly cannot dethrone any one of these. India is well aware of the impediments under which the United Nations has been working since its inception. Of late, India has begun supporting a strengthened and revitalized United Nations with its various organs functioning within their mandates in accordance with the UN Charter. In fact, India supports an enhanced role for the United Nations in development and development cooperation dialogue, for India believes that cooperation, as central to the UN's agenda, is indispensable to the maintenance of international peace and security. In fact, India supports an enhanced role for the United Nations in development and development cooperation dialogue, for India believes that cooperation, as central to the UN's agenda, is indispensable to the maintenance of international peace and security. India wants the World Forum to be guided by the principles of transparency, non-discrimination, consensus, and equal respect for the dignity of all individuals, societies, and nations, and, therefore, wants the UN to attune itself to such principles. With regard to the reforms relating to the Security Council, India has a definite view. India feels that the Security Council has remained largely static since its strength rose from 11 to 15 in 1965. For the last 40 years or so, there has been no change in the Council's strength, though there has been a considerable growth in the membership of the General Assembly. The members of the UN have increased considerably, as have its activities. There is, therefore, a strong argument for the increase in the strength of the Security Council, especially in its permanent membership. Furthermore, the permanent membership of the Security Council revolves around the industrialist nations, while majority of the UN members belong to the developing nations. The present Security Council hardly represents the developing nations and hardly addresses their problems. India, therefore, favors an expanded but democratically constituted and a relatively more representative Security Council which, in India's views, would enjoy greater political authority and legitimacy. India favors the expansion of permanent members category to be based on agreed criteria rather than on any predetermined relation, the approach to be followed being transparent. India also wants the expansion of both the permanent and non-permanent categories, demographically and geographically represented. India's demand for permanent membership of UN Security Council has a strong case, though the critics offer numerous objections. A. India hardly has such a case. It is only in the media that there is a noise for India's permanent membership of the Council. B. Those who support India's candidacy, the Africans, for example, or certain European dignitaries, are unfamiliar with the UN working and as such are likely to wriggle out. There is also an argument that India had not enjoyed the sitting seat in the Council for almost 15 years as of 2008. India, it is argued, lacks diplomacy, wins more enemies than friends, she is more idealistic than realistic, withdraws more readily than asserts. Poverty, unemployment and illiteracy, rural backwardness and the like are her liabilities. India's plus points, emphasizing on her call for permanent membership of the Security Council, are better placed than those on the other side. India is a nuclear power, a responsible nuclear power. She is the world's second largest populous nation and is the world's largest liberal democracy. She is also the world's 12th largest economy and 4th largest in terms of purchasing power parity. Currently, she maintains the world's 3rd largest armed forces. India is one of the largest contributors of troops to UN-mandated peacekeeping missions. India's bid is unequivocally supported by permanent members of the UN Security Council, members such as France, Russia, and the United Kingdom. The Chinese government in Beijing has recently advocated India's candidacy, though hesitatingly, i.e., permanent seat without veto power, April 2005. The veto power, however, is the most defining feature of a permanent member of the Security Council in the eyes of the G4 countries. To be denied the veto power is just another way for the 5 current permanent members to retain their superiority. Although the USA officially does not support India's bid, she has privately been eager to work with India, for example, Indo-US nuclear civil deal. Taking into account India's huge population and the fast-growing economic and political powers, there is a strong case for India's position to clinch a permanent seat of the Security Council. India, we must remember, is proud of her democratic ideals which she has maintained since the beginning of her independence. Secularism is another asset while our relations with the other countries since 1947 are based on the principles of peaceful coexistence. Our non-alignment policy has earned for us a position worth cherishing. Practitioner questions. 1. Describe India's role in the UN system. 700 to 800 words. 2. Why did India's role in the UN system change from time to time? 700 to 800 words. 3. Give an account of UN peacekeeping operations. 700. 800 words. 4. Discuss India and the UN peacekeeping efforts. 700. 800 words. 5. What role did India play in the UN peacekeeping forces? 700 to 800 words. 6. What improvements do you suggest in the UN system? 200 to 250 words. 7. Discuss the case for and against India's claim for a permanent seat in the Security Council. 700 to 800 words. India and the nuclear question. Had is always permanent in the lives of nations is VV the permanence of their national interest. The U.S. Monroe Doctrine of 1823, for example, was not something that the American foreign policy makers wanted to pursue for all times to come, but it was the American national interest that had demanded so at that time. Again, it was the American national interest that sought the American Senate to refuse approval to the 1919 Treaty of Versailles, as a consequence of which the USA never entered the League of Nations. The U.S. national interest during the early years of the 20th century did not want America to entangle itself in the affairs of others. However, barely 3 decades later, American national interest was so characterized that it sought the USA not only to become one of the leaders of the United Nations but also lead the Western Bloc, which was to preside over the world's proceedings in later decades. National interest is the only meaningful factor in the foreign policy of every nation. Foreign policy changes in accordance with the demands of national interest, and national interest is itself shaped and reshaped by factors working within domestic atmosphere and environments working outside its borders. India, national interest and the nuclear question. The nuclear question in India's foreign policy was a later addition, almost after a half-century of her non-alignment policy. When India rose as a sovereign nation and began pursuing her foreign policy under the leadership of Jawaharlal Nehru, she thought of world peace as a necessary component of her national interest. World peace as a part of national interest was then linked to its basic thrust on peaceful settlement of disputes and peaceful coexistence, repudiation of power politics, and disarmament. Nehru believed that total disarmament is an answer to all the ills of wars. If war has to be won, peace would have to be attained, and if peace has to be attained, disarmament would have to be practiced, for armament race is always a threat to peace. During his years as India's Prime Minister and until his death in 1964, Nehru advocated disarmament as a necessary condition of world peace. His whole philosophy of non-alignment was directed towards defusing the Cold War rivalries which had always attempted to arm the opposing camps. Despite all our efforts to seek disarmament, the veto power countries had already acquired the nuclear weapons or were on the verge of acquiring them. Our disarmament policy was clear: total and universal disarmament, for armaments of any type were, for us, dangerous and those which could lead to destruction of the world. National interest guides the affairs of nations in all times. The security of a nation is always what constitutes the interest of that nation. There is no greater interest of a nation than its own national security. Our security during the early days of our independence demanded the policy of peaceful coexistence, peaceful settlement of international disputes, and resolution of conflicts through arbitration, and friendship and cordial relations with all the nations. It was, then, the age of Panchsheel, fostering friendship with China, extending all concessions to Pakistan, holding on to the ideals of non-alignment, fighting for the cause of the enslaved people, and repudiating all efforts to divide the world into rival camps. The 1960s was a decade when our security came under heavy strains: the mounting weaponization of Pakistan through American arms, the attack on our borders by China in October 1962, the Pakistani attack on India in 1965. All these made us realize the folly of ignoring our defense. What should have been thought as a means of our national interest, non-alignment as a means, was made by us the national interest itself. We realized that international politics does not conduct itself on ideals, but on the realities of politics. By the end of 1960s, we had to become, and we became, security conscious. The nuclear test by India in May 1974 was not a test for attaining any nuclear weapons. It was a test, as we had then emphatically stated, for peaceful purposes, a nuclear peaceful explosion, NPE. What we made clear then was that we are a nuclear country and not a nuclear weapons country, which meant that we intend using nuclear power for peaceful purposes, i.e. for agriculture, medicine, and the like. The Indian Prime Minister, Indira Gandhi, had stated, "We do not have any bombs. We do not intend to use this." The Indian Prime Minister, Indira Gandhi, had stated, "We do not have any bombs. We do not intend to use this knowledge or this power for any purpose other than peaceful purposes." She wrote to the Prime Minister of Pakistan, "We remain fully committed to our traditional policy of developing nuclear energy resources entirely for peaceful purposes. The recent nuclear experiment conducted by our scientists in no way alters this policy." The 1974 test, however, ensured beyond any doubt our potential nuclear capabilities. 24 years later, i.e. in May 1998, India's declaration of being a nuclear weapon state through her nuclear explosions was as much in India's interest as was the 1974 test or the demand for total disarmament in the early years of 1950s and 1960s. The 1998 test was a continuation of India's nuclear policy as was that of her disarmament one. By conducting the 1998 test, India's disarmament policy has not changed. We do not seek nuclear weaponization, nor do we advocate war. The 1998 test only fulfills our demand for national security. We cannot disarm ourselves when there are threats at our doorsteps. With regard to our disarmament policy, we hold the same views as of before. We hold the view that disarmament is essential for world peace and that if it has to be there, it has to be total and universal. We neither endorse the Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT, of 1968, nor the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, CTBT, of 1996 on the grounds that the two treaties were discriminatory. In the rationale for nuclear explosions of 1998, A.B. Vajpayee, the then Prime Minister, had rather aptly said, "In the absence of universal and non-discriminatory disarmament, we cannot accept a regime that creates an arbitrary division between haves and have-nots." India believes that it is the sovereign right of every nation to make a judgment regarding its supreme national interest and exercise its sovereign choice. At the global level, there is no evidence yet on the part of the nuclear explosion states to make decisive and irreversible steps in moving towards a nuclear weapons-free world. Instead, the NPT has been extended indefinitely and unconditionally, perpetuating the existence of nuclear weapons in the hands of the few countries that are also permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. In the absence of security compulsions, there was no nuclearization of weapons in the country, but as the security needs required, the national interest of the country required us to have such weapons. LL. The evolution of India's nuclear policy. When India had become free, the world had already witnessed the beginning of the nuclear age. The USA had made known to the world that she was a nuclear power and that the bombing of the two Japanese cities, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, in August 1945 had demonstrated the American nuclear capabilities. The other countries, mostly the permanent members of the UN Security Council, were on their way to acquire such power. Nuclear tests were being planned. By 1954, the world had already witnessed about 65 nuclear tests. Thus, at the dawn of our independence, we found that the nuclear age had already dawned, and we knew for sure the way in which the world was moving. The tragedy was that we had not learned the lessons from the mass destruction of human lives during World War I. This strange argument pleased us most. For attaining peace, we were arming ourselves, making new experiments with newer, rather more dangerous weapons, nuclear, biological, and chemical. The world was already asking what was the rationale behind the bombings by the USA when the Axis powers, Germany and Italy, had already surrendered and Japan was going to surrender at any moment. What was the logic of dropping another bomb when one bomb had already done unexpected damage? It is, as it was really difficult to justify the use of nuclear power on any ground. Once amidst the nuclear age, there was no reason for the rival group not to undertake tests. The USSR followed the USA in 1949 with her atomic bomb and thereafter started the race for acquiring nuclear weapons. The power of a nation came to be adjudged on whether it had nuclear bombs. Very soon, then, all the veto power states of the Security Council became nuclear weapon states. Independent India began her life amidst a world which was amassing weapons, a United Nations which was to be controlled by the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, and the Security Council which was dictated and dominated by rival groups. India found herself amidst Cold War and in a world in which the most powerful sought to bully the most weak, and also a world where peace was the possible victim. Amidst the massive weapons, the world was the most insecure. Lovers of peace and an apostle of nonviolence as we were, we thought of nuclear weapons not only as weapons of war, but also as weapons of mass destruction. With us, a nuclear weapon-free world would help secure not only our national security, but also the security of all the nations and thus ensure peace in the world community. Disarmament, we rightly thought during the initial years of our independence, alone could ensure us peace. Disarmament that is global, universal, equal, and non-discriminatory. The crux of our nuclear policy is that there cannot be peace where some have weapons and others do not have them. We have a bomb, and our neighbor does not. In fact, there can be no peace if our neighbors and we have bombs, for in such a situation there is always the possibility of war. The best situation is that neither we, nor our neighbors and none else have the bomb. T is a situation of global, universal, equal, and non-discriminatory approach which alone guarantees peace and security in the world. Immediately after independence, India sought disarmament and called for an end to all nuclear weapon testing as the first essential step for peace among nations. In 1954, Jawaharlal Nehru sought negotiations for prohibition and elimination of nuclear weapons and in the interim a standstill agreement to halt nuclear testing. Until then, around 60 or so nuclear tests were already undertaken. No one heeded us. In 1963, an agreement was concluded to ban atmospheric testing, but by this time certain countries had already developed the technologies for conducting underground nuclear tests and the nuclear arms race continued unabated. More than 3 decades later, over 2,000 nuclear tests had been conducted with a comprehensive test ban treaty, CTBT, opening up for signatures in 1996. India did not sign either the CTBT or the Early Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT, of 1968 as India found both discriminatory and in both we found our security needs largely ignored. Our scientists had shown that India has enough nuclear capabilities when the nuclear explosions test was conducted in 1974. We had become a nuclear power but had no nuclear bomb with us. We decided to make use of nuclear power purely for peaceful purposes. Until most parts of 1970s, 1980s, and 1990s, we had no intentions of becoming a nuclear power state. Had we the intentions to make the nuclear bomb, we would not have waited for over 2 decades. India was committed then, as she is today, to global and universal disarmament. Our reasons in going towards nuclearization of weapons were different. We opted to become a nuclear weapons state because we had no other choice. The decades of 1980s and 1990s, we must remember, had been witnessing a further deterioration of our security environment as a result of nuclear and missile proliferation. A pattern of clandestine acquisition of nuclear materials. Missiles and related technologies had also come into existence. During this period, India had become a victim of externally aided and abetted terrorism, militancy, and clandestine war through hired mercenaries. The Islamabad-Beijing-Washington nexus also worried us. Though Europe was undergoing a transformation in the wake of the end of Cold War, yet our security concerns remained unaddressed. We had to think about ourselves, our own security, and not wait for another attack either from China or from Pakistan. At the global level, the nuclear weapons states were making no efforts to bring about a nuclear weapon-free world by proposing any project of dismantling the nuclear weapons. Instead, the Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT, was being extended indefinitely and unconditionally, perpetuating the existence of nuclear weapons in the hands of the 5 veto power states of the UN Security Council. The 1998 nuclear test was an admission of the fact that India is now a nuclear weapons state. It is not a conferment that we seek from others, nor is it a status that we want to be granted by others. It is our strength which bestows upon us a responsibility and makes us more responsible. It is not an instrument of attack, but a means to defend our people. The 1998 tests were not directed towards any country, but only assured the people of India that they would be secure from any attack. Our nuclear policy has not changed, nor has it violated any agreement. In the tests of 1974 or of 1998, we had only kept our nuclear options open and left to ourselves as to what decisions we have to make. These tests did not alter our relations with other nations. We continue to remain engaged in substantive dialogue with our neighbors to improve relations with them, especially neighbors such as China and Pakistan. We remain committed to our ongoing confidence-building measures and to the promotion of peace and stability. The 1998 tests are not repudiation of our disarmament policy, but are a continuation of what we had already committed ourselves to. We are for universal disarmament and not disarmament. We are for universal disarmament and not disarmament for some and armaments for others. We are for total disarmament and not for piecemeal disarmament. We are for equal disarmament and not for discriminatory policies. LOL. India Degree S Nuclear Policy. Former Prime Minister Morarji Desai, in an interview to Barbara Walters of American Broadcasting Company, talked about the nuclear policy, saying that even if the entire country is destroyed in their absence, he would never go in for nuclear weapons. However, when the supreme national interests eventually dictated that India had no option but to go ahead on the nuclear road, India adopted a purely defensive nuclear policy summarized in one phrase: no first-use nuclear policy. In accordance with the 1925 Geneva Protocol on a No First-Use Treaty on Chemical Weapons and Toxins, the nuclear policy of India is not only consistent with its culture, but is also extremely responsible and aware of the horrendous destruction that nuclear weapons can cause. The country opted to develop a credible minimum nuclear deterrence due to the widespread recognition that nuclear weapons are political weapons and not weapons of warfighting, and their sole purpose is to deter the use and threat of the use of nuclear weapons. There is, thus, a broad national consensus on the development of a credible minimum nuclear deterrent capability and the doctrine of no first use. Beyond that level of deterrence, India does not foresee any more nuclear capability. The concept of deterrence in India goes by denial rather than by punishment. In an interview with India Today soon after the 1998 nuclear tests, the then Prime Minister A.B. Vajpayee had said that there was no need to cover the nuclear explosions with a veil of secrecy. India now is a nuclear weapons state. On May 27, 1998, Vajpayee made a statement: "We do not intend to use these nuclear weapons for aggression or for mounting threats against any country. These are weapons of self-defense. To ensure that India is not subject to nuclear threats or coercion, we do not intend to engage in arms race." On May 29, 1998, the day following Pakistan's nuclear tests at Shagai, Vajpayee said in the parliament that India had declared a voluntary moratorium on further nuclear testing, was ready to engage in negotiations for Fissile Materials Cut-Off Treaty (FMCT), had undertaken to exercise stringent export controls on nuclear and missile-related technologies as well as those relating to other weapons of mass destruction. India had offered to discuss a no-first-use agreement with Pakistan and other countries, bilaterally or in a multilateral forum. On May 11 and 13, 1998, a total of 5 nuclear devices in the deserts of Pokhran were tested. These took both the people of India and the world by surprise, raising eyebrows in some quarters. A number of questions began being asked by domestic and foreign analysts. How does India view nuclear weapons? Would it, after having conducted tests, use nuclear weapons? How do these new developments fit in with the traditional Indian policy of non-alignment? Would India join the nuclear club or remain aloof? How would India react to the world public opinion opposing India's explosions and tests? Together with these, numerous analysts, including N. Ram, Praful Bidvai, and Achin Van Eyck too have questioned India's nuclear tests, though some of the arguments they offered were not very forthright. The statements made by the Indian leadership, including those by the Prime Minister, and the official versions given from time to time suggest a number of broad guidelines with regard to the nuclear policy as a consequence of nuclear tests. These guidelines may be stated as A. Minimum deterrence. B. No first use, NFU, and non-use of nuclear weapons against non-nuclear states. C. A program of missile testing. D. A moratorium on nuclear tests and accession to the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, CTBT. E. Negotiating a Fissile Materials Cut-Off Treaty, FMCT. F. Export control, and G. Promoting global nuclear disarmament. In her nuclear policy, India is committed to a credible minimum deterrence. The Prime Minister stated in a major statement on December 15, 1998, "Just as our conventional capability has been employed in order to safeguard the territorial integrity and sovereignty of India against any use of threat of force, the adoption of our nuclear deterrent posture has also followed the same logic. We have announced our intention to maintain a minimum deterrence, but one that is credible. The major question involved in minimum deterrence is what number of deterrents? The government policy does not indicate it, though minimum would refer to the fewest possible and the fewest necessary to dissuade the adversary to undertake a nuclear strike, though the USA remains dissatisfied on what constitutes minimum for India. With regard to no first use or no use against the non-nuclear powers, India's position is more than clear. A. Nuclear weapons with India are defensive and not offensive, meaning thereby that India would not use nuclear weapons first on her own. B. These weapons are weapons of self-defense and not of war. C. India would not, these being weapons of defense, amass nuclear weapons, nor would she use them as instruments of blackmail or coercion. Vajpayee had made it clear, India shall not engage in an arms race. India shall not also subscribe to or reinvent the doctrines of Cold War. India's offer of a no first-use agreement to Pakistan has not been received well by that country. Missile testing is essential insofar as a minimum deterrent would require an appropriate delivery vehicle. As things stand, India has strike aircraft which could be used to deliver gravity bombs. The Mirage 2000s, Jaguars and Sukhoi 30s would be India's future striking instruments. However, deterrence in the longer run would probably include on-ground and sea-launched missiles as well. The 250-kilometer range Prithvi missile can be configured to carry a small Hiroshima-type nuclear device. Though these may help assure India against Pakistan, they would not against China. India needs to develop a long-range surface-to-air missile and a sea-launched ballistic missile for a submarine force. This was the reason that despite the pressure from the United Nations, India has insisted on its right to test various missile systems. After the successful tests of May 1998, the Prime Minister expressed satisfaction and stated that the tests have achieved their desired objectives, and that there was no further testing required. He thus declared moratorium on further nuclear testing. He also stated in the Parliament that India would be willing to sign the CTBT. In his address to the 53rd UN General Assembly, he had said, "We are prepared to bring these discussions with key interlocutors in the international community to a successful conclusion, so that the entry into force of the CTBT is not delayed beyond September 1999. India's signing the CTBT had two conditions. A. Permanent members of the Security Council also adhere to the treaty, and B. There is the positive environment so as to enable the accession to the CTBT, especially by India's interlocutors. With regard to negotiating a fissile materials cut-off treaty, India agreed to join and participate in the negotiations in Geneva at the Conference of Disarmament, provided the treaty would not be discriminatory and meets India's security needs. However, the government ruled out a moratorium by India on fissile material production and without prejudice to the existing stockpiles. India reiterated her stand to strengthen export controls of the proliferation-related items. She even sought export control laws on nuclear missiles so as to bring them in line with the global norms. Addressing the UN General Assembly, the then Prime Minister had said, "We have an effective system of export controls and shall make it more stringent where necessary," stating that India's position is better than those who have signed NPT. Despite the May 1998 tests and India's weaponization, the country is committed to support the goal of global disarmament. Vajpayee declared, "India remains committed to the basic tenets of our foreign policy, a conviction that global elimination of nuclear weapons will enhance its security as well as that of the rest of the world." 4. Nuclear doctrine. The nuclear policy of India as it came to be seen in the world had mixed feelings. Most of these did not approve of India's policy. In India, there had begun a debate with viewpoints summarized as A. Rejectionism, B. Pragmatism, and C. Minimalism. See Kanthi Bajpayee's article, India's Nuclear Posture After Pokhran II. The rejectionists hold the view that the nuclear weapons are regrettably necessary in a world where there are others with nuclear powers who refuse to give them up and who may threaten India's security. Arundhati Ghosh, India's permanent representative to the Conference on Disarmament in 1996, had argued, "I would like to state that for as long as we continue to live in a nuclear world, we would need nuclear weapons for our security." Muchkund Dubey, India's former foreign secretary, had also pointed out acquisition of nuclear deterrence is necessary, even indispensable condition for safeguarding our security, for gaining the bargaining clout which has so far been lamentably missing, and for making an effective contribution to shaping a new world order. Thus, the rejectionists conclude that if peace is to prevail, nuclear disarmament is both desirable and feasible. Desirable insofar as nuclear weapons may lead to catastrophic damages. Feasible insofar as the nuclear weapons are ethically repugnant if they are not illegal under international law. The pragmatists believe that the nuclear powers are vital for India's security, especially in a world which shows no signs of moving towards abolition India's security, especially in a world which shows no signs of moving towards abolition of nuclear weapons. They may argue that India's security is encircled by Pakistan and China, the two neighboring nuclear powers of India. And then the nuclear weapons states have always kept reaffirming the importance of their nuclear weapons. The pragmatists argue that under such circumstances, why should India not concentrate on her security? The maximalists want India to arm itself as quickly as possible with nuclear powers for security reasons. They go beyond the minimum deterrence level, some proposing as large a number as 300 to 400 weapons warheads so as to fight and not just deter nuclear war. India's nuclear policy is neither directed towards aggression nor towards invading and dominating others. Nuclearization of weapons was the product of circumstances in which India had very limited choice. In fact, we had to nuclearize our weapons only to ensure security of our country and the safety of our people. When there are nuclear weapons at one's doorsteps, there is no hope of peace and stability. We chose to have nuclear weapons so as to tell those who had them that we can hardly be bullied. The very fact that we too possess power would deter others to take any liberty with us. Nuclear weapons are not weapons of destruction and in fact should not be so construed. They should help to save us and not destroy us, and as such have to be defensive instruments of self-defense. They have to be deterrents regarded only as political weapons sufficient to act as prohibitives. The Indian government through a task force constituted a three-tier National Security Council (NSC) with a full-time National Security Advisor and a National Security Advisor Board (NSAB) in mid-1998 so as to formulate India's nuclear doctrine, whose key features were: A. India to pursue a credible minimum deterrence strictly under civilian control. B. Any threat of use of nuclear weapons against India would invoke measures to counter the threat, and C. Any nuclear attack on India and its forces would result in punitive retaliation with nuclear weapons. It is clear that India would not first initiate any nuclear strike but would respond with punitive retaliation should deterrence fail. India would not resort to use nuclear weapons against states which do not possess nuclear weapons or are not aligned with nuclear weapons powers. Thus, the nuclear doctrine provides a broad framework for the development, deployment, and employment of India's nuclear forces. While establishing a nuclear capability, the doctrine proposes to have a sufficient survivable and operationally ready nuclear force based on the principle of no first use of nuclear weapons. It emphasizes that the level of India's nuclear capability needs to be consistent with maximum credibility, survivability, effectiveness, safety, and security. It also provides for the establishment of effective intelligence and early warning system. It recommends that India's nuclear forces be based on a triad of strategic bombers, land-based ballistic missiles, and submarine-launched ballistic missiles, SLBMs. Though the sea-based nuclear capability would take some decades to develop, nuclear forces are expected to survive a first strike having no option, but to ensure that at least 50 to 60% of the arsenal is made comparatively invulnerable by being maintained as SLBMs. The doctrine highlights the cardinal supremacy of civilian control over India's nuclear weapons and proposes that the final authority for the release of nuclear weapons must vest with the Prime Minister or his designated successors. The doctrine rejects the concept of nuclear war fighting and does not propose to match the nuclear warheads and delivery system with those of any of its potential adversaries. Nor does the doctrine seek to indulge in any nuclear blackmailing. The doctrine, in its nature, lays emphasis on retaliation and not on the use of nuclear weapons at the first instance. This is so because India regards the use of nuclear weapons as the gravest threat to humanity and to peace and stability in the international system. The nuclear doctrine had a mixed reaction. Amitabh Muttu called it an unapologetic realpolitik articulation of the principal raison d'etre of India's nuclear weapons. R. Prasannan called it a wish list attached to the collective speeches of the Prime Minister and his cabinet colleagues. Bharat Warlawalia criticized the minimum deterrence to be of different meanings vis-a-vis China and Pakistan. Though most of the Western media did not think kindly of India's nuclear doctrine, France welcomed it as a logical and a wanted step. Numerous analysts have concluded that India has gained nothing and has, through the proposed nuclear doctrine, unnecessarily decided to bear the horrendous costs of a nuclear strike by choosing to adopt a purely retaliatory nuclear policy. The question sometimes asked is, will India commit a nuclear strike if deterrence fails? The answer, Rear Admiral Rajamenon says, hardly. The first launch decision itself would take so much time that it would delay the whole operation. The country's nuclear doctrine is not all foolproof. For some, it is not even retaliatory but is merely self-declaratory, while, for others, it is only rhetorical. One would do well to peruse the following comments. 1. India's nuclear policy helps deter the use of nuclear weapons. Accordingly, they are not meant to deter the use and threat of the use of conventional weapons, chemical weapons, and biological weapons. 2. India's nuclear weapons are narrowly focused insofar as they defend India through deterrence. Our nuclear weapons do not provide deterrence in all circumstances, especially in limited conventional conflict such as in Kargil in 1999. 3. India's first use of nuclear weapons would operate only when deterrence fails and only when the adversary uses nuclear weapons against India. All this would, obviously, circumscribe severely the potential development, deployment, and employment of our nuclear arsenal. 4. India's no-first-use doctrine is a defensive doctrine, a precautionary step, and retaliation would ensue only when the weapons are used against India. This is acting in self-defense. Does this mean that India can use nuclear weapons against a state which attacks India and which, in itself, is not a nuclear weapon state? Is India obliged to use nuclear weapons whether they are necessary or not? The questions have not been addressed by the nuclear doctrine. 5. The doctrine is based on the concept of minimum deterrence that implies that India's nuclear policy, strategy, and posture would be guided by the minimalist principle. The emphasis on the minimum does not at times work to the advantage of the concerned country. To sum up, India's desire to develop a credible minimum deterrent against nuclear blackmail and the threat of the use of nuclear weapons is a justifiable national security imperative. India's no-first-use, retaliation-only nuclear doctrine is both morally befitting and culturally worthy of our civilizational heritage. India's nuclear doctrine is operationally sound, though the country is yet to demonstrate it. India and France nuclear deal. India has signed a deal to buy nuclear reactors from France following talks between President Nicolas Sarkozy and Prime Minister Manmohan Singh in Delhi in 2010. The agreement was signed at a ceremony attended by the two leaders. The president said that France had clinched deals worth about $20 billion, £13.5 billion, with India. Under the civil nuclear deal, 2 French reactors worth $10 billion, £6.3 billion, are expected to be built at Jaidapur in the western Indian state of Maharashtra, one of India's most industrialized states. India has 22 nuclear reactors and is seeking to expand its energy sector, opening up a market estimated at £90 billion, £55 billion, over 15 years. There are issues with regard to the other technical matters, including prices. These are the subject matter of negotiations. France is competing with American and Russian firms for a slice of India's civilian nuclear energy market, worth an estimated $150 billion, after Delhi signed a series of civilian nuclear deals that ended its status as a nuclear pariah. France, the world's second-largest producer of nuclear energy after the US, hopes to lead an international revival of the industry, which is expected to benefit from worries about global warming and soaring energy prices. Hungry for energy to fuel its booming economy, India has a population of 1.2 billion but gets only a tiny fraction of its electricity from nuclear power. Supporters of the deal say that having more nuclear plants in India could help reduce global demand for oil and gas while at the same time significantly reducing the country's pollution levels. France has backed India's bid for a permanent seat at the UN Security Council and supported India's membership of the Nuclear Suppliers Group, a gathering of countries that export civil nuclear technology. Analysis of the nuclear deal and issues under Narendra Modi. Taking civil nuclear cooperation forward was high on the agenda of the Indian PM's visit to Paris. France was the first country to sign a bilateral civil nuclear pact with India after the Nuclear Suppliers Group's landmark waiver in September 2008. France, which depends on nuclear energy for the bulk of its electricity needs, is also special in India's quest for civil nuclear energy as it supplied nuclear fuel to the Tarapur nuclear plant when the world's big economies were shunning India for the nuclear tests. Now, the India-France civil nuclear cooperation is set to fructify, with the two sides set to resolve some lingering issues to finalize administrative arrangements for French nuclear giant Areva to set up 6 atomic reactors in Now, the India-France civil nuclear cooperation is set to fructify, with the two sides set to resolve some lingering issues to finalize administrative arrangements for French nuclear giant Areva to set up 6 atomic reactors in Jodhpur in Maharashtra. The space partnership shows that sky is virtually the limit. Indian Space Research Organization ISRO and its French counterpart Centre National d'Études Spatiales NIES have been collaborating for decades on space technologies and jointly launching satellites. The ISRO and NIES jointly developed the satellite for Argos and Altica Soral, carrying a radar altimeter to study sea surface altitude and a data collection platform for collecting data from ocean buoys and weather data centers Argos. It's a win-win collaboration. NIES provided the payloads and ISRO was responsible for satellite platform and launch using PSLV and operations. The integrated Soral satellite was launched on February 25, 2013. Defense ties. Defense cooperation remains the bedrock of the growing strategic partnership. The two countries have held 3 editions of joint army exercise entitled Shakti and 5 editions of the Indo-French air exercise Garuda. The Indo-French naval exercise Verona was held in the Mediterranean Sea off the port of Toulon from 19 to 22 July 2012. France is among the top suppliers of cutting-edge weapons systems to India. India and Japan nuclear deal. India will be able to access a new generation of nuclear reactors over 1,000 megawatts and high-tech safety features with the finalizing of the Indo-Japanese nuclear agreement, with Westinghouse ready to offer a deal under which India would buy 6 of its state-of-the-art AP1000 reactors by March next year. Though a US-based firm, Westinghouse is a wholly-owned subsidiary of the Japanese firm Toshiba. Prime Ministers Narendra Modi and Shinzo Abe have gone for negotiations for a bilateral civil nuclear agreement that have been successfully concluded. A lot of technical details ratification by the Japanese Diet still have to be completed, but the diplomatic paperwork is mostly over. Japanese companies are world leaders in nuclear technology. Whether a reactor is France or South Korea, key components like reactor vessels are the monopoly of Japanese firms like JSW. Only Russian reactors are not dependent on Japanese parts, but their reactors are limited to 1,000 megawatts and have outdated safety technology. Indian officials noted that there were actually no American reactors, only Japanese. In other areas like nuclear fuel fabrication and breeder technology, the Japanese are the best, or at the least very close to being so. India and Japan have struggled with civil nuclear talks since India struck a similar deal with Washington. Because of the Hiroshima-Nagasaki legacy, Tokyo had asked for further commitments from New Delhi on issues like nuclear testing and disarmament. India, however, insisted it could not go beyond what it had agreed to with the US. The diplomatic compromise was to explore areas of nuclear cooperation which were not covered in detail in the Indo-US agreement. This way, the substantive part of the detail remained true to the template of the Indo-US agreement. Of these gray areas that the two found common ground was nuclear safety, a Japanese concern since their own Fukushima disaster. It is known that earlier rounds of negotiations were successful in everything except 3 areas. 2 of them were resolved in talks between April and October. The last pending issue revolved around termination, the circumstances under which Japan could cancel the agreement, and how this would affect bilateral work in the ultra-sensitive field of reprocessing technology. Reprocessing allows a country to separate potentially weapons-grade plutonium from nuclear waste. There are some tricky areas where India and Japan have reached an agreement to not write down specific clauses, but allow the other side to revert to its own internal procedures. Analysis. The nuclear deal has been a sensitive subject between Delhi and Tokyo for the past 5 years. In 2005, the United States spearheaded the effort to recommence international nuclear commerce with India, urging the International Atomic Energy Agency (IAEA) and the Nuclear Suppliers Group (NSG) to consider Delhi's excellent nuclear non-proliferation and safety credentials and make an exception for the South Asian country despite its refusal to accede to the Non-Proliferation Treaty. The international legal infrastructure was in place by 2008, and India has since concluded several nuclear cooperation agreements enabling it to purchase nuclear equipment and fuel from the international market. Delhi's increasingly warm relations with Tokyo had led the former to believe that the latter would also ink such an accord once the United States and other major powers had done so. Mistakenly, as it turned out. Japan holds an important position in international nuclear commerce. Over the years, the island nation has developed expertise in manufacturing several critical reactor components of high quality and become a key node in the supply chains of at least 3 of the major nuclear vendors, namely the French firm Areva and the American firms General Electric and Westinghouse. Among the major players, only Russia's Rosatom and China's 2 major state-run nuclear vendors, China General Nuclear Power Group (CGN) and China National Nuclear Corporation (CNNC), are independent of Japanese components. As per Japan's strict export controls stipulating end-user certification and other conditions, US and French nuclear firms would first need the permission of their Japanese suppliers before doing business with India. Tokyo's consonance on nuclear cooperation with India thus achieved a greater import, not to mention the symbolic value India put on such an agreement as an indicator of its nuclear normalization. The declaration at the India-Japan summit falls considerably short of a nuclear deal. The 2 sides merely signed a memorandum of understanding that has punted the legal and technical differences further down the road. In essence, this means that Japan has only agreed to the principle that it can conclude a civil nuclear cooperation agreement with India, that it will make an exception to its rule of not conducting nuclear commerce with a state that is not a signatory of the NPT. This is progress, no doubt, but what price Japan will extract for its concession in terms of technical requirements or how long the nuclear deal will take to operationalize the deal is anyone's guess. If the joint statement between the 2 countries is any indication, Japan's pound of flesh will probably include Indian concessions on the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty (CTBT) and the Fissile Material Cut-Off Treaty (FMCT). India's view has been that both these treaties perpetuate the nuclear apartheid regime of which the NPT forms the foundation. Although India has of its own volition declared a moratorium on future nuclear tests, being party to a legally binding agreement is a bridge too far from Delhi's perspective. Furthermore, a historical perspective on the fate of India's MOUs may be had by looking at the country's role in upgrading the Iranian port of Chabahar or its medium multi-role combat aircraft (MMRCA) contract. Even if India and Japan had succeeded in signing a comprehensive civil nuclear cooperation agreement, the chances of it having much impact on India's nuclear energy sector are slim. As part of its agreement with the United States, India agreed to bring into force a nuclear liability law like all other states with nuclear facilities. However, Delhi's interpretation of liability, informed as it was by the Bhopal gas tragedy of 1984, was not in congruence with the international standard that limited damages and made the operator solely responsible for economic compensation. Consequently, no vendor is willing to enter the Indian nuclear market. Westinghouse has been remarkably silent on its interest in India since January 2015 when US President Barack Obama and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi achieved an expensive and convoluted workaround on supplier liability by establishing an insurance pool for nuclear vendors. The only benefit India is likely to accrue from an agreement on nuclear cooperation with Japan is the transfer of technology for reactor components, particularly Japan's steel works forging of large, single-plate reactor pressure vessels. India may also diversify its suppliers and develop its indigenous nuclear energy industry. While both of these are welcome developments, they will not amount to the rapid expansion of nuclear energy in India that was envisaged in the wake of the Indo-US nuclear deal in 2008. Another possible benefit, if Modi is capable of being so bold, is the acquisition of plutonium and spent nuclear fuel for use in India's fast breeder reactors (FBR). This will expedite the introduction of thorium reactors in India, which are safer, cleaner, cheaper, and more proliferation-resistant than conventional reactors. There is some debate about why Japan has made even the slightest of shifts in its position on nuclear cooperation with India. The Yomiuri Shimbun, arguably Japan's leading daily, suggests that China's forays in emerging as a major nuclear vendor has Tokyo worried. By various means, Beijing has acquired advanced Western technology and incorporated it into its own designs that are now being marketed to the world. China's large reserves of foreign exchange also allow it to extend generous lines of credit to its customers who would be happy with a greater range of international partners. Additionally, by retreating from the international nuclear market and refusing to supply major customers, Japan will lose its technological edge in the field. Additionally, by retreating from the international nuclear market and refusing to supply major customers, Japan will lose its technological edge in the field as Britain has. This is a plausible explanation but betrays the newspaper's conservative leanings more than reveal Tokyo's reasons. Any argument along these lines must also take into account that there is still a large lobby against nuclear relations with a non-signatory of the NPT like India, as well as the opposition to nuclear energy expansion in Japan. Restarting the country's fleet of 43 idling reactors has itself been a challenge for the Abe government. From an Indian point of view, there are strategic as well as economic considerations at play here. Abe is not unaware of this, but he must also be able to sell this deal to his domestic audience and have it approved by the Diet. It might be his thinking that this is best achieved in small, incremental steps as the Mao was. In the meantime, there's much Modi can do to maximize the gains from a nuclear deal with Japan when it comes. It involves reforming the Atomic Energy Act to allow active participation by the private sector, establishing a de facto and de jure independent regulatory authority, improving transparency in the nuclear sector, and amending India's nuclear liability to conform to international norms. Whatever the potential benefits of a civil nuclear cooperation agreement with Japan may be, India has not achieved them today. India-Australia Civil Nuclear Cooperation Agreement. On September 5, 2014, India and Australia signed a MoU cooperation in the peaceful uses of nuclear energy during the Australian Prime Minister's visit to India. The agreement was signed by the Secretary, Indian Department of Atomic Energy, and the High Commissioner of Australia to India. The much-awaited part of the Civil Nuclear Cooperation Agreement was Australian acceptance to become a long-term reliable supplier of uranium to India. Besides, both countries underlined the need for cooperation in production of radioisotopes, nuclear safety, and other areas not spelt out in the release. This may lead to comprehensive nuclear science and technology cooperation between India and Australia if the bilateral strategic partnership increases the newly acquired level of mutual trust. In the India-Australia Civil Nuclear Cooperation Agreement, India was praised for continuing its nuclear energy policy. Unlike few countries, India had not done reflexive reaction to the Fukushima incidents by shutting down its nuclear power plants. After a few years or decades, when some of these countries resume nuclear energy, they may find losing several valuable years. The statement rightly pointed out that India's commitment to nuclear energy is to promote sustainable development and energy security. The government of India has frequently been notifying about the proposed plan for the nuclear energy expansion. The nuclear power capacity is expected to reach 10,080 megawatts by 2017. India also plans to start work on 19 new nuclear power reactors by 2017. If this plan materializes, it may have a total capacity of 17,400 megawatts more in its energy basket. Earlier, India had planned to install about 20 GW nuclear power by 2020 and 274.56 GW by 2052. The plan may witness some adjustments. The current nuclear expansion plan needs uranium. Though India has relatively large reserves of thorium oxide, its uranium reserves are comparatively modest. As of May 2014, India has 211,473 ton in situ U308,179,329 ton uranium reserves. It regularly assesses the techno-economic viability of extraction and development of uranium resources. Not all uranium deposits explored are mined and processed. On various occasions, mining and exploration of uranium reserves have been discontinued because of the low economic feasibility. The Department of Atomic Energy (DAE) admitted in the past that shortage of uranium had affected the functioning of the power plants. In an answer to a question in the Indian Parliament, the government stated the country's uranium requirement in the 12th Five-Year Plan, 2012-2017, period is estimated to be 5,057 tons. This includes 318 tons of low-enriched uranium for Tarapur Atomic Power Station, TAPS-1 and 2, and Kudankulam, KK-1 and 2. The Indian nuclear establishment maintains that the known uranium deposits can feed nuclear power plants with a capacity of about 10,000 MW only. After the 2008 NSG exemptions, India signed agreements and contracts with several countries for the supply of uranium. It signed agreements with countries such as Namibia and Canada for uranium supply. However, so far, it has signed contractual agreements with the companies of only 4 countries: M/Areva, France, during 2008, M/SJSC TVL Corporation, Russia, during 2009, M/SNAC Kazatomprom, Kazakhstan, during 2009, and M/SNMC Uzbekistan 2013. The Prime Ministers of India and Australia have instructed their respective negotiators to work out the administrative arrangement as soon as possible. Only after signing the contractual agreements, the Australian supply of uranium may come to India. The contractual agreement may incorporate the price, the period of supply, the form of uranium, and other relevant details. India wants to diversify its uranium supply, and it is strategically important to have diversified suppliers. This helps in not only getting access to the uranium market for procuring the material on reasonable price, but also to have an uninterrupted supply of uranium for its existing and new nuclear plants. India has already planned to build a uranium stockpile. Currently, Australia is considered to have the largest reserve of recoverable uranium. Its dominance appears to probably remain unchallenged in the coming years. The World Nuclear Association and the Australian government both informed that Australia ranks 3rd in terms of production of uranium. Kazakhstan and Canada produce more than Australia. If it opens new mines, which it is planning to do, its production may easily increase and possibly it will become the top producer within a few years. Australia produces uranium basically to export as it does not operate any nuclear power plant. So, Australia may become the most important uranium supplier to India. Quite significantly, before signing the agreement, the Australian delegation announced that the safeguards issue had been resolved. The Australian Prime Minister stated that suitable safeguards will be applied to the supplied Australian uranium to India. It seemingly means that the umbrella agreement of the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, will continue to be the template for the agreement. Any extra IAEA best practice was resisted in the past by Indian negotiators. In fact, the 2012 announcement by Julia Gillard, the former Prime Minister of Australia, had in fact harmonized the NPT framework for Australian uranium export policy to the framework for the 2008 NSG exemptions for India. The administrative arrangement will, with all probability, reflect this harmonized Australian uranium policy and India's willingness to embrace the umbrella safeguards agreement it signed with the IAEA. This heralds India's accommodation further within the global nuclear order. As Australia and India have to deepen their security cooperation for a peaceful, prosperous, and stable Asia-Pacific region, both the countries will have to manage global nuclear commerce together. The Civil Nuclear Cooperation Agreement needs to be treated as an important step towards accommodating India in the NSG. Practice questions. 1. Correlate the concept of national interest with the nuclear question. 700 to 800 words. 2. What imperatives forced India to pursue a nuclear policy? Give arguments. 700. 800 words. 3. Make a distinction between a nuclear power country and the nuclear weapons country. 200 to 300 words. 4. Give an account of the evolution of India's nuclear policy. 700 to 800 words. 5. Evaluate India's nuclear policy and give its key principles. 700 to 800 words. 6. Write a detailed note on the proposed nuclear doctrine. 700 to 800 words. 7. How far do you agree that India was justified in acquiring nuclear weapons? 700 to 800 words. 8. Write a short note on A. India-France nuclear deal. B. India-Japan nuclear deal. C. India-Australia Civil Nuclear Cooperation Agreement. Recent developments in Indian foreign policy. These changes influence events not only at home but also abroad. More the events, more are the changes, and more are the impacts of the phenomena around. Our study of international relations near or far proves that events and developments occurring in one part of the world have influence over other parts. In a fast-changing world, developments occur too swiftly. India's position in the near northwest, Afghanistan. Afghanistan has never been, in larger part of its history, a unified country or a nation-state, but has at best been a buffer zone intended to separate the old dominant regional powers, Britain, Russia, and Persia. It lies at the crossroads of the Middle Eastern, Central Asian, and South Asian security environments. In fact, it is more of a connector between the surrounding security environments than an insulator. It draws together various security-related issues, for example, narco, and spills them over to all bordering regions. Afghanistan is important for all the countries around her, near or far, countries such as Iran, Pakistan, India, Russia, Uzbekistan, China, and Japan. Iran is contributing significantly to the reconstruction of Afghan infrastructure. Western Afghanistan is better connected with Iranian electricity and transportation networks than those of the rest of the country. Japan, as another example, is the second largest donor of reconstruction and development aid to Afghanistan. India has offered $750 million for Afghanistan's reconstruction, making it the largest donor to Afghanistan. China may soon become the largest provider of foreign direct investment in Afghanistan. All neighbors of Afghanistan are stakeholders in regional stability. China and Russia worry about the spread of Islamic extremism in Central Asia affecting their respective provinces. Iran-Afghanistan relations have hit rock bottom during the Taliban years. India is affected by the Islamic terrorism in Kashmir and increasingly also in its heartland. Even Pakistan is now a target of this kind of terrorist violence. Whenever there is trouble in Afghanistan, Pakistan and Iran are the preferred destinations of Afghan refugees. What is important to state in the end is the fact that all of these states are interested in the secure passage of energy through Afghanistan. It is this interest in Afghanistan that all these military presence in Afghanistan. Russia's attempt to integrate Afghanistan with Central Asia has failed. The communists had killed the rightists and the mujahideen, the leftists, although northern Afghanistan in particular has close economic, ethnic, and cultural ties with the post-Soviet republics of Central Asia. In terms of arrangement and security purposes, Afghanistan is much more close to the South Asian complex. The inclusion of Afghanistan in South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, would go a long way in establishing lasting peace and stability in the region. Thus, Afghanistan's accession to the SAARC and the fact that it was prompted by India can be interpreted as a sign of India's willingness to engage durably in Afghan security management and to integrate Afghanistan into the South Asian regional order. India's relations with Afghanistan demonstrate shared close cultural and political ties. India has always supported successive Afghan governments until the rise of the Taliban in the 1990s. Following the 9/11 attacks and the US-led war in Afghanistan, the relations between India and Afghanistan have grown stronger again. India has restored full diplomatic relations and has provided hundreds of millions of dollars in aid for Afghanistan's reconstruction and development, though India's growing relations with Afghanistan and the stability in Afghanistan have not been appreciated by Pakistan. India regards Pakistan as of strategic importance, a gateway to energy-rich Central Asian states such as Turkmenistan and Kazakhstan. India wants the countries of the region either act favorably towards India or at least remain neutral in its conflict with Pakistan. Afghanistan, on the other hand, looks to India as a potential counterweight in its relationship with Pakistan. India has offered large amounts of money for some $450 million to contribute in building a new Afghanistan. For India, Afghanistan is important and therefore, she wants to counter Pakistan's influence in Afghanistan. India, an observer in the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, has been pursuing better relations with Central Asian states for energy cooperation, giving Tajikistan a $17 million grant for the modernization of a hydropower plant and signing a memorandum of understanding with Turkmenistan for a natural gas pipeline. India also wants the security of some 4,000 Indian workers and security officials working in Afghanistan. Furthermore, India is actively involved in a wide array of development projects in Afghanistan. It is building several key roads, including the Zaranj-Dalaram Highway in southwest Afghanistan near the Iranian borders. It has helped Afghanistan to build its new parliament building. It is training Afghan police officers, diplomats, and civil servants, and it has provided support in the area of health, education, transportation, power, and telecommunications. Bilateral trade between India and Afghanistan has been on the rise, reaching $216 million for the fiscal year 2006 to 2007. Significantly, it is to be noted that Pakistan permits Afghan exports to India, but does not allow transit facilities to India reaching Afghanistan. The Indian television soaps are very popular in Afghanistan. Pakistan believes India's influence in Afghanistan as a threat to her security. Hence, it supported the anti-Soviet Mujahideens first and then the Taliban's to use them against India, in addition to using the Afghan land and airspace for its own benefits. It is, thus, well to conclude that India and Pakistan find themselves opposed to each other in their perception about Afghanistan. Robert Kaplan writes in the Atlantic Monthly, Afghanistan has been a prize that Pakistan and India have fought over directly and indirectly for decades. India's position on the crisis in Iraq. India's position on the crisis in Iraq was in accordance with the decision taken by the UN Security Council. The UN Security Council's resolution called for the strict implementation of searching whether Iraq possessed any weapons of mass destruction, WMD, or whether it was capable of producing them or had destroyed them. What India rightly opposed was the unilateral action by the United States and the United Kingdom to search such weapons in Iraq. India firmly believed that it is only the Iraqi people who are competent enough to take a decision on Iraq's polity, and that neither the United States nor the United Kingdom have any right to dictate any kind of terms to the Iraqi government. It is the people should have. Even the United Nations, India felt, had no right to take any action with regard to the Iraqi government. India took the stand that why should any external power decide whether Saddam Hussein's government is legitimate or illegitimate, humane or inhuman. This is a power that rests with the people of Iraq if democracy has any meaning, a system which the Americans and the British profess to love and for which they claim to have made sacrifices. In any case, India does not approve the unilateral action taken by the USA and the UK to search for the deadly weapons in Iraq. It supports the UN Security Council's resolution on the issue relating to that country. India does not support the American and the British views that the Saddam Hussein government in Iraq is illegitimate or inhuman. What it seeks to advocate in Iraq is that the country should have the government which the people of Iraq want to have. Iraq's case was not nearly as bad as was projected by USA and UK. Though the allegations that link between Saddam Hussein and Osama bin Laden and al-Qaeda were not proven, Iraq did not condemn the 9/11 attack. It was well known that Iraq has had contacts with the organizations of Carlos, the anti-Tehran Mujahideen Dini-Khalq and the anti-Shia, and that the leakage of WMD from Iraq to anti-India terrorists through Lashkar-e-Jangvi (LEJ) elements. Iraq's efforts to support terrorism in Israel by describing the terrorists as freedom fighters and announcing cash rewards for the families of the suicide terrorists were condemned. However, several other allegations were quite baseless. For example, the allegations against Iraq that it is attempting to have an Islamic bomb, that it is important for Iraq to have weapons of mass destruction in order to protect Islam, and that it is supportive of the al-Qaeda and of Osama bin Laden. Iraq was an Islamic state, but the allegations leveled against it as a fundamentalist nation were far from true. We must remember that no other nation in the Islamic world has been as modern, as forward-looking and as moderate as Iraq in Saddam's times. No other government in the Islamic world has acted as decisively against fundamentalists and pan-Islamic elements as did Saddam Hussein's government of Iraq. It has never been heard that the madrasas in Iraq have been acting as jihadi factories. We have not heard officials and non-officials in Iraq having any collaboration with the fundamentalist and extremist elements. The Saddam Hussein government has never made such a statement as did The Saddam Hussein government has never made such a statement as did late Zulfikar Ali Bhutto that when the Christians, the Jews and the Hindus had nuclear weapons, there was no reason as to why the Muslims should not. Even so, one regrets the killing of thousands of Israeli men, women and children being butchered by terrorists with approval from the Iraqi government led by Saddam Hussein at one point of time. The Anglo-American unilateral action in Iraq is subject to condemnation, one that cannot be justified on any ground. What irks India is that the US-UK action was without any approval of the UN and also against the democratic rights of the people of Iraq. The USA has acted similarly in the past as it had acted in Iraq. It bombed Libya in 1986 after an attack of terrorism directed against its nationals in West Berlin, and al-Qaeda training camps in Afghanistan in August 1998 after the explosions outside its embassies in Kenya and Tanzania. But these were only punitive actions and not meant to be strategic so as to occupy a country and forcibly change the regime. This is what the USA and the UK tried to do in Iraq, and this is what India sought to oppose. This is not to say that terrorism has to be encouraged or supported. India is one with the USA and favors all those countries which want to eliminate terrorism. India is opposed to terrorism whichsoever country advocates it. No country has the right to hold the world to ransom, whether it is the USA or Iraq. LOL. India and the West Asia and Central Asia. What was earlier known as the Near East and the Middle East in relation to Europe is described by international organizations such as the United Nations as West Asia or Western Asia. West Asia is primarily arid and semi-arid and can be subject to drought, though there are vast expanses of forests and fertile valleys. The region consists of grasslands, rangelands, deserts, and mountains. Water shortages are a problem in many areas of West Asia. Among the countries included in the UN subregion of West Asia are countries such as Armenia, Azerbaijan, Cyprus, Georgia, all in or partly in Europe, Bahrain, Iran, Iraq, Israel, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman, Palestinian territories, Gaza Strip and West Bank, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Turkey, partly in Europe, United Arab Emirates, Yemen. In the UN subregion of South Asia, Afghanistan, and in the UN subregion of Northern Africa, Egypt are the countries included. The Central Asian states include Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. The history of West Asia for over a century is one long history of how colonial and imperialist powers, both old and new, have arrogantly looted and plundered a region for their unbridled self-interest. It is a history of total disregard and callous disrespect for the people of this oil-rich region. Such policies are still in place. USA, UK, France, and others are part of the problem in West Asia and not part of the solution. At a time when West Asia is passing through a phase of unparalleled political, economic, and social changes, India is expected to play a larger role in West Asian affairs, a possibly visible role in Iraq, use its leverage on Iran to curtail its pursuit of nuclear weapons, help build and enhance its ties with Israel without antagonizing the peoples of Palestine, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and other Islamic nations of the region. There is, however, a feeling in India that despite her efforts to have pro-Arab stance in West Asia, she has not been adequately rewarded by the Arabs who remain sympathetic towards Pakistan, though they are not vocal about being against India. In fact, the Arab world, on its part, does not want to lose India wholly to Israel, and hence it is playing a very cautious role vis-a-vis India. And India, on its part, wants to be friendly with the Arab world as she has been in the past. India's West Asian approach is influenced by its energy requirement, which constitutes about 65% coming from the West Asia region. India, we must remember, is the sixth largest energy consumer in the world. How can India ignore her ties with West Asia, which has employed over 3.5 million Indians in the Gulf? India will emerge as the fourth largest consumer country in another couple of years. How can West Asia ignore India as its ally? China is attempting to build its ties with West Asia. This forces India to shape its foreign policy towards Asia in such a way that it competes with China adequately. India is making efforts to redefine its interests in West Asia to become more outcome-oriented. India is moving and in fact should move fast from energy security to defense ties, from countering China to pursuing stability in the region. India regards West Asia as her extended neighborhood. Their ties can usually be traced back to ancient times. Our relations with West Asia are both civilizational as well as of significant contemporary relevance. Trade relations between India and West Asia go back to the early years of our history. There is evidence of trade between the cities of Mohenjo-daro, Harappa, and Mesopotamia nearly 4,000 years ago. The Arabs traded with southwest India for spices to carry these to Europe. There have been ties of intermarriages, and their descendants belong to the community of the Moplars in southwestern India. The arts and sciences ties between India and West Asia are well known. The translation of the stories of the Panchatantra is but one example of the exchanges of ideas and knowledge that also extend to mathematics, astronomy, and medicine. The influence of Persian and Arabic learning in India and the impact of architectural styles and aesthetics of West Asia can be seen in contemporary Indian society. Our long-standing ties with West Asia make us interested in peace and prosperity in West Asia. West Asia is the third largest destination of our goods, and exports to West Asia account for nearly 16% of our global exports. Obviously, any upheaval in the region affects us, as has, for example, the Iraqi attack on Kuwait in 1990 or the war in Iraq in 2003. The Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC, offers tremendous potential for cooperation in trade, investment, energy, manpower, etc. Information and technology exports to GCC stand at $170 million and are likely to move upwards. Both India and West Asia share a need for continued political stability and security in the region. Bilateral ties of friendship, mutual understanding, and cooperation with West Asian nations are further strengthened by building the momentum imparted by the visits of the two leaders to each other's countries. There is mutual understanding at intellectual, academic, and cultural levels between Egypt and India. The relations with Israel continue to develop satisfactorily, particularly in areas of trade, economic, and technological cooperation. The traditional friendly relations with Jordan have bolstered with regular contacts at various levels, exploring the bulk of commodities from India and promoting bilateral trade. Progress is being made in strengthening bilateral relations with Syria. The relations with Lebanon have further strengthened. During Israeli military offenses against Lebanon in April 1996, India had extended political support, calling for immediate ceasefire and the implementation of UN Security Council Resolution No. 425. India dispatched humanitarian assistance for the displaced Lebanese. India's relations with Libya were characterized by efforts to strengthen economic cooperation. A consignment of essential drugs and medicines was dispatched to Sudan in November 1996 for the flood victims. Delegations were exchanged with Tunisia in several fields, including trade, agriculture, science, and environment. India's relations with Palestine have been friendly. We have maintained our support for the Palestinian people. We feel concerned at the developments affecting the peace process and urge all concerned to ensure successful conclusion of the peace process within the agreed time schedule. India has continued its moral, material, and technical assistance to the Palestinian people for their legitimate aspirations. India has maintained traditional cordial relations and cooperation with the regional organizations, namely the League of Arab States, LAS, the Union of Arab Maghreb, UAM, and the Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC. The consultations are held with these organizations on matters of common interest. After the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, 5 new Central Asian republics have emerged as new neighbors of India: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. India's involvement in Central Asia includes energy ties, trade and investment, and the beginnings of a military relationship. Not surprisingly, the energy cooperation is at the heart of India's engagement of Central Asia. Kazakhstan has the largest oil resources in the region with 3 of the world's richest hydrocarbon fields. The Indian ONGC already has a 15% ownership stake in Kazakhstan's Alabekmala oil field and has announced a $1.5 billion investment in the joint Russian-Kazakh Kermangazi oil field in the Caspian Sea. Authorities in both India and Kazakhstan are as yet unclear about how they are going to export Kazakh oil to India. Additionally, Kazakhstan has offered India rights to develop the Karzakhambas oil field. India is looking into importing gas from Turkmenistan, though the latter is sending most of its already discovered gas to Russia. Uzbekistan has more modest hydrocarbon resources. Uzbekistan has more modest hydrocarbon resources. Export of electricity to India from Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan is under discussion. These two states are developing only a relatively low percentage of their potential hydro-generating capacity. 4. India-US nuclear deal. With the American Congress approval in October 2008, India-US nuclear deal lifted a 3-decade U.S. moratorium on nuclear trade with India. The deal provided American assistance to India's civilian nuclear energy program and expanded India-US cooperation in energy and satellite technology. Through the deal, India agrees to allow inspectors from the International Atomic Energy Association (IAEA), the UN's nuclear watchdog group, access to its civilian nuclear program. By March 2006, India promised to place 14 of its 22 power reactors under IAEA safeguards permanently. Included in them are domestically built plants which India had not been willing to safeguard before. India also promised that all future civilian thermal and breeder reactors would be placed under IAEA safeguards permanently, retaining the sole right, as the Prime Minister had said, to determine such reactors as civilian. Through the deal, India also agreed to the following. A. Committing itself to signing the additional protocol which allows more intrusive IAEA inspections of its civilian facilities. B. Continuing moratorium on nuclear weapons testing. C. Strengthening the security of its nuclear arsenal. D. Negotiating a Fissile Material Cut-Off Treaty, FMCT, with the United States, banning the production of fissile material for weapons purposes, agreeing also to prevent the spread of enrichment and reprocessing technologies to states that do not possess them, and E. Allowing U.S. companies to build nuclear reactors in India so as to provide nuclear fuel for its civilian energy program. The deal would make India eligible to buy U.S. dual-use nuclear technology, including materials and equipments which could be used to enrich uranium or reprocess plutonium, potentially creating the material for nuclear bombs. The deal allows India to receive imported fuel for its nuclear reactors. The India-US deal is expected to bring India and the United States closer to each other, especially when the two nations are forging a strategic relationship to pursue common interests in fighting terrorism and strengthening democracy. The deal recognizes that India is a responsible steward nuclear power and that it is, in no way, a nuclear proliferation risk. Teresita Schaefer, director of the South Asia program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, has rightly said, this deal is a part of a process of making India a more durable and reliable nuclear partner. Furthermore, the deal would help make India's existing electricity grid more efficient, restructuring the country's coal industry and expanding the use of renewable energy sources. Indeed, India is not a signatory to the Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT, which can force India to give up its nuclear weapons or make it accept international inspections and restrictions on its nuclear facilities. As Seema Galaud of Georgia University writes, President Bush's bilateral deal correctly recognizes that it is far better for the non-proliferation community if India works with it rather than against it. The IAEA Director General Mohammed El-Baradei has also strongly endorsed the deal, calling it a pragmatic way to bring India into the non-proliferation community. India, it may be remembered, has itself maintained strict control on its nuclear technology and has not shared it with any other country. In 2005, India had passed the Weapons of Mass Destruction (WMD) Act, which criminalizes the trade and brokering of sensitive technology. The United States has admired India on voluntary controls on its nuclear technology. The Indo-US deal, it was feared, may pose serious risks to the security of the United States by A. Allowing the Indian companies to proliferate banned nuclear technology around the world. B. Bending the international rules on the part of the other leading nuclear technology suppliers such as Russia and China so as to sell their nuclear technology to countries hostile to the United States. C. Encouraging countries like North Korea, Libya, Iran, and Iraq to promote proliferation, though they had already cheated the world by doing so after having signed the Non-Proliferation Treaty. The People's Republic of China was not apparently happy about the Indo-US nuclear civilian deal, for it stood against her in becoming a power in the region, finding India through the efforts of the USA to grab such a position. The deal, critics allege, may lead to a nuclear rivalry between India and China. Similarly, it was also felt that the US favoritism toward India could increase nuclear rivalry between India and Pakistan. There is the likelihood that the deal would feed the Indian nuclear weapons program and, thus, weaken deterrence. At least it was being felt in the Pakistan quarters. Some experts rightly worried that the Indo-US deal could prompt Pakistan to look elsewhere, for instance, to China for a similar deal. India and the Gulf War, 1990–91. Throughout the second half of the 20th century, if there was any region rife with all kinds of disputes, crises and wars, it was the Gulf region. The region witnessed the overthrow of Mossadegh, 1951, the Suez Crisis, 1956, the Six-Day War, 1967, the Iran-Iraq War, 1980–88, and the Gulf War, 199,091. The Gulf Crisis of 1990 was the result of numerous factors: disputes between Iraq and Kuwait with long-standing differences, emergence of Iraq as a military power following its war with Iran, Saddam Hussein's ambitions of dominating the Arab world, and the intra-Arab Gulf relations. With Iraq's independence in 1932, her territorial claims against Kuwait began mounting year after year. Iraq thought of Kuwait as a part of the Ottoman Empire and a region under the district of Basra. Since Iraq rose as a successor of the Ramallah Empire, it claimed Kuwait as its part. The two attempts at Kuwait, one in 1930s and another in 1961, did not yield any tangible results. In the months preceding the invasion in 1990, Saddam Hussein made several threatening charges against Kuwait: Kuwait's attempts of taking crude oil in the Ramallah oil fields and her illegal occupation of Warba, Bubiyan, and the Falaka Islands. He accused Kuwait of overproduction of oil, which Iraq regarded as a war against Iraq, warning Kuwait that its overproduction was a poison dagger in Iraq's back and that it was an evil against Iraq, an American plot to deplete Iraq's revenues. He threatened to use force. Cutting a few throats is better. To put things aright. Consequently, and therefore, finally, the 100,000 Iraqi troops and 300 tanks rolled into Kuwait with little resistance. Iraq announced that it would withdraw as soon as the situation stabilizes or when the Free Provisional Government of Kuwait asks them to withdraw. However, things happened the other way. On August 28, 1990, Kuwait was formally annexed to Iraq and became the 19th Iraqi province. On November 9, 1990, it was announced that Kuwait no longer exists and the world should forget Kuwait's independence. After several resolutions were passed by the UN Security Council condemning the action and imposing sanctions on Iraq, finally, Resolution 678 passed on November 29, 1990, authorized the coalition forces to restore international peace and security in the area by the use of all necessary means and asked Iraq to end its occupation of Kuwait by the end of January 1991. Nothing could happen. Kuwait could not be liberated. Operation Desert Shield was ultimately transformed into Operation Desert Storm. Iraqi military and other installations were bombed. Kuwait was finally liberated on February 27, 1991, with the US-led forces in command, and by March 4, 1991, the Kuwaiti government resumed functioning in Kuwait City. Soon after the ceasefire, the UN took steps to actively participate in reconstruction and rehabilitation efforts in Iraq and Kuwait. Several UN missions and teams went to Iraq and Kuwait to assess the humanitarian situation there. Whatever was possible was done, though there was not much either for reconstruction or for rehabilitation. In retrospect, it can be said that the Gulf War, 1990–91, was not a UN war at all. The UN was marginalized on all occasions. It was not the UN which ran the whole operation, but the United States, which was always active from the beginning. The UN Secretary-General remarked, "The war in the Gulf is not a UN war. It is not the UN war in the sense that there is no UN flag. The forces are not in blue UN helmets. There is no UN control over military operations." It is said that the Americans had used the Security Council the way it suited them, calling it into action again and again when Iraq invaded Kuwait. But once the war began, the Americans, with enthusiastic British support, did all they could do to stop the UN Security Council playing any part. The UN Secretary-General, who should have been a man at the center of events, was never consulted and war never informed of what was going on. As India and Iraq had good relations all through, it was a dilemma for India to take a definite position on Iraq's invasion of Kuwait. India could neither offend Saddam Hussein, who had never sided with Pakistan on Kashmir, nor could India openly advocate the UN's stand in whose charter India had demonstrated her faith. On Iraq-Kuwait issue, India decided to toe a middle line, saying that India opposes the use of On Iraq-Kuwait issue, India decided to toe a middle line, saying that India opposes the use of force in any form and advocates peaceful settlement of disputes among the states. 6. India and Israel. Though Israel was founded in 1948 and India recognized Israel in 1950, its full diplomatic relations with Israel were not established until 1992. This was mainly because of India's active support and sympathies with the Palestinian cause. India, it may be remembered, was one of the first non-Arab states to recognize Palestinian independence and also one of the first to allow an embassy of the Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO, in New Delhi. The causes of anti-Israel stance were numerous. The Indian strategy to counter Pakistan's influence in the Arab world, safeguarding its oil supplies from Arab nations, ensuring jobs for thousands of Indians in the Gulf and keeping the foreign exchange reserves afloat. Despite this, India and Israel found themselves together on a range of issues such as a close collaboration between the Indian Research and Analysis Wing, RAW, and Israel's Mossad. B. Their secret cooperation agreement in the area of security, intelligence, and military equipment. Israel had come to India's defense in most of her major conflicts, such as the Chinese attack on India in 1962 and the Pakistani attack in 1965, though the two countries were far away from each other in the War of 1967 in the Gulf region. It is important to note that Jews have lived in India without any fear and without any persecution for a long time, their number estimated now to be around 6,000, though many of them, about 25,000, had migrated to Israel between 1950s and 1970s. The 1990s brought substantial changes in India's relations with foreign countries following enormous economic growth as a consequence of privatization and liberalization of India's economy. Such changes included India's relations with Israel. Both India and Israel opened their full diplomatic relations with each other in 1992, and about a decade later the Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon visited India in September 2003. The two countries had convergence of interests. One of the areas where India and Israel find themselves close to each other was combating terrorism. Both face the scourge of Islamic terrorism sponsored by their respective neighbors. This shared dilemma has helped the two nations to a better understanding of each other's concerns. Though the suggestion made, May 2003, by the former Indian National Security Advisor Brajesh Mishra, to have an alliance between India, Israel, and the United States so as to fight Islamic fundamentalist terrorism has not materialized. India and Israel have definitely started cooperating on terror front. India having learnt a lot from the Israeli experience of fighting cross-border terrorism. India and Israel not only exchange crucial intelligence information on Islamic terrorist groups, but Israel is also helping India to fight terrorism by providing support such as specialized surveillance equipment, cooperation in intelligence gathering, joint exercises, and cooperation to stop money laundering and terror fighting. The tactics used by the Israeli Defense Forces (IDF) in the guerrilla warfare against terrorists can well be learnt by the Indian security forces. Israel's long experience in training, equipping, and operating elite undercover units deployed in terrorist areas to gather intelligence is useful for Indian security forces facing similar situations in Kashmir and the northeast regions in India. The other areas where Israeli know-how can be of use to India include tactics aimed at using infantry and commando units seeking out and destroying arms, terrorist bomb-making capabilities, and the use of dogs, robotics to detect hidden roadside mines. Defense collaboration is another area where India and Israel find their interests converge. Following Sharon's India visit, India and Israel decided to hold joint military exercises for their special forces to further strengthen their defense collaboration. Israel is expected to train the Indian soldiers for specialized anti-insurgent strikes, adding to their training in deserts, mountains, forests, counter-hijacking, and hostage crisis situations. Such training would help India in tackling cross-border infiltration. India has emerged Israel's largest arms market, while Israel as India's biggest arms supplier. With the end of the Cold War, the lure of the Russian arms market for India has diminished, Israel now satisfying India's requirements of high-tech procurement. From anti-missile systems to high-tech radars, from sky drones to night vision equipment, Indo-Israel defense cooperation has attained new heights in recent times. A large part of the imported equipment to modernize the Indian Army battalions as part of the 3,200 rupees crore, over $700 million, investment is likely to come from Israel. Israel is likely to help the Indian Army's plan to bolster its lethal firepower, anti-IED, improved explosive device, and communication capabilities. Israel was bidding to upgrade Indian Air Force's MiG-27 strike aircraft, the Indian Navy's Ka-25 anti-submarine helicopters and maritime patrol aircrafts, Israel's Sultan 155 MMJ. Howitzers are one of the three contenders for the 5,000 rupees crore, over $1 million, deal to buy about 1,000 howitzer guns, evaluations of which are currently being conducted by the Indian Army. Israel and India also are involved in close cooperation in upgrading the Russian MiG-21 Bison aircraft and T-72 tanks, especially to make the tanks capable of conducting night operations. India has also shown its interest in acquiring unmanned aerial vehicles with ongoing negotiations for the joint production of high-altitude herons with Israel. The Indian Air Force is also looking to acquire the Israeli Harpy missile used for silencing enemy radars, which would be a significant force multiplier. India also has shown keen interest in Israeli Delilah-IL bombs, Crystal Maze bombs, Pechora-IL, surface-to-air missiles, and Popea beyond visual range air-to-air missiles. It would, however, be wrong to view the Indian defense spending as being directed mainly towards Pakistan. India, it may be kept in mind, has larger aspirations of becoming a global political and military power. Israel's sophisticated weapon systems are likely to help India restructure its armed forces to meet the requirements of the future. In addition to the cooperation between India and Israel on areas relating to combating terrorism and collaboration in defense, there are other fields in which the two nations are seeking to cooperate. There has been a six-fold increase in India's trade with Israel in recent years. India is Israel's second-largest trading partner in non-military goods and services in Asia. India's non-military trade with Israel reached $1.27 billion in 2002 from just $202 million in 1992, diamonds as a single product accounting for nearly 65% of total trade. New areas of cooperation have been identified by the two states. These include areas such as the agricultural sector, farm research, science, public health, information technology, telecommunications, and cooperation in science. The two countries are setting up a joint economic committee to identify new measures to stimulate trade. Given India's strong scientific and technological base, Israel is keen on strengthening scientific and technological ties with India. Both the countries are planning to double the investment from $0.5 million in 2003 to about $1 million in a short period of 2 years. The relationship between India and Israel is getting stronger year after year. While India stands to strengthen itself in defense and security apparatus, Israel, on the other, finds India as its biggest market. There are a number of constraints within which the two countries, India and Israel, have to chart out their bilateral relations. One such significant constraint is our concern for the Palestinians who are trying to find their place vis-a-vis the Israelis. The world knows India's sympathies for Palestine, a cause which is so dear to India and the Indian Muslim populace of about 14 crore. India has been a strong supporter of the Palestinian self-determination. A significant change in India's policy towards Israel has been that before 1992, we had made the normalization of our relationship with Israel subject to the resolution of the Palestinian issue. But now we have delinked the two, though the A significant change in India's policy towards Israel has been that before 1992 we had made the normalization of our relationship with Israel subject to the resolution of the Palestinian issue, but now we have delinked the two, though the Palestinian cause is as dear to us today as it was in the past. Our policy, in this regard, has been similar to that of Jordan, which keeps its traditional ties with the Palestinians intact while building at the same time a new relationship with Israel. The same policy works up in regard to India's relations with the other Middle East nations. India seeks to balance its growing relations with Israel without sacrificing its core interests: oil coming from the Middle East to India and hundreds of thousands Indians working in the region in those countries. Another significant constraint between India-Israel relationship is Iran-Israel differences. Israel has a deeply antagonistic relationship with Iran. Israel regards Iran as the main supporter of the anti-Israeli Hezbollah group in Lebanon. It also blames Iran for supporting actively the extremist Palestinian groups which use terrorism against Israeli civilians. Iran's friendly relations with India are well known to the Israelis. Israel fears that India may help Iran by using the Israeli-given military assistance against Israel itself. Though such a possibility barely exists, the fear still hangs among the Israelis. India-Israel relations are strengthening year after year. The current international environment has favorably deepened India-Israeli ties. There are significant mutual benefits which the two can gain from their growing relationship. India has to pursue a cautious policy towards Israel and benefit the most from her ever-enhancing friendship with Israel, guarding her interests so perfectly that Israel neither goes the Pakistan way nor the China way. South China Sea issue. Context. U.S. President Obama hosted the first ever U.S.-ASEAN summit held on American soil, pointedly at the same desert estate in Sunnylands, California where he had entertained Chinese President Xi Jinping in 2013. Although officials have offered assurances that this is not going to be an anti-China gathering, the summit aims to strengthen the group's collective spine against an aggressive China. It will be one of the last major acts of Obama's presidency to rally Asia in support of his signature initiative to rebalance Chinese regional power. The summit's outcome will demonstrate whether ASEAN countries' security concerns outweigh their growing profitable economic and political linkages with Beijing. The problem USA sees in South China Sea issue resolution. U.S. wants a negotiated settlement of the South China Sea dispute rather than have it resolved by an unnamed Red China bigger nation bullying a smaller one. For the past several years, the U.S. has sought unsuccessfully to nudge ASEAN members to take a unified stance against China's aggressive moves in the South China Sea. Although member states Vietnam and Philippines strongly protested Chinese expansion, including its construction of airstrips on artificially built islands, the wider group has only expressed its concern without specifically naming China. Resistance to staking out a clear position on China's aggressive moves has come mainly from countries with close economic and military ties with China, such as Cambodia, Laos, and Thailand. These countries also have been accommodating of Chinese efforts to deport Uyghur and other dissidents, and more recently to kidnap a Hong Kong book publisher who ran afoul of Chinese censors. As one Thai official recently admitted in a newspaper interview, 10 million Chinese tourists visiting Thailand every year is a major consideration for staying in Beijing's good books. Present situation between ASEAN and China. The fact remains, however, that China's phenomenal economic growth over the past 2 decades has proved a boon to ASEAN members that have been major commodities suppliers and supply chain partners for the mainland's export sector. In the last 5 years alone, bilateral trade between China and ASEAN has doubled. While aggressively asserting its claims in the South China Sea, Beijing has tried to woo Southeast Asia with economic carrots ranging from free trade to state investments and offers to build high-speed railway lines and ports. China's policy on the issue. In essence, China's approach to ASEAN has mirrored the one-party state's contract with its own populace: accept our dominant position and you will be rewarded, challenge us and you will pay. It is not surprising that anxious ASEAN members, especially maritime nations like Vietnam and Philippines, which have the biggest disputes with China, have openly welcomed U.S. presence in the region. For example, Philippines has given access to U.S. Navy and Air Force, while Singapore and Malaysia have quietly allowed U.S. warships and surveillance aircraft to use their airports and ports to conduct patrols in the South China Sea. Last year, the U.S. earmarked hundreds of millions of dollars for maritime security initiatives designed to bolster the naval and coast guard capabilities of Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, and Vietnam. B. ASEAN members and USA policy. However, not all ASEAN members have been so enthusiastic about U.S. efforts to blunt creeping Chinese expansion. When U.S. Navy vessels recently sailed within 12 miles of artificial Chinese islands, exercising their right of freedom of navigation as allowed by the law of the sea, the silence of most ASEAN countries was deafening. Only Philippines and Vietnam welcomed the move, and Philippines even proposed joint patrols with the U.S. The U.S. has tried to win over skeptics through personal diplomacy, inviting the leaders of Indonesia and Vietnam to the White House. In the economic sphere too, the U.S. is applying pressure on Beijing. The Obama administration succeeded in enrolling ASEAN members Brunei, Malaysia, Singapore, and Vietnam in its Trans-Pacific Partnership. The ambitious Trade and Investment Group, which aims to create new rules for global business, strengthen intellectual property laws and environmental protections, notably does not include either China or India. The Sunnylands Summit was not about building an anti-China alliance, which is unrealistic given China's historic and geopolitical position and U.S.'s reluctance about foreign entanglement. But it has achieved Obama's rebalancing goal of ASEAN leaders who are encouraged by economic opportunities and assurances of military support to take a firmer stand against Chinese bullying. 9. India's stand on South China Sea. In recent years, India has started to become increasingly more vocal about what it feels is the correct way for the 5 main territorial disputants in the South China Sea to resolve their differences. What's particularly interesting is that the rhetoric coming out of New Delhi seems to be growing more specific and pointed as time goes on. India explicitly supports international law and arbitration in resolving these disputes. Its position has always been that India stands for freedom of navigation on high seas. India would like to ensure that all countries in the region adhere to the international conventions on the law of the sea on this issue. Indian policy with such kind of disputes is that the claimant countries should observe international law and norms, that disputes are to be settled peacefully. A stable maritime environment is essential to realize South Asia's collective regional aspirations. India welcomes the collective commitment by the concerned countries to abide by and implement the 2002 Declaration on the Conduct of Parties in the South China Sea and to work towards the adoption of a code of conduct in the South China Sea on the basis of consensus. It also welcomes the establishment of the expanded ASEAN Maritime Forum for developing maritime norms that would reinforce existing international law relating to maritime security. India and the vision of a new world order. Following the failure of the socialist model and the disintegration of the Soviet Union, there was the emergence of a new world order. The Cold War had ended. The liberal democratic order had emerged victorious, and market economy had given birth to a world of neoliberalism. In India, the economic liberalization of the 1990s with a growth rate of 6 to 7% per annum had made India's global presence visible. Two things had clearly emerged. 1. India's rise as the largest democracy in the world. 2. Its growing economic status. Both these headed towards making India an acknowledged leader of South Asia, a vibrant regional power of Asia along with China, and staking its claim to be a major power in the world. All these being a part of the ongoing process rather than any accomplishment of a status. India's record of an independent nation since independence in 1947 has been remarkable. It has acted as a soft power, playing a significant role in the decolonization of enslaved people, strengthening the United Nations so as to make it a world forum, leading the non-alignment movement along with other nations to help the newly independent nations to safeguard their sovereignty and modernize themselves, diffusing the Cold War rivalries so as to make the world safe for democracy and safer from all wars. India has stood for peace and security, progress and development, modernization and humanitarian values. She has pledged and advocated for one world as one people. India, on the economic front, is managing the transition from a developing society to a developed one. India is well ahead of China in soft infrastructure with its exceptional growth in information technology, and these have changed the perception of the Indian economy to a great extent. Politically, India is a nuclear weapons state and views itself as a responsible nuclear power. This has been recognized by the world, and this is one of the reasons for the United States to have entered into a nuclear civilian deal with India. The country's position as the largest democracy in the world has been acknowledged by all nations. India has a special place in the South Asia region. It is the only country which shares borders with 6 other countries: Pakistan, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and the Maldives, which together constitute the South Asian Association of Regional Cooperation, SAARC. Afghanistan joined the regional organization only recently. Because of her geographical position, size, population, natural resources, history, power, and civilizational role, India is a major undisputed power in the region. Differences do exist among the countries of South Asia, which have led to regional tensions and which have also led to slow progress in the objectives and goals of SARC, but in no case has India ever tried to dominate her neighbors. In her relations with each members of SARC, India has helped in numerous projects being developed in each of these nations. India, instead of entering into any confrontation, has extended all help more than what was sought by any neighbor. India is not a liability but is an asset to her neighbors. She does not intend playing politics of power in the region but wants politics of peace. Some major powers of the world, such as the United States, the European Union, Russia, and Japan, view the Asian world order with India and China competing for supremacy of the region. Most of the Western powers want India to balance China in Asia. That is the reason that powers such as the European Union, the United States, Russia, and Japan have strategic partnerships with India and regard India as their contemporary and future partner. The other regions such as the Southeast Asia, West Asia, and Central Asia have a favorable perception of India. The ASEAN was formed, it may be noted, to keep communist China at a distance. The Central Asian former Soviet republics have bid goodbye to the socialist regime. The West Asian countries do have cooperation with the erstwhile Soviet Union, but the cooperation was more from the Soviet side than from the countries of the region. China, in the eyes of most nations of the world as stated here, is not favorably received. India, on the contrary, has kept up her traditional ties with these countries. For India, the perception of the New World Order is today different than what it was during the Cold War period. The Cold War period was marked by India's non-alignment. It now pursues the policy of neo-non-alignment, i.e., engaging the nations far and near to meet its different requirements such as security, external and internal, sustained economic growth, energy, maritime, and access to technology. The world order India seeks to project beyond the region is to have and ensure stability so as to seek security, energy, and economic growth on the one hand and exchange what it has for what it does not have, through means both bilateral and multilateral on the other. The globalization process is easing India's efforts rather than obstructing them. That India is in the process of engaging with other nations regionally as well as globally, the world is also engaging India. The Indo-US nuclear civilian deal is a striking example of this engagement. The two erstwhile estranged democracies are becoming the engaging democracies, a strategic partnership which recognizes India's current and future potential for both the region as well as the world as a nuclear power. The two world orders face each other, the old order represented by the USA and Europe and the new order represented by countries such as India, China, Brazil, and South Africa. There are two ways to approach the old order. The new order may seek changes in the international system. 2. It may cooperate with the old order. The second possibility seems remote because the power of Europe is dwindling and that, along with the USA, Europe may not yield to the demands of the new order seeking changes in the international system by asking for the democratization of the international organizations, including the United Nations. The new order seeks an international system which is equitable, caring, and just. Practice questions. 1. Describe India-Afghanistan relations in detail. 700 to 800 words. 2. What makes Afghanistan important both for India and Pakistan? 200 to 250 words. 3. Why did the USA decide to take action? In Iraq? How did India view the Iraqi problem? 700 to 800 words. 4. Describe India's interests in West Asia. Why is India interested in Central Asian states? 700 to 800 words. 5. Write a detailed note on the Gulf War, 1990 to 91. 700 to 800 words. 6. Describe the salient features of Indo-US nuclear civil deal. 700 to 800 words. 7. Explain India and the vision of the New World Order. 700 to 800 words. 8. Write a short note on South China Sea issue and India's stand on it. 700 to 800 words. Tat free, 7800 109 5875 email bay euro vavmbieducation.co.is cana. UE IFF mochonet indication men 3 UR education D. A. Su L0. Political science.